Chi, 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 chi. As the prelude to the battle, the two honeycomb flying sword containers on the shoulders of Number 9's Thunder Axe battlesuit were fully opened, sending out dozens of rays of lights in the color of lavender which dashed towards Liao like a neatly knitted net, screaming. Flying swords attack. The 360 tiny flying swords on the Thunder Axe battlesuit were all carved with strong Thunderclass rune arrays made of violent Thunderclass crystals. Since they were designed for one-time usage and there was no need to collect them, their damage was extremely high. Once they hit their target, thunderstorms would be released. If more than one flying sword hit the same target, the lightning they unleashed would build up and increase the damage to an even higher level. Even an opponent as strong as a demon general might be torn apart instantly. Since it was just a match, all the aggressive magical equipment had been suppressed to reduce their damage to 1/10 of the original. Besides, a special program named Identification of Friend or Foe system was installed into the crystal processor, too. Once the system foresaw that a fatal attack would be performed, it would immediately withhold the action. Even so, when dozens of flying swords, with lightning dancing in between, charged towards him as if they would destroy everything in their way, Liao still felt his heart skip a beat. But then, it only started beating faster. Excellent! This is the battle I wanted. This is everything I desire. Instead of dodging or retreating, he was manic enough to speed up and went directly against the flying swords face to face, the power rune arrays behind his back blazing brilliantly. Bait bugs, activate. Pooh, 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 pooh. Two plates on the outside of his shoulder blades split. From inside, hundreds of firefly-like mini puppets stormed out and hovered around him like shining stars. But when the flying swords came close, the bait bugs hummed and dispersed into all directions. Tips of the flying swords trembled violently. More than 30 of them were interfered by the spiritual fluctuation released by the bait bugs whom they mistook for their target. Then they rectified their trajectory and went after the bait bugs. Like brave soldiers, the bait bugs turned their direction and collided with the flying swords, causing a series of lightning flashes. It was like masses of purple lotuses had blossomed in the sky of the desert. The remaining 20 flying swords that had not been interfered with continued to speed up towards Liao. Within a moment, they were already under his nose. Liao could see vividly the waves released when the flying swords tore the air apart. He was instantly tied by voltaic arcs. All the attack rune arrays of the flying swords were triggered, causing a sandstorm that was dozens of meters tall to swallow him like a giant yellow beast. In the stomach of the beast, Liao put everything he'd learned over the past month into practice. He didn't condense a full-scale spiritual shield, which would consume too much spiritual energy and also affect his senses and swiftness. Instead, he only formed a thin spiritual shield which covered him in crimson. Then he started dodging with amazing agility and speed in the super-heavy crystal suit that weighed more than 10 tons. The tracks of the flying swords were all transparent. Thousands of pieces of data were collected and analyzed by the crystal processor before it produced the most reasonable dodging plan in his brain. In a moment, the Thunder Axe battlesuit blurred and disappeared into hundreds of shadows, just like an elephant dancing in a storm. All the flying swords missed their target, however close they were. Several flying swords were able to hit the Thunder Axe battlesuit, but they were repelled due to inappropriate angles, leaving one voltaic arc after another around, as if Liao had put on a new galvanizing battlesuit. Boom! Liao rushed out of the sandstorm. Really? All the spectators exclaimed in great surprise. Liao's battlesuit seemed to be well worn, indicated by the glaring scars from explosions and electric shocks on its surface. But, with a careful look, one would discover that they were actually all scratches and none of them were fatal. A lucky dog? Many were surprised, for they thought that Liao had already been put down by the salvo. However, the Thunder Axe battlesuit was not best known for flying sword attacks, which was the specialty of the long-range crystal suits. For the Thunder Axe battlesuit, flying swords were merely an approach to minimize the range of activity of its opponent, so that its weakness, its speed, could be overcome and the Thunder Axe battlesuit would have an opportunity to draw close to its opponent. And once the Thunder Axe battlesuit was near, its opponent would be screwed. Naturally, number 9 was not disappointed at the failure of the first wave of flying sword attack. He continued onto the second and third wave of attack. Although Liao dodged each and every of them perfectly, their distance was getting smaller and smaller. Number 9 seemed to have dominated the battlefield. With the consecutive flying sword attacks, he pushed Liao to the place he desired. In the meantime, Liao launched 2 counterattacks by releasing his own flying swords. Number 9 didn't even bother to dodge. In the 10th level of the refinement stage, with the enhancement of the Thunder Axe battlesuit, he was able to form such a dense spiritual shield that none of Liao's flying swords could break through. A month ago, in the refiner's registration examination, the tarantula that Liao used was so much heavier than the Wolf King that it just ignored the opponent's remote attacks. But this time, the roles had been swapped. This time, it was his opponent who had more weight, more strength, and more spiritual energy. Very soon, the distance between the two had been reduced to less than 100 meters, which was the perfect distance for the Thunder Axe battlesuit to sprint. Number 9 roared. He threw all the remaining flying swords he had. Then he stomped his feet, under which the power rune arrays seemed to be transformed into 2 burning suns venting endless light and heat. His speed was brought up to its maximum and he dashed towards Liao like a rushing, high-speed crystal rail train. Liao's bait bugs had run out. Facing the intense attack of hundreds of swords, he had to move to one side fast and try to find a gap in the profound sword array. This was all within number 9's expectation. Boom! 2 steel beasts collided. Liao was blown up into the sky. His thin spiritual shield shattered. What a brutal collision! Many watchers felt that their blood was freezing. Number 9's strength was one of the best among all students. This collision made them feel that they had heard the noise of their own bones being crushed. Yet number 9 had no intention of stopping. He was a ferocious combat lunatic. He didn't care who his opponent was. Maybe a newbie, maybe a master. Maybe in the first level of the refinement stage, maybe in the nascent soul stage. It didn't matter. He had one and only one solution, which was to burn out his soul and push forward unstoppably. Number 9 stomped his feet again, sending out another round of ripples on the surface of the desert as if a meteorite had just hit the earth. With the counterforce, he accelerated and caught up to Liao, who was still in the sky. Shwa! The electromagnetic axe on No. 9's right leg hit Liao's chest with a dazzling voltaic arc. That was just the beginning. The 4 electromagnetic axes on number 9's arms and legs bit Liao like 4 fangs and wouldn't let go, causing an intimidating electromagnetic storm while both of them were falling to the ground. A small tornado was triggered. No. 100 is doomed. Had he chosen a speed-type crystal suit, he might have been able to circle around for a while longer. Yet he selected a super-heavy crystal suit. He thought he was good enough to beat the Steel Man? What an idiot! The savage sandstorm had blocked the crystal camera, stopping everyone from seeing what was happening in the tornado. But they all knew that the match would end within several seconds. No, it wasn't a match but a predominated slaughter. However, the 2 in the tornado didn't think so. The more he fought, the less confident number 9 became. Although he hit his opponent time and time again, the feedback from the axes was different from usual when he hit the target with the burst of his spiritual energy. On the contrary, it was as if he had hit a swamp, a cluster of mud, or a bottle of gel. His spiritual energy went off and just vanished into thin air, as if his opponent were a ghost made of smoke instead of a human being. Ah! 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 Although he seemed to be dominating the match, number 9 was filled with uncertainty. He roared and waved the 4 electromagnetic axes, trying to cut his opponent into pieces. Plates and components were flying everywhere in the sky. In the scarred crystal suit, Liao took all the attacks quietly. His face was calm as ever, as if the seemingly unbearable bombardment was nothing but tickling for him. Every second, his body would move dozens of times in small scale so that he could avoid No. 9's giant axes before they hit him, or set an appropriate angle for the edge of the axes to slip away on the round plates. While he dodged, he was observing his opponent's attack and concluding his fighting style and habits. Then he speculated the fatal flaw based on his observation. In the meantime, thousands of structured designs popped up in his brain. The structure and weaknesses of the Thunder Axe battlesuit were all clear now. My opponent was stronger than me, his explosive power greater than mine, his spiritual energy denser than mine, and were equally skilled at driving crystal suits. I have to take a risk if I am to win. Thousands of lights gathered into a deadly brilliance in Liao's eyes. Liao's movements sped up exponentially. Every part of his body left a few blurred afterimages behind, as if a clear reflection in the water was stirred by the intrusion of a stone. Shua! Liao withdrew from number 9's storm of attacks. He dashed backwards like a slippery loach. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, number 9 would have never believed that someone could drive a super-heavy crystal as swiftly as a light one. Before number 9 came back to himself from shock, Liao had launched his counterattack. The 2 honeycomb flying sword containers on his shoulders were opened, like the mouth of a fierce beast baring its fangs. All the flying swords were unleashed and targeted at number 9's outline. Number 9 sneered. He released all his bait bugs and condensed his spiritual shield to its maximum in the meantime. Since he had much more spiritual energy than Liao did, he could resort to a war of attrition without worrying he would run out of resources. However, the flying swords were not interfered by his bait bugs, nor did they hit his spiritual shield. Instead, they found their way down into the desert and boomed underground, causing a sandstorm that was even more violent than the previous tornado. Most of the crystal cameras on No. 9's suit were blocked. He couldn't see through the dust. His ears were full of the growling of the wind. The enemy's movement had been entirely covered. Suddenly, number 9 felt that a strong wind was coming at his neck, as if a cunning beast decided that it had lurked enough. He could even feel the sting in his veins. "This is your plan?" Number 9 smiled. He raised his right arm. With a boom, electrical sparks were dancing on the suit. One electromagnetic axe was tossed far away into the desert, disturbing my senses with dust before launching a critical attack with a flying axe. It was a good plan. But you underestimated me. The 4 axes on the arms and legs of the Thunder Axe battlesuit were all designed to be detachable. In critical moments, they could be wielded and thrown away as a weapon, which was more dangerous than the flying swords. Number 9 had both talent and determination. He had been using the Thunder Axe battlesuit ever since he entered the camp. How could he not know that? He'd known that this was Liao's only chance the whole time. Shua! Shua! Another 2 flying axes came from the dust. Number 9 didn't even bother to look at them. He crossed his arms and cast them away easily. In the meantime, he sprinted 30 meters forward. Gotcha! Although his senses of vision and hearing were both greatly diminished, he still discovered a vague figure right in front of him by his instinct. His opponent seemed to be caught off guard. Not expecting him to arrive so fast, his opponent was still waving the last electromagnetic axe. Number 9 roared and threw himself at his opponent at full strength, who was blown away more than 10 meters and lost his last electromagnetic axe. Your 4 electromagnetic axes are all gone. Your tiny flying swords have been used up, too. You're on my chopping block now, boy. No. 9 screamed and created a steel millstone with his 4 electromagnetic axes which enveloped Liao from head to toe. Ka! 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 Liao had lost the ability to fight back. Fragments of his crystal suit, which number 9 had completely torn apart, were all over the place. It seemed that he couldn't stand it any longer. His legs shaking, he fell to the ground. Number 9 didn't care. He raised his axe and slashed at Liao's head. Everything had come to an end. The sandstorm had settled down. In the middle of the glorious sunset and the yellow desert, 2 crystal suits stood still, which was indeed a beautiful picture. Liao's suit had almost been entirely shattered. There was not a single plate that had suffered no damage from the battle. Many parts of the suit were gone, exposing his skin to the air. Half of his helmet was cut away, and the remaining half was sparking nonstop. As for number 9's suit, it had been contaminated by dust. Other than that, it was perfect without any damage except for a tiny hole under his arm. The steel man has won. He beat the newbie really hard. Half of his head has been chopped off. Well, well, well. That was a little bit too much. Could almost be called a sadist. Zhou Zhenghao, the Steel Man, is indeed the top muscular man in the training camp. He's not reserving any of his capability when his opponent is just a green hand. But why is he not moving? Many students were amazed by No. 9's toughness and Li Yao's suffering. After a moment, number 9 moved. His almost intact crystal suit shivered before it collapsed slowly. At first, he was on one of his knees. He tried to raise his right hand and give Li Yao one last shot, only to lean towards one side of his body and fall down to the ground with a cracking sound. Pooh! Number 9 was ejected out of the crystal suit and tossed into the soft sand far away. No. 100 wins. No. 9 fails. Eliminated. When the cold and indifferent announcement came from the voice rune array, all the students were so shocked that they seemed to be too choked to ask how it happened. Even Long Qianyue, who had been watching the match emotionlessly, leaped from her seat in admiration. Yuan Yesher, who'd made fun of Li Yao before, was pulling his hair and trying to figure out how a newbie such as Li Yao could miraculously win the game. In the endless desert, number 9, or Zhou Zhenghao, the Steel Man, was sitting on the ground completely stupefied. He was eyeing his opponent's crystal suit in such a perplexed way that it might be pierced through by his look at any moment. Chi! The crystal suit opened like the blossom of a lotus. Li Yao walked out exhaustedly and staggered to Zhou Zhenghao. He sat down beside him. His dry lips curled, forming what could almost be called a smile. Zhou Zhenghao understood what the smile meant. It was his opponent's respect for his performance in the previous battle. Zhou Zhenghao was 28 years old, 2.1 meters tall, 175 kilograms of weight, with a square face and a beard, who had been crazy about training. Respect or contempt from his opponent meant nothing to him. He just wanted to know how he was beaten. Why? He looked at Li Yao and asked earnestly, I have almost torn you into pieces. I even cut off half of your head. Why on earth could you still attack? Li Yao was moved by his pursuing and curious look, which was exactly the same as when he was training crazily. He explained carefully, Thunder Axe Battlesuit is not a new model of the Super Heavy type crystal suits. It was an extended model based on the Thunder Saber Battlesuit, a heavy type crystal suit, with additional attack and defense modules, but its main framework has the same structure as the Thunder Saber Battlesuit. What you tore apart was just the attack and defense plugins and the plates of the Thunder Axe Battlesuit. You never really damaged the main framework. You did cut off half of the head. As a result, I lost most of the crystal cameras and surveillance magical equipment. However, the core crystal processor of the Thunder Axe Battlesuit is located at the bottom of the head. You only peeled off its shell. Its computational capability was not affected, so the suit could still function normally. Zhou Zhenghao was speechless for a while. Then he reluctantly added, Even though I failed to launch a critical attack, how did you manage to put me down in such a short time? Because of the design defects of the Thunder Axe Battlesuit or the congenital deficiencies, if you will, Li Yao explained. Thunder Axe Battlesuit has too many attack and defense modules added to it. It was not perfect in the aspect of coherence of the modules. For example, there is a minuscule gap under the left arm which expands the arm's waving range, so that the power of the electromagnetic axe can be maximized. Besides, generally speaking, the gap is hardly possible to target. The gap is thinner than a hair. It seems inconceivable that the gap can be located during a fierce combat. In the meantime, the gap contributes a lot to the expansion of attack range. Therefore, the Armadominus decided to keep the gap after weighing the advantages and disadvantages. I was observing your strategies and habits in order to find out in which of your attacking postures would expose the gap. Then, I changed 13 different defending postures and finally managed to let you expose the gap by attracting you with my head and making you raise your axe with both of your arms. Zhou Zhenghao was not convinced. He said, Suppose you did find the gap. How could you penetrate it when your electromagnetic axes and flying swords were all gone? Li Yao explained patiently, Not all of them. When I released the flying swords, I caught one of the swords on the way and hid it in my hands. In the end, when the crucial moment came, I pushed it into the gap. Had we been in a real battlefield and the magical equipment not been suppressed, that attack would have hit your heart. Therefore, the system determined that you failed. Zhou Zhenghao was dazed. How were you able to catch one of the swords on the way? Is it even possible? It's very simple. Liao frowned. It is much easier than the training of catching miniature beast puppets. Don't you think? Zhou Zhenghao had no idea what he was talking about. What kind of training involves catching miniature beast puppets? The one in which 100 miniature beast puppets are released and… Okay, never mind. Liao curled his lips, knowing that he was fooled by the chief instructor again. Nobody except him had ever done that kind of insane training. Everything's clear now. Zhou Zhenghao was not a beginner. He had thought everything through soon after Liao explained the key to his victory. He smiled bitterly. You were passive at the beginning because you were analyzing my attack patterns and styles, and also because you wanted me to be less wary. After I took away the attack and defense modules from your suit, your weight was reduced and your speed was higher, making your critical attack easier to launch. And I thought I was the one winning the match. I'm sincerely convinced by your performance in this combat that you're more qualified to stay in the Thunder training camp than I am. Thank you for explaining everything to me. Number 100, no, I should call you Liao. I really appreciate it. Now I can die without regret. Zhou Zhenghao stood up and nodded at Liao. Then he turned around and walked out of the arena. Wait! Liao suddenly stopped him. May I ask if your left knee was seriously injured before? Zhou Zhenghao came to a halt. He turned his head, shocked, as if he had seen a ghost. He cried, How did you know? I can tell from the abrasions on your battlesuit. Liao explained, I'm a refiner. Most of the crystal suits that we use have been maintained by me. Few people choose a super heavy crystal suit such as the Thunder Axe battlesuit. Of the 2 Thunder Axe battlesuits in the outer camp, one was sealed and rarely used, while the other one has been used on a daily basis. I assume it is you who has been wearing it. Zhou Zhenghao nodded in surprise. He never knew that besides training, Liao had been working on the maintenance of all the crystal suits, too. That was a tremendous workload. Did he not need sleeping? Liao continued. While I was maintaining the Thunder Axe battlesuit, I discovered a problem. As a super heavy crystal suit, it has many elastic gaskets made of the bones of the Sanskrit sun demon fish on its legs as buffers, so that it won't be collapsed due to its own weight. However, for this particular Thunder Axe battlesuit, the elastic gaskets on the right leg are 0.41% more worn than those on the left leg. The disparity of abrasion suggests that the exo who's wearing the suit tends to be lopsided on his right leg, and that even when he's using both of his legs, the force from his right leg is always greater than that from his left leg. Generally speaking, cultivators have perfect control over their bodies. Unless they're using some special skills, their bodies should be absolutely balanced during their training. The simple tricks of balance control should be easy for a cultivator in the 10th level of the refinement stage such as yourself. So, I assume that your leg was too seriously injured before to function normally like your right leg. Indescribable expressions appeared on Zhou Zhenghao's face. He exclaimed, That's correct. When I was 21, I was engaged in a brutal battle with demon beasts in the depths of the Grand Desolate Plateau in which my left knee was chipped and my left leg was almost entirely melted due to the demon's poison. It took me a whole year to fully recover. But, although my body was healed, there has always been some unresolved issue on my mind. I can't use my left leg as fluently as I use my right leg. There's always a tiny difference. It's sort of an inner demon for me. But the difference is so small that few people can recognize it. Liao, now that you've pointed it out, is there anything you can do about it? Zhou Zhenghao knew that Liao must have had more to say about the issue. For years, he had been looking for doctors and experts for his leg. In fact, his leg injury had been cured a long time ago. It was the mental problem that had been haunting him. But he was a stubborn man and not the type of people who would be easily influenced by interferences. Therefore, although he had many hypnotherapy sessions, they didn't really help. Seeing that Liao could find out about his old ailment based on just a few elastic gaskets, a glimmer hope was rising from the bottom of his heart. Liao thought for a while and nodded. Now that your injury has become a mental issue, it's definitely not something that I can fix up. However, I do have a few suggestions for you as a refiner. Your problem right now is that your speed and reactions in combat are affected because of your imbalanced legs. I'm not sure how the problem can be sorted out in daily life, but I have two ideas if you're in a crystal suit. Firstly, change the elastic gaskets in the right leg of the Thunder Axe battlesuit into something made of softer materials. There are many kinds of elastic gaskets. Sanskrit sun demon fish's bones have medium elasticity. You can choose a softer material so that the force from your right leg will be more absorbed than your left leg is. This way, your two legs will remain balanced. Secondly, if you don't want to change the elastic gaskets, you can also ask a refiner to increase the weight of the electromagnetic axe on your right leg, or reduce the weight of that on your left leg. All in all, the point is to restore balance by foreign aids. The two approaches can't resolve your mental issue, but at least they will increase your combat abilities in a battlefield. As to precisely which kind of elastic gasket you should use, or how to reshape the electromagnetic axes, you'll need to hire an experienced refiner who will observe your legs and run calculations to figure out the delicate differences before modification. Zhou Zhenghao beamed and nodded. Although Liao's proposal was only palliative, it did solve his urgent problem and was not difficult to put into practice. In fact, it was much easier than resolving the insubstantial mental issues. His depression caused by elimination was instantly gone. Zhou Zhenghao even felt that he was lucky to have met Liao in the elimination match. Eliminated by the Thunder training camp, he could still try other training camps, or accumulate experience from real combats. There was still a good chance that one day he could become a strong exo. But without Liao's enlightenment, the leg injury would have been likely to bother him forever. I can't thank you enough. Zhou Zhenghao paused for a while. Then he said, Liao, from the way you tossed the axes just now, I can see that your speed and strength were both good enough, albeit not without a lack of subtleness. It appears to me that you haven't done much training with flying axes and you were merely throwing them away with brute force. In fact, there are many tricks you can use to flying axes. Once you get to the bottom of it and wield axes with your full abilities, the axes will be 10 times more intimidating than the flying swords. I've practiced axes flying for a while, and I think I have some shallow understandings about how to best use it. If it's not too presumptuous of me, we could discuss this and see if there's any improvement. He was trying to return the favor and also make friends with Liao. After the soul-stirring combat, Zhou Zhenghao was aware of how strong Liao was and thought Liao deserved his respect. Also, Liao pointed out his problem without holding back and helped to resolve it, which indicated a good personality. Moreover, Zhou Zhenghao had long known that Liao was a refiner whose name was on the rise. Now that he was lucky enough to meet a young, strong, upright, genius refiner who was destined to be the star of tomorrow in the world of cultivators, how could he miss such a rare opportunity to make friends of him? This was also how cultivators normally made new friends and expanded their social network. What he said lit up Liao's eyes, who leaned forwarded and said earnestly, "Not presumptuous at all. I, for one, admire Brother Zhou's strength very much. A super heavy crystal suit is not something that some random guy can play with. I was only taking advantage of my familiarity with the structure of the crystal suit. If we have another fight and you're aware of the weakness under your arm, there is no way that I will defeat you. You're correct. I never learnt the art of flying axes. When I tossed the electromagnetic axes, I did feel that something was wrong. My tremendous strength couldn't be transmitted into the axes, and it near suffocated me. Please do enlighten me, Brother Zhou." Zhou Zhenghao smiled. "Your strength is indeed abundant. The explosive power inside your body is disproportional to your tiny figure. What a beast! The key is breathing. Your breath must reverberate with the electromagnetic momentum in a sophisticated way. The following things are of paramount importance." Two training maniacs started discussing wholeheartedly. The breathing method introduced by Zhou Zhenghao gave Liao major inspiration, while several of Liao's ideas on how to exert one's force caused cold sweat to break out on Zhou Zhenghao's forehead. The more they talked, the more topics they found themselves both interested in. From the art of flying axes, tricks of super heavy crystal suits, small-scale movement, ways to minimize the enemy's range of activity by flying swords, to the question how to lure the enemy into the Thunder Axe battlesuit's sprint distance. The two of them were chatting with their arms waving up and down. Even after the instructors escorted both of them out of the arena, they were still in high spirits. I'm terribly sorry that I eliminated you. I wish we could still learn from each other in the training camp. Liao meant what he said. Indeed, it is regretful. But it doesn't matter now. Zhou Zhenghao scratched his beard and replied cheerfully, I am now in a new training camp called the Universe. Although I've been eliminated by the Thunder training camp, I will pursue my training in the Universe training camp. There is still a long road ahead. We'll have a lot of opportunities to meet and discuss with each other. Hopefully, one day we'll be able to fight side by side. Vulture Liao. This is a name that I'm never going to forget. Liao smiled. Vulture is my nickname for my enemies. If you consider me a friend, call me the Fiend Star. Zhou Zhenghao nodded. I spent almost all of my time on training and don't have many friends. But you're definitely one of them. There's still some time before the end of the elimination match. Would you like to watch the game with me in my preparation room and talk about the crystal suit skills? That's exactly what I want. They talked and laughed on their way to the preparation room. The audience was stupefied and couldn't understand what was going on. Blocked by dust, they couldn't see clearly the actions of the two Thunder Axe battlesuits. They'd seen that Liao had been suppressed by his opponent the whole time and he was on the verge of being cut into pieces. But before they knew it, the system had announced that Liao had won the match. What was more puzzling was that, after a little chit-chat when they were off their crystal suits, Zhou Zhenghao seemed to be mad with joy and appreciation. But Liao had just eliminated him. Zhou Zhenghao had struck everyone as a man serious in both speech and manner who cared about nothing but training. He was cold like ice whenever one spoke to him. Definitely not someone with a good temper. It was also one of the reasons why he was nicknamed the Steel Man. But why was he talking with Liao so casually and joyfully now? Everyone was looking at each other, hoping to find an answer from someone. Felt like there was a giant stone stuck in their chest. What kind of person was Liao? A newbie or a murderous vulture? What the hell? Yuan Yesher was biting his lips so hard that blood was running out. He clutched his fists, his veins appearing on his face. Intentionally or unintentionally, he glanced at the number 1, Long Qianyue. Interesting. I'll find the answer myself in the second elimination match 1 month later. Long Qianyue smiled vaguely. She wrote Liao on her palm with her finger. Then, with a clap, her hands folded, crushing both the air and name in between into pieces. 10 days later. Boom! 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 It was a sunny day on the desert, yet sounds of thunder echoed. In the middle of the gray desert, a blood-red figure was burning with a blade flying up and down, triggering waves of wind and tides of thunder. It was Liao who was practicing a saber art. Of the 3 months training in the Thunder training camp, the first month was meant for rudimental movements and basic crystal suit driving skills. The second month was for embedding the trainee's previous arts into the crystal suit, and in the third month, the trainee would need to improve themselves by hunting down demon beasts in some of the most dangerous zones in the Grand Desolate Plateau together with their instructors. Liao was wearing the Bloody Blade battlesuit, which was a model even older than Seven-Step Rock Snake. Few people in the outer camp were fond of it. Yet Liao loved it because it was simple, solid, and reliable. Besides, there were endless possibilities for it to be modified so that he could fulfill the potential of the saber. Chief Instructor Maofeng was a big fan of the Bloody Blade battlesuit, too. He taught Liao his experiences about the Bloody Blade battlesuit without reserve. Liao's understanding of the classic crystal suit grew deeper after Maofeng's teaching. The standard Bloody Blade battlesuit carried a 2.01-meter-long heavy straight saber. Liao substituted it for a 1.97-meter-long crescent saber with air paths on both sides, so that his advantage in swiftness could be maximized. Boom! Liao stomped on the ground. The burst of spiritual energy from below his feet sent hundreds of pebbles up to the sky in all directions. Shwa! The Bloody Blade battlesuit turned into dozens of crimson shadows which enveloped most of the pebbles. Liao's movement was too fast to measure. With several cracking sounds, the pebbles were all cut into halves and fell to the ground. Bang! The last few pebbles exploded into powder because of the spiritual burst. Liao put back his saber. The crystal camera on his suit beamed red rays and scanned the field. Then he sighed grimly. Of the 372 pebbles, 364 were cut into two halves. 6 were hit too hard that they were crushed into pieces, and 2 fell to the ground before I reached them. I still can't utilize the crystal suit perfectly. I don't have enough control over my strength and I can't manipulate it the way I want. 3 days. It's been 3 days since I made any progress. Is this my limit? Liao was somewhat irritated. Since he entered the second phase of the training, his progress had been slower. He missed the feeling of joy in the first phase when he was improving every second. In the last 3 days, he even came to a halt. However crazily he trained himself, he found himself not improving at all. Mao Feng told him that was normal. Every training had bottlenecks and limitations. An adolescent would still grow taller even if he didn't eat much food. But when he became an adult, it would be difficult for him to be even 1 centimeter taller no matter how much food he ate. If a man was growing and improving every second, even only by 1 trillionth each time, he would be formidable. What Liao needed most was a good rest. He had to slow down and chew over what he had learnt. But Liao didn't buy it. He only took half a day's rest. Then he went to the desert to practice the saber art again. How long will it take before I can wave the saber as fiercely as Long Wenhui? In the bloody blade battlesuit, Liao picked up a small stone from the pocket on his waist. It was the very stone that the core formation stage cultivator Long Wenhui, vice president of 100 Saber Alliance, gave to him. Every facet of the stone had been left with Long Wenhui's saber demonstration. Each demonstration contained endless mysteries. After repetitively studying it, Liao only had a partial understanding of 3 demonstrations on the stone. He was like a beginner who was asked to copy a masterpiece painting when he'd only just learnt how to use a brush. Long Wenhui is in the core formation stage. His saber demonstrations are not that easy to follow. But with the enhancement of the crystal suit, my combat ability is 3 times stronger than before. I wish I could understand even one of them. 1 move. I just need 1 move. Holding his breath, Liao touched every facet of the stone again. Although his fingers were covered by the suit, the delicacy of senses were transmitted into his brain perfectly. But the essence of the saber demonstrations was still intangible as if in mist. Putting the stone back into his pocket, Liao resumed the tedious training. Blade out, speed up, slash, blade back. The monotonous actions were repeated time and time again. Liao lost the sense of time and buried himself in the world of the bloody blade and the pebbles. Centered at the bloody blade battlesuit, thousands of broken pebbles were scattered over the area of half a square kilometer. He didn't notice that it was already dusk until he was too exhausted to stand up anymore. Suddenly, he caught some anxious screams behind him. The crystal camera on the back of the bloody blade battlesuit recorded what was happening. Countless beasts on the desert had gathered together and were coming at him unstoppably like surging tides. Common beasts were in the front. Demon beasts with bizarre shapes were behind them. Liao even detected several strong demon soldiers. But it's not like they were hunting anything. They seemed to be fleeing from something. Boom! Boom boom! Boom 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 boom! Dull quakes came from the horizon, like an iron army had been assembled and ready to conquer the world. Soon, a gargantuan yellow cloud appeared in the horizon. It drew closer and closer, blocking the sun and the sky. Dust storm! Liao's face turned pale. Dust storm was one of the most destructive natural disasters in the Grand Desolate Plateau, in which hundreds of tornadoes were aggregated with millions of tons of sand and stones. The disaster was often caused by the disorder of natural spiritual energies and showed no signs before it took place. According to the damage, it was classified into 10 levels. A level 10 dust storm, which was the least damaging, was already powerful enough to send humans and animals into the sky. A level 7 dust storm was strong enough to blow away a crystal rail train. As for the dust storms of level 5 or above, even many cultivators would find themselves unwilling to face them. This particular dust storm was vast, yellow in color, and dark like ink. Thunder and lightning seemed to be brewing in it, too. It was definitely level 5 or higher. Run! Liao ran away instantly. Behind him, the dust storm devoured everything in its way. Now and then, screams of demon beasts, who struggled only to be consumed by the dust storm, pierced through the sky and died down, ending up somewhere far, far away. Liao brought his speed to maximum. Many red letters were jumping crazily on the screen, warning him that all the power rune arrays were overloaded. The crystal reactor in the stomach was burning so hard that he felt he was holding a fireball. Run! Run! Liao didn't care. He ground his teeth and carried on fleeing. The power of nature far exceeded any human's wildest imagination. After dozens of kilometers of running, he was caught and swallowed by the dust storm. Inside the dust storm seemed to be a totally new world. Because of the disorder of spiritual energies, a lot of colorful tornadoes were moving and roaring everywhere, as if some prehistoric beasts had come back to life. Thousands of lightning bolts resembling vipers were tangled together. It was more splendid and magnificent than Liao could ever have imagined. Countless stones, beasts, and demon beasts were caught by the mad tornadoes and ended up crushing each other into ashes. Death was so close to him that he felt like the gates of hell had been opened in all directions. The bloody blade battlesuit was far from enough to overcome the torture of the tornadoes. Liao tried to turn on the power rune arrays in hope to flee out of the dust storm, only to wreck 2 power rune arrays instantly. The solid crystal suit, suffering tearing forces from 2 different directions, with several cracking sounds, seemed like it could explode at any moment. If I can't run away, I might as well not even try. With death at the doorstep, Liao's heart felt like booming. His mind was clearer than ever. Time became slower for him, allowing him to observe the details of the dust storm. Zhou Zhenghao was correct. The universe is a big training camp in which I need to polish myself, train myself, and fight against the universe. Even if I must die, I'll kill this damn dust storm first. Liao's eyes blazed and he roared like a beast. Instead of running, he boosted the power rune arrays to maximum in the same direction as the swirling of the tornado. At a speed faster than ever, he continued charging forward. He was not taking the trip passively, but slashing everything aggressively in his way. Hoo! A giant stone was thrown at Liao by a tornado. For a moment, the saber demonstration that Long Wenhui had left woke up in Liao's brain and streamed into his limbs and organs like shooting stars after an explosion. Shua! In the storm of death and the swirl of various colors, Liao slashed the giant stone into pieces in the most overwhelming way. Ouch! Ouch! A flying demon beast was drawn into the swirl, too. It dashed towards him while it was trying to maintain its balance. Liao bellowed. He tilted the power rune arrays to change his direction and rushed towards the beast in wind and thunder. In an almost perfect arc, his crescent saber slashed the high-level demon soldier into 2 halves. Boom! Boom boom! A violet tornado moved at Liao in the most formidable way. Liao roared again. His soul was burning so ferociously that the bloody blade battlesuit was covered in crimson, as if the crystal suit had become a 7-meter-tall red giant. The spiritual energy on his saber was extended by more than 10 meters and flared devilishly. Ho! Meaningless. Random noises rolled out of Liao's mouth. They were the war cries deeply buried in the blood which had been uttered when ancestors of human beings were faced with natural disasters and animal assaults before they learned how to speak. Liao went for the tornado. The crescent saber, in a sky-tearing brilliance, hit in the middle of the tornado. His violent spiritual energy had ripped a giant hole on the tornado which he dashed right through. Then, the tornado dissipated into countless clusters of wind, before they were absorbed by other tornadoes and completely vanished. The tornado was killed by Liao. Just like that, Liao waved and slashed the saber in the dust storm like a devil. Stones, demon beasts, whatever stood in his way was immediately cut into pieces. Time seemed to have stopped. The only thing that could be seen was the crimson twinkles of his saber. He didn't know how long it had been, but the dust storm eventually came to an end. In the colorful tornadoes, the lightning bolts as thick as dragons shrank into the size of boas, then the size of earthworms, before they completely vanished. With the dispersion of tornadoes, billions of tons of sand started falling. The prehistoric beast had died and decayed. Liao regained control over his body. After several bursts from the bloody blade battlesuit, he ripped a small hole in the dust and ran out through it. Boom! After he was out of the dust storm, Liao finally couldn't bear it any longer. He flew in the sky at a low altitude, then he landed and staggered forward. Ultimately, he lost balance and fell over, raking a deep fissure behind him. At the end of the fissure, he tried to turn his body around. Stretching his arms and legs, he lay on the ground and looked at the sky. It was late at night. The dust storm had cleared all the clouds, making the starry sky all the more brilliant. Watching through the crystal camera, every star had a different halo, as if many fireflies were dancing and singing. Liao grinned. Only after one faced the terror of death could one appreciate the beauty of life. Shua! Liao waved his hands casually. Spiritual energy ejected from his palm and formed a light blade of over 3 meters, which flew forward with the wind and thunder for more than 10 meters. Saber aura. It's the real saber aura that could destroy the enemy from a long distance away. While I was in the dust storm, cutting the tornadoes and slashing the lightning, I was able to blend the Desert Storm Saber technique with the saber demonstrations from Long Wenhui. Now, I have a basic understanding of saber aura. But this is just the beginning. There is still a long way to go before I can use saber aura in real combat. As my very first saber aura, it is different from the Desert Storm Saber technique as well as Long Wenhui's saber art. Moreover, it is endowed with the feeling of tornadoes and thunder from back in the dust storm. I shall call it Thunderous Tornado Saber Art. For the next 20 days, my primary task will be to fully embed the Thunderous Tornado Saber Art into the crystal suit and create my unique crystal suit technique. Liao thought about something. He opened the map that covered 500 square kilometers around the Thunder training camp in his crystal processor. The Grand Desolate Plateau was a place of perils. There were forbidden zones everywhere because of the disorder of natural spiritual energies. Some of them, due to the special terrains and the fluctuation of natural spiritual energies, were extremely likely to be struck by dust storms. They were also known as the dust storm area, which were specially marked with a skeleton pattern on the map. Liao found a particular dust storm area named Wuthering Canyon. The place was not far away from the Thunder training camp. Since dust storms were blowing there all year around, which consumed much of the natural spiritual energy, the intensity of the storms was not very high. Most of them were only level 10 or level 9. It was a very stable dust storm area. Wuthering Canyon will be my personal training ground. Liao had made up his mind. From that day on, Liao went to the Wuthering Canyon to practice his aviation skill as well as his saber art alone after he finished his designated daily training. Mao Feng thought that he was out of his mind. However, the training camp did not ban students from training in the way that they deemed most suitable for themselves. After all, since Liao escaped from the dust storm, he seemed to have broken through his bottleneck and started climbing towards a higher peak. Therefore, after discussing with Mr. Su, Mao Feng didn't reject the plan. Instead, he arranged a modified shuttle to send him to the Wuthering Canyon every day. A deep sleep capsule was installed to the shuttle, in which Liao could take a good rest on his way to the Wuthering Canyon or back, so that he could make use of every minute of the day in training. The only problem was that the Bloody Blade battlesuit was breaking down due to the high intensity of training. Every time, after a crazy training session, the Bloody Blade battlesuit would be seriously damaged, with some power rune arrays set off and some components distorted. It was lucky that Liao was a refiner himself. He brought the issue to the other 2 refiners respectfully, from whom he learnt many basic crystal suit repairing tricks. It also happened that the Bloody Blade battlesuit was a simple and easy-to-modify crystal suit. Based on his modification experiences and the performance of the Bloody Blade battlesuit in the tornadoes, he made some minor revisions during the repair to make the suit better fit his own combat style. Technically speaking, the Bloody Blade battlesuit was the Thunder training camp's possession. Liao had no right to modify it. However, the bloody blade battlesuit was so antique that few students ever used it. In fact, it had been idling in the corner all the time before Liao wore it. Besides, Liao claimed that he was only repairing the suit, and after everything was completed, the performance of the suit was above standard. Therefore, after consulting with the two refiners, Mao Feng didn't interfere. He was curious, too, as to how far Liao could go. His position was highly dependent on his students. If he could bring up a strong student, his position would be more stable, too. Days came and went. Every day, from dawn to afternoon, Liao would receive the harshest training in the training camp. At 3:30 p.m., he would go to the Wuthering Canyon in deep sleep in the shuttle, where he would practice the saber art in the dust storm. At 9:30 p.m., after he returned to the Thunder training camp, he would head to the crystal suit warehouse and maintain the crystal suits for all the students. Then he would handle his bloody blade battlesuit and learn to repair and modify it. Every second was fully occupied. The letters to Ding Lingdang were quickly reduced to several lines. 20 days had passed. In the Wuthering Canyon, the sky was so clear that it seemed to have been washed. Stars were blinking in delight. It was a peaceful night after a dust storm. Liao relieved himself from the bloody blade battlesuit and sat down beside it. He played with the stone that Long Wenhui had left for him in his hands. Suddenly, Liao crumbled the stone with a cracking sound. All the saber demonstrations on the stone had been learnt by heart. When he closed his eyes, he could see every detail of Long Wenhui's movements with the saber in front of him. Although he couldn't comprehend all of them, he no longer needed the help of the stone. Every movement of the saber had been carved in his brain. He could study them at any moment. Liao brushed off the stone powder in his palms and took out the second item that Long Wenhui had offered him, the mysterious card. Now that his spiritual energy was stronger than before, he could summon the stars in the card at his will. A starry sky in the card. A starry sky over the head. The two skies flickered against each other. They were equally splendid, magnificent, and quiet. Liao held his breath and appreciated the beauty of the universe in silence. Hundreds of spiritual threads from his spiritual root crowded towards the mysterious card. Ripples appeared on the surface of the card. All the spiritual threads were absorbed in. Liao had long discovered that the card seemed to be a two-dimensional thin paper. But inside the card, there was a vast, complicated, three-dimensional labyrinth. His hundreds of spiritual threads were at the entrances of the labyrinth. But no matter how he tried to extend his spiritual threads, he never reached the end of the labyrinth. His spiritual threads were not even able to meet one another in the labyrinth. The labyrinth in the thin card was boundless. It was indicative of a professional space folding technique, as shown in the proverb "hide the world in a seed," and "in a small sand contains 3,000 universes." It far exceeded the limitation of all the techniques in the heaven's origin sector as well as Liao's imagination. It's really a vast world. There are countless mysterious worlds waiting to be explored beyond the heaven's origin sector. There is countless magical equipment waiting to be studied. Liao sank all his attention into the card labyrinth. He was satisfied, for he explored the labyrinth further than he did yesterday. He believed that he would unravel the labyrinth and reveal the secret behind the card one day with persistence. But his priority currently was the 20 out of 50 elimination match the next day. The 20 students who passed the match and entered the third phase of training, led by their instructors, would embark on a journey to the depths of the Grand Desolate Plateau, a real battlefield. Strong demon beasts would be waiting for them there. There would be invaluable heavenly materials and earthly treasures. An inconspicuous flower might be worth billions. If anyone was fortunate enough to discover a new mother lode, their fame would soar, and they would be a powerful person in the world of cultivators. Liao rose, put on the bloody blade battlesuit, and strode out of the Wuthering Canyon. Swoosh! Boom! A firecracker exploded in the sky, dyeing it into various colors. The second round of the elimination match would commence in 5 minutes. The 20 out of 50 elimination match was to be held in a special world fragment. This world fragment had a coverage of around 50 square kilometers. Tall trees over 100 meters tall were all over the place. Even if one entered the fragment in a crystal suit, one could still feel freezing chills blowing nonstop. Therefore, this world fragment was named Darkwood World. Deep in the gloomy, creepy forest, 200 light spots were randomly scattered, which were all miniature beast puppets that would send out special spiritual energy waves. The light spots that looked like fireflies were the targets for every student. Everyone who collected more than 10 light spots and held them for more than 10 minutes would be considered a winner. The more light spots one student had, the more waves would be sent out from them. Other students could detect the waves easily and attacked the student to grab their light spots. There were 200 light spots in total, which meant there would be only 20 winners at most. As the match went on, the unclaimed light spots would be fewer and fewer, and the competition would be fiercer and fiercer. In the Darkwood world, there were no demon beasts, but there were many demoniac plants. The most notorious one of them was the dry snake vine that often clung to the trees, which could be as long as hundreds of meters and as thick as a python. The bumps on its skin contained corrosive sap, too. Could be really tricky if one was caught. 50 students were all in their crystal suits now. They were doing final checks on their suits. Liao observed his opponents carefully. After 2 months of hard training, everyone had advanced greatly. They were riding their crystal suits so naturally that the suits seemed to be part of their bodies. Most of the students were already in the high levels of the refinement stage. With the enhancement of the crystal suits, the air around them indicated that they were as powerful as the building foundation stage cultivators. It was going to be a brutal battle. While Liao was observing the others, he was being observed, too. He'd chosen the bloody blade battlesuit that he was familiar with camouflage patterns painted on the skin. It was striped with yellowish and greenish colors and did not look very attractive. But no one dared to look down upon it. If someone could take down Zhou Zhenghao, the Steel Man, they would be definitely stronger than they currently looked. Long Qianyue and Yuan Yesher were scanning and detecting the characteristics of Liao's crystal suit carefully. They each had their own plans on how to deal with him. After a moment, the screen inside everyone's crystal suit displayed a countdown. 3, 2, 1. The second round of the elimination match had begun. 50 crystal suits, unleashing intensive exhaust flames, dashed into the dark, primitive forest from all directions. The moment he entered the forest, Liao turned the power rune erase down to minimum and switched to stealth mode. He moved in the forest quietly. Instead of searching for the light spots scattered in the forest immediately, he decided to get familiar with the territory and figure out a forest combat strategy first. Swish! A dry snake vine lunged at him ruthlessly. Shwa! After a flash of the saber, the vine was cut into 2 slices. The corrosive sap from the fracture almost reached Liao when he shunned it hurriedly. The sap fell to the ground and emitted terrible smell. Liao observed his surroundings carefully. All the plants in the Darkwood world were larger than normal. The thorns were thicker than his thigh. None of the trees here were lower than 100 meters, forming a cage that locked everything inside. He stayed in the forest for quite a while, and it was not until cries and explosions were echoing not far from him that he shifted his attention to the map. 200 light spots were glimmering in the map. Some of the light spots had been gathered together, releasing a brightness that was even more distinctive than fireflies at night. They were the ones that were already claimed by some students. There were not many unclaimed light spots now. Under the guidance of the map, he leaped forward from tree to tree like an agile ape. Very soon, he found a light spot floating in the air among twigs. The shining miniature beast puppet flew upwards the moment it felt a crystal suit was drawing near. Liao stomped on the tree and followed it like an arrow just unleashed from the bough. He caught the light spot in his hand. His spiritual threads crowded into the miniature beast puppet and activated the control program. The miniature beast puppet stopped moving and stayed over his head. The first light spot had been collected. Soon, the second and third light spots were dancing over Liao's head, too. However, just like he could see the light spots on the map, so could everybody else. As more and more light spots were claimed, There was too little meat for so many wolves. Conflicts were brewing. Under the fourth light spot, Liao came across another student who already had 4 light spots over his head. The two of them stood and stared at each other quietly. All added together, there were only 8 light spots here in total, which was not enough for either of them to win. Therefore, they didn't start fighting immediately. After a moment, Liao slowly retreated to darkness. The other student was relieved. He thought that Liao feared his capability and didn't want to fight over a single light spot. However, the relief didn't last long. Liao dashed out of darkness at him like a giant serpent. His retreat was only meant to increase the distance between them so that he could sprint fast. Liao was too fast. The student was aware that Liao was not a newbie, but it never occurred to him that Liao would be so strong. There was no time to dodge. He waved his chains word by instinct. Liao felt great danger, but he still went directly for his opponent. He lowered his body, allowing the chains word to leave deep damage on his left shoulder. Then, in a flash of moonlight from down to top, he broke through the other student's spiritual shield and slashed his saber at his opponent's neck, the weakest part of the crystal suit. Dazzling spiritual energy sparks burst out from the other student's crystal suit. He was immediately determined to be dead by the system and fell to the ground, unable to move anymore. The light spots on his head were freed and pulled over by Liao's spiritual threads. Now, Liao was in possession of 8 light spots, which made him extremely bright in the map. He could feel that several crystal suits were coming close at a high speed even without the help of the crystal suit. He moved his shoulder, and found that although its defense capability had been greatly diminished, the shoulder could still function normally. Liao licked his lips. Then he began carrying out his plans. Half a minute later, after a rattling sound, a crystal suit charged out of the bushes towards the target it just locked. When he reached it, he found that his target was rigid and had no light spots over his head, because he was already determined to be dead. Above his head, 2 dry snake vines snuck down toward him. He waved his blades and cut the 2 vines into pieces. But before he caught his breath, a chains word pierced into his chest from inside the tree in front of him and eliminated him instantly. Liao had dug a hole in the middle of the tree, put the chains word in it, and pasted the bark back. With the burst of his spiritual energies, the chains word was boosted and hit the newcomer instantly. The student collapsed, completely stupefied. 2 light spots were floating slowly. Liao smiled and stretched his spiritual threads to catch them. He had gathered 10 light spots, which met the first requirement. Now the countdown began. He needed to keep the light spots for 10 minutes. Since he had 10 light spots already, his mark on the map turned into dangerously red, making him a target for everyone. Liao started running without any hesitation. In less than 2 seconds, the place where he had been stood was pierced by more than 10 flying swords. Soon, he noticed that he had several pursuers. He put the body movement technique he'd learnt in the dust storms into practice, turning himself into an erratic leaf in high winds. For a time, he was on the top of the hundreds of meter-tall trees. For a while, he was among the branches that were tangled together. For a moment, he was diving to the ground like he was committing suicide and didn't turn his direction until he was only half a meter away from the ground. The followers found it difficult to chase him. 2 of them even crashed into each other because of Liao's delicate, small-scale movements. The distance between Liao and his followers grew larger and larger. Right then, ahead of Liao, the bark of a giant tree twisted weirdly. A faint brightness shined and disappeared. Liao felt that his heart had been pricked by a needle. He knew a great danger was coming. But there was no time for him to react except to lift his left arm in the hope to hold it back. Shwa! He felt that his left arm was on fire. Dozens of warnings appeared on the screen of the crystal suit, indicating that his left arm had lost all functions. If it were in a real battlefield, his left arm would have been cut off already. A crystal suit in an exotic shape revealed itself in the trunk. It was tall, thin, and green in color. 2 sickles were installed at the ends of its arms. All in all, it looked like a metal mantis. Green sickle battlesuit, one of the most dangerous melee crystal suits, has 4 mimesis rune arrays on its skin, which gives it with the ability of imitation. The crescent chains words on its arms can even tear apart the shells of a demon general. Liao remembered that the wearer of the green sickle battlesuit was Yuan Yesher. Liao, it never occurred to me that you could avoid my critical attack after only 2 months of training. That's tremendous progress. Good for you. 7 light spots were floating over Yuan Yesher's head. He rubbed his crescent chains words that looked like 2 giant sickles. Sparks were dancing as he said, I really would like to figure out how you defeated Zhou Zhenghao 1 month ago. Please, do tell me everything about it with your true abilities. Liao took a deep breath and crouched. 2 dust storms with wind and thunder were forming in his eyes. Suddenly he blinked. All his killing scent was gone. He turned around and went on fleeing to the deep forest. Yuan Yesher was stunned for a moment. He didn't understand why Liao would choose to run away when he had brought up his killing scent and was ready for a desperate fight. Half a second later, a crystal suit that looked like a silver fox in moonlight showed up beside Yuan Yesher. It was the Moon Fox battlesuit driven by Long Qianyue, who had 9 light spots over her head. The other 4 pursuers were there, too, only to find that the top 2 experts of the training camp had already come. They looked at each other in discontent. Knowing that they could do nothing about it, they retreated silently. Yuan Yesher's face turned pale. Faced with the greatest enemy in the camp, he crossed the crescent chains words before his chest. Long Qianyue glanced at him and shook her head. She said, not without contempt, I'm well aware of your capability, which does not interest me. After that, she dashed toward the direction in which Liao had fled like a silver laser. Yuan Yesher felt that his face was burning. He roared, Long Qianyue, you can't be certain of victory if we were to fight in real combat. Don't be so outrageous. Gritting his teeth, he circled and followed up from a different angle. Long Qianyue and Yuan Yesher, the 2 best candidates in the training camp, were closer and closer to Liao, like 2 fangs of a beast or a pair of pliers that were ready to press him into pieces. Liao fled like a scared rabbit. While he was running, he tossed countless black shining metal balls from the pouch on the waist of the bloody blade battlesuit. The metal balls exploded the moment they hit the trees and released clusters of dark smoke, blocking the vision of the 2 hunters and even interfering with their thoughts. However, the 2 hunters were experienced exos. They were not really troubled by the smoke grenades that had interference rune arrays on them. Besides, even without the scanning of crystal cameras, Liao had been bright enough in the map after he'd collected 10 light spots. Now up high, now down low, breaking through the smoke, the 2 of them entered the center of the forest where trees were densest while chasing after Liao. Suddenly, Long Qianyue came to a halt and crouched as if she were whipped in the face. She hid herself among the branches. She felt a strong sense of danger. But Yuan Yesher felt nothing. He continued his way and soon discovered that Liao was trapped in a clump of red ring thorn which he was struggling to get rid of. Red ring thorn was another type of demoniac plants. It was thicker than a human's thigh. Normally, it would lurk in bushes in mimesis. At first glance, it was the same as any weeds. However, should anyone accidentally step on it, it would immediately take off its imitation and tie the prey up with pricks and zigzags which looked like red rings. Once the prey was killed, it would dissolve and swallow the prey. Although Liao was in his crystal suit, he was still delayed a few seconds by the red ring thorn. Yuan Yesher sneered. He sprinted, the sickle-like crescent chains words in hand. Suddenly, he heard something over his head. A giant clump of red ring thorn was falling to him. Liao, who was trapped and struggling in the red ring thorn, instantly freed himself and came at him. I knew it was a trap. Yuan Yesher had been prepared for this. He changed his direction suddenly and dodged the red ring thorn above his head. His speed was not affected. In fact, he seemed to have accelerated when he slashed one of his chains words at Liao's neck and the other at Liao's stomach. Yuan Yesher's quick reaction seemed to be beyond Liao's expectation. Liao twisted himself in the air dumbly. Although he avoided attacks of the 2 chains words, his chest was stomped on by Yuan Yesher and he fell to the ground like a rock off a cliff. You're done. Yuan Yesher grinned hideously. He crossed his arms. Thousands of sparks were dancing in his chains words. He stomped on the trunk of a tree and was ready to dive down. However, the touch from the bottom of his feet was empty and not solid at all. The tree which he stomped on leaned backwards. Yuan Yesher immediately understood what had happened. The tree had already been cut into two halves by Liao. But his slashing was so fast that the tree was still standing. Now that he stomped on the tree, the formidable force from the crystal suit instantly pushed the tree down. He didn't get the counterforce that he had expected and lost balance. He suddenly felt short of breath. This was just the beginning. The moment he stepped on the tree, dozens of other trees around exploded at the same time and collapsed towards the middle. The trunk of those trees had all been slashed by Liao, who also set up crystal bombs at the bottom of the trees. Yuan Yesher knew that it was not good. This was the battlefield that Liao had chosen. Long Qianyue and he hadn't chased Liao to this place. It was Liao who'd lured them to the place on purpose. The red ring thorn was not a trap, but the pretense of a trap. The trees that seemed to be perfectly normal were Liao's real traps. Right at this moment he heard the sound of thunder. All the crystal cameras on his crystal suit detected a cloud of dust storm with wind and thunder arriving from below to top. Thunderous tornado saber art. For a moment, the deepest fear grasped Yuan Yesher as if he were faced with a calamitous dust storm on a desert naked. A moment was more than enough to decide the winner of two experts in a combat. Yuan Yesher failed to receive any counterforce and lost balance at first. Then he was intimidated by the fallen trees and spent half a second calculating how to avoid the impact. Before he finished his calculations, flashes of Liao's saber had enveloped him. The vigor in Liao's attack was beyond his imagination, but as a battlesuit major student from Deep Sea University, Yuan Yesher calmed down at the face of death. He was aware that Liao's attack was accumulative. The more he tried to avoid it, the fiercer Liao's attack would become. What's more, dozens of trees were falling upon him from above. In order to not run into them accidentally, he would have to spare some computational ability to calculate a safe route, whereas Liao must have already calculated the speed and direction of the falling trees. Chances were that Liao had even already sorted out the safe route in which he would dodge the trees. If he went on dodging, Liao would dominate this combat. Before the trees reached the ground, he would be annihilated. A brutal light burned in Yuan Yesher's eyes. With a grim face, he gave up on his defenses and charged towards Liao, ready to die together with him. Liao, suppose your plan goes well and you kill me. I will still be able to heavily wound you before I die. Long Qianyue, the top expert in the training camp, is waiting outside the trees. Let's perish together for her to enjoy the fruit. Yuan Yesher spoke fast. His words dashed to Liao like flying swords. Liao had spent so much time and effort to make this trap and was on the verge of success. Apparently, he wouldn't choose to die together with him. He would definitely retreat. As long as Liao retreated or stopped his current actions, there would be flaw in his attacks. He would have 1,000 ways to make a comeback. However, Liao seemed to have heard none of it. His speed increased to limit. Yuan Yesher's sneer changed into desperation. In confusion and fury, he screamed, "Then, let Long Qianyue take advantage of us." Two crystal suits collided. The spiritual shields sprayed out dazzling sparks and scattered into pieces. Broken chains words flew to the sky and fell to the branches of a tree. Liao's crescent saber was blown away, too. In half a second, Yuan Yesher was dead, Liao seriously wounded. The crystal suits fell to the ground without support, because most of the power rune arrays on them had already blasted and lost the aviation ability. Boom! 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 The trees finally collapsed to the ground and buried the two of them, forming a giant tomb. Why? To this moment, Yuan Yesher still couldn't figure out why Liao chose to die together with him. Yes, he was eliminated. But before his death, he'd also wounded Liao badly. Any random exo could come and kill Liao right now. Liao didn't say anything. He lay in the mud with 4 limbs stretched out, waiting in the darkness silently. Noticing the trees tangled together above them, Yuan Yesher suddenly understood everything. Asshole! Blowing up the trees was not just meant to interfere my thoughts. More importantly, The trees are being used to cover him and buy him some time. Outside Liao's trap, Long Qianyue was staring at the fallen trees, not knowing what to do. She knew that Liao was hiding somewhere under the trees. But to get inside the heap of trees was indeed tricky. Every tree weighed hundreds of tons. It was not difficult to cut each of them in half, but to move them away would be quite a different story. Long Qianyue thought for a moment. A silver light appeared in her palm and she dashed towards the tree on the top of the heap. After a crack, the tree was broken into two parts. But the two parts, after rolling for a while, stopped at the top of the heap. Long Qianyue frowned. A sense of powerlessness gripped her. There was no way that she could slash all the trees into pieces within several minutes. Eventually, she gave up slicing them and tried to reach the bottom of the heap through the gaps between trees. Boom! Right then, a dull explosion echoed under one of the trees, indicating the existence of yet another crystal bomb. He installed crystal bombs on the trunks too? Long Qianyue felt like her blood was freezing. She did not know how many crystal bombs had been installed. If they exploded as she passed by and Liao was nearby, the situation would be terrible. Long Qianyue didn't know how seriously Liao was wounded, but she did know that Yuan Yesher was sure to have been taken down. It would not be a wise decision to fight against such a formidable opponent in a battlefield with such complicated terrain and in his favor. However, after a moment, Long Qianyue blinked coldly and squeezed into a gap between trunks. Liao, if you think you could scare me off with a single crystal bomb, you are terribly mistaken. You only had a limited time to set up such an arduous trap for Yuan Yesher. There's no way that you could set up so many crystal bombs inside the trunks, too. Otherwise, you would have set all of them off together after I came inside, which would be better for your purpose, instead of setting off one before I'd even entered. Long Qianyue calculated a route inside the heap and jumped up and down through the trunk gaps. Despite Liao's futile struggle to attract her to the areas which were full of dry snake vines and red ring thorns, Long Qianyue caught up to Liao several minutes later. Liao gave up resistance. He sat down exhaustedly, his back against a tree. Every rune array on his crystal suit was spurting spiritual energy sparks in various colors. Without saying anything, Long Qianyue locked her target with all her attack magical equipment. However, the moment she was ready to launch her attack, the target vanished from her map. The IFFS-1 had determined Liao to be unassailable, because Liao had survived for 10 minutes. He'd become the first student to pass the second elimination match. 3 days later, at a frontier base of the Federal Army located north of the Grand Desolate Plateau and hundreds of kilometers away from the nearest town. In a well-guarded military base where crystal railguns could be seen everywhere, 25 exos were doing last-minute checks for their journey. They were the 20 winners of the second elimination match of the Thunder Training Camp and 5 top instructors in the camp who were going on a field trip to the depths of the Grand Desolate Plateau. The northern defense line, consisted of thousands of military bases, is the furthest frontier of the Star Glory Federation. The territory beyond this defense line, although claimed to be the Federation's domain, has a harsh natural environment with a lot of unexpected dangers and strong demon beasts. No humans could ever live there, nor could any ordinary army station the area. We cultivators are in charge of cleaning the place regularly. Mao Feng paced to and fro. His eyes were wide while he roared. Make sure everything's in working order with your crystal suit. Once we're into the depths of the Grand Desolate Plateau, there will be no supplies or reinforcements. If something happens to your crystal suit, you will be in serious trouble. Liao tested in his crystal suit. He activated every rune array on the suit and checked the data reports on the screen. This would be the first time that he left the northern defense line to train in the lonely wilderness. He was both anxious and excited. He'd chosen the Bloody Blade battlesuit as before. After 1 month of maintenance and modification, the parameters of the Bloody Blade battlesuit couldn't be a better fit for his physique and combat style. In light of the real battle to come that was bound to be different from the elimination matches, he'd added a lot of attack magical equipment modules to the suit which was now armed to teeth. The Shattered Star Bombarder, specially designed for crystal suits, was wrapped in a chill air of blood. It could destroy high-level demon soldiers with a single blow. Check! Check! Check. 25 crystal suits were standing dazzlingly in the middle of the military base. 500 soldiers of the base formed 2 rows beside them. Salute! The 500 soldiers stood at attention and performed a perfect military salute. The rising dragon of the 9 stars, the national flag of the Star Glory Federation, was fluttering on the flagpole dozens of meters tall. Soldiers of the Federal Army were mostly ordinary people. They could only station in the military base and defend their country in shelters. The task of attack could only be shouldered by cultivators. Therefore, the soldiers paid their sincerest homage to the cultivators. Under their warm stares, the 25 cultivators got on 4 heavy-type crystal tanks and embarked on their quest together with 4 wagons which contained enough crystal stones and supplies for half a month's use. One of the wagons could be transformed into a battlefield workshop where simple crystal suit maintenance could be performed. Besides the 25 full-armed crystal suits, they also carried more than 50 beast puppets with strong firepower. More than half an hour later, a glittering and translucent high tower appeared in front of them, which was the first man-made architecture they'd come across during their ride to the north. Led by Mao Feng, all the students jumped down from the crystal tanks and stood around the tower in a circle. The tower had been carved out of luminous crystals with hundreds of rune arrays on them. 8 small round towers stood around the tower in the middle, bringing a strong sense of mystery. When they closed their eyes and observed through their spiritual roots, they discovered that countless colorful spiritual threads were embroiled around the high tower and stretched forwards in all directions to the end of horizon. They were like a big net with rainbows weaved in, expanding around the entire world. The high tower was a spiritual beacon which could send telepathic thoughts as a cell unit of the spiritual nexus. Only when one was in the coverage of a spiritual beacon and had signal could he use the spiritual nexus normally to receive or send telepathic thoughts. This is the last spiritual beacon you'll see, which marks the boundary of human civilization. Later, we'll enter the world of darkness where there is no network at all. I'll give you 5 minutes. Whatever you want to say to your family or friends, say it now while there's still network. Mao Feng's words caused a minor turbulence. Spiritual beacons were the greatest magical equipment in history. The boundless spiritual network that allowed people worldwide to communicate with each other instantly was the foundation of the prosperous modern cultivation civilization. For the students, they'd always been in the coverage of the spiritual nexus, even when they were fighting on the Grand Desolate Plateau. Although the signal was sometimes intermittent, it was usable to communicate with the outside world, and if they came across danger, they could ask the cultivators nearby or the military for help. However, they'd met the last spiritual beacon at the edge of the human world. Further ahead, there would be no network at all. They wouldn't be able to ask for help when they were in trouble. Indescribable loneliness suddenly grasped them. We're about to lose signal. We're going to be out of network for an entire month. That's terrible. Everyone hurriedly contacted their family and friends while they still could. Liao thought for a while. He took a selfie with the splendid view of the Grand Desolate Plateau as background and sent it to Ding Lingdang with a message that read, "Before I enter the Dark Desolate Domain." Dark Desolate Domain was the collective name for the dangerous zones beyond the northern defense line that were never touched by human civilization. This was the end of the world, the closest spot in the heaven origin sector to the blood demon sector. A chaotic land where spiritual energies were unfathomably fierce, home to countless strong demon beasts, as well as a place that boasted infinite heavenly materials and earthly treasures and mother crystal lodes. Boom! Crack! Inside the dark desolate domain, the spiritual energies fluctuated like surging tides, which had no pattern at all. For a moment, it was sunny without the slightest hint of cloud. The next moment, lightning was already brewing behind heavy clouds and the rain was pouring down at any moment. The lightning was rolling over in the clouds like vigorous dragons, which snapped at the ground every once in a while. The power of cultivators was completely overwhelmed by the rage of nature. Mao Feng's face turned pale as he screamed, "Disperse! Disperse now! Raise your spiritual shield output to maximum." The other experienced instructors had already dragged the students almost 100 meters away. The moment they ran in all directions, a thunder resembling a golden dragon dashed down from the clouds, and went directly for the spiritual beacon. The defense rune arrays on the 8 small round towers around the spiritual beacon were instantly activated, which formed a transparent shield over the spiritual beacon. But it was not strong enough to withhold the frenzy of nature. A moment later, the 8 towers exploded and the shield was gone. The thunder went on without stop and ripped the spiritual beacon into pieces. Shattered crystals, accelerated by the lightning, was thrown to every direction like screaming bullets. Luckily, everyone had already activated their spiritual shields, which stopped the shattered crystals and crushed them into ashes. Nobody was hurt, albeit truly shocked. Spiritual waves from the spiritual beacon are too intense. Once the natural spiritual energies are on a rampage, the spiritual beacon will always be the first thing to be destroyed. It's like the lightning rod which is always hit first during a thunderstorm. Mao Feng added, building a spiritual beacon requires huge amounts of money and effort, not to mention the cost of many precious crystals. But it is quite easy for it to be damaged. Besides the lightning which can tear them apart easily, many strong demon beasts will also be attracted by the spiritual waves from the spiritual beacon and are willing to destroy it no matter what. Therefore, although spiritual beacons, as the core of the spiritual nexus, are of paramount importance to us, we can't build them unlimitedly. Establishing one at this place is already the best we can do. In front of us is the dark, desolate domain, a dreary world without network that only the bravest dare to walk in. Cultivators, move forward. Against thunder and lightning, the squad dashed to the horizon. Weather in the dark, desolate domain was never tranquil. The storm didn't die down until one night later. The world, when everything was peaceful again, was different from the outside, too. The sky was red like blood. Clouds were twisted into colorful swirls. Many of them had giant holes through which one could see stars clearly. Day and night was indistinctive here. The land around was no longer barren. On the continuous hills grew demoniac plants that none of them had ever seen before, which were extremely large due to the nourishment of abundant spiritual energy. Weeds that had razor-sharp edges were taller than any of them, which were shining weirdly under the violet sun. In the dense forest, screams of demon beasts echoed, as if crystal bombs had exploded around the tanks they were in. Every one of them felt a chill down their spines. Dark Desolate Domain is the closest spot in the Heaven's Origin sector to the Blood Demon sector. Due to the universal gravitation, the two worlds were attracted to each other. All the students sat down around Mao Feng and listened to the rules of the Dark Desolate Domain. Mao Feng had 2 big demon beast eggs in his hands. He lifted them up. Let's say this egg represents the Heaven's Origin sector, and the other egg represents the Blood Demon sector. He put the 2 eggs together and knocked them gently. The eggshell was thick. There were many cracks on the surface. The eggs didn't break, but they were pinned together. The Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector are like 2 crushed eggs. The Dark Desolate Domain is the point of impact. The sky on the Grand Desolate Plateau is like the cracks on the eggshell. Why do wormholes often appear on the Grand Desolate Plateau? Because there are many cracks due to the impact of the 2 worlds. As for the inland of the Federation, the sky there is as intact as a smooth eggshell without a single crack. Naturally, no wormholes will ever show up. It is through these cracks that the demon beasts find their way into our world. Observe the 2 eggs. Isn't the point of impact most crowded with cracks and most likely to crumble? It is also the case with the real worlds. The Dark Desolate Domain is the most fragile and perilous place in the entire Heaven's Origin sector. Many of the students had read Introduction to Cosmology before and had a basic understanding about the distribution of parallel worlds. They nodded in agreement, but some of them didn't know much about the universe. Although they were aware of the existence of parallel worlds, they didn't understand why 2 worlds would collide. Outside the Heaven's Origin sector were boundless stars and an endless vacuum. Even the closest galaxy was thousands of light years away. They couldn't imagine how the collision took place. Seeing the confusion in their faces, Mao Feng further explained, yes, from a 3-dimensional point of view, all the different worlds are located in the same universe in their respective galaxies. The Heaven's Origin sector is in one of the galaxies, while the Blood Demon sector is in another. Theoretically speaking, there are no barriers between the parallel worlds. We can sail anywhere we want freely. The only thing that stops us is the long distance. With the current level of technology in the Heaven's Origin sector, if we refine a crystal warship that can sail in the universe, it might take us millions of years to reach our neighboring galaxy. Or the parallel world next to us, if you will. In the three-dimensional level, the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector are at two ends of the universe with a very long distance in between. There's no way that the two of them will ever be related. But if you were to jump out of the three-dimension and move on to a higher level, everything would be different. In a higher dimension, every parallel world is a sealed egg that is placed next to each other in a way that we can't comprehend. If two eggs are too close, there will be attraction between them which may lead to collision and even fusion of a brand new parallel world. The Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector is exactly such a double world system. Noticing that many students were still confused, Mao Feng took out a piece of white paper and drew one circle on either side of the paper. See? Let's say this piece of paper is a two-dimensional universe, and the two remote circles stand for the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector, respectively. In the two-dimensional level, the two worlds are far from each other. There is no way for one of the worlds to reach the other one, let alone crushing. However, Mao Feng folded the paper. The two circles that had been on opposite sides now overlapped. If a strong power can break the two-dimensional rules and understand this fictional universe in the three-dimensional level, it will find that the two worlds are right beside each other. This is the relationship between the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector. As two galaxies, we are at different areas of the universe with trillions of light years in between. But as two parallel worlds in a higher dimension, we're very close to each other like the two circles on the paper. That's why there is attraction between the two worlds that eventually leads to the collision. Chances are that one day the two circles will merge into one. Alright, as battle-type cultivators, you've learnt enough already. The more profound theories will be explored by the research-type cultivators. Anyways, just remember this. The Dark Desolate Domain is the point of impact between the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector. Spiritual energies from both worlds intersect here, making this place the most abundant, furious, and chaotic in either of the worlds. This argument was very simple. Everybody understood it immediately. It was like the intersection of two seas where the resources carried by undercurrents congregated. Mao Feng continued. The rich spiritual energy here consolidated into all kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and mother crystal lodes. They also provide nourishment for the intimidating mutant demon beasts and demonic plants. This is a treasury that boasts inexhaustible resources. However, despite the ample natural resources, the place is too far away from the Federation. Besides, the spiritual fluctuations here are too fierce for large-scale crystal fleets to sail. If our main troops were deployed here, they might get caught by the spiritual energy swirls and be torn into pieces by accident. The students were reminded of the thunderstorm last night. It was not a common thunderstorm, but a violent tide caused by the clash of the spiritual energies from two worlds. The crystal warships that the Heaven's Origin sector could produce at present were not capable of sailing against such spiritual energy tides. A war in reality was not a game. It was a money-burning task. Countless crystals and resources would be consumed for a single quest of a large-scale fleet. If the fleet were to be scattered by the tides after a long march, the huge military expenditure would be for nothing. And this was not counting the loss of soldiers. It was also the reason why the Star Glory Federation, after 500 years of bloody battles, still failed to conquer the Dark Desolate Domain. Their biggest adversary was not the demon clan but nature itself. Listen up, everyone. Strong as the crystal warships may be, they cannot cruise in the Dark Desolate Domain. Here, cultivators, especially us exos, are the boss. We are the main forces in the war. Mao Feng's words ignited everyone's passion. They all couldn't wait to start hunting demon beasts, plundering heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and increasing their own ability right now. Mao Feng pressed his hands down and eased everyone. He continued, "This is about everything related to the Dark Desolate Domain. For the next month, you will be fighting and training here. A fifth of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures that you collect will go to the training camp, of which half will cover the repair fee of your crystal suits and half will be the instructor's payment. Is that okay with everybody? Everyone nodded. Their crystal suits were all provided by the training camp. It would be costly to fix them if they were damaged. The repair fee seemed reasonable. The instructor's payment was even fairer. The 5 instructors were all above middle level of the building foundation stage. With the enhancement of the crystal suits of the latest models, they could wield the strength of the core formation stage. It was under the protection of the 5 cultivators that the students dared to fight and train in the dark desolate domain at ease. Otherwise, they would be committing suicide if they decided to train here, considering that they were all merely in the refinement stage. A tenth of their harvest as payment for the instructors was a deal that couldn't be fairer. Mao Feng nodded his head. Then he brought up something else. All right, since there is no objection, we'll start our training now. But before that, I need to remind you of something very important. The dark, desolate domain is full of dangers. Thunderstorm zones and dust storm zones are 10 times more frequent and stronger than those outside. There are also strong mutant demon beasts lurking in darkness waiting for their prey. However, none of the above are the most appalling thing. The most appalling thing here is the infiltration squad of the demon clan, which is made of the elite soldiers in the demon army. Some of the squads are even made up of silver blood demons exclusively. Everyone gasped at Mao Feng's words. Li Yao recalled the composition of the demon clan. Different from mankind, the demon clan was not a unique species, but a collective name for the unification of countless kinds of demon beasts. Sometimes, the difference between 2 demon beasts was even bigger than that between a demon beast and a human being. For example, some mammal demon beasts, especially the primate ones such as demon monkeys or demon apes, looked very similar to human beings, but entirely different from the arthropod demon beasts such as the gold-armored saber mantis. Why would a monkey consider a mantic to be its own kind, even if the latter had wisdom? Moreover, many demon beasts were natural enemies and on different parts of the food chain. They had been attacking each other for billions of years. The hatred had melted into their blood. Therefore, since the demon beast empire 40,000 years ago, strong demons had been oppressing weak demons by ruthless coercion, who then enslaved and shackled the weaker demons. After 30,000 years of development, 4 classes had been formed in the demon beast empire. In the bottom were the black blood demons, who served as food, peasants, and cannon fodder. Black armored saber mantis was a typical black blood demon. They were the main force for the invasion to the Heaven's Origin sector and also inexhaustible cannon fodder. Even if they were to go extinct, high classes of the blood demon sector wouldn't feel the least bit sorry about it. Above the black blood demons were bronze blood demons, which was a class of warriors. The 6-armed Naga that Li Yao came across in the verdant Tarn city was a bronze blood demon. On the top of the bronze blood demons were silver blood demons, who were the aristocrats and governors of the world of demon beasts, as well as the main contributors of the demon clan civilization. One could say that only the demon beasts equal to or higher than silver blood were the real demons. The black blood and bronze blood demon beasts were nothing but slaves or food in their eyes, which were no different from human beings, if not worse. After all, human beings had established a great civilization. Many of their creations were popular among the demon clan, too. As for the gold blood demons, also known as sacred blood demons, were the royals of the world. During the demon beast empire's 30,000-year reign over the cosmos, more than 10 dynasties had replaced one another. Royals of the dynasties all spent boundless resources to improve the quality of their blood, thereby increasing their strength. That's why they were called sacred blood. However, during the substitution of dynasties, the sacred blood demons often turned against each other. After the Star Ocean Imperium was founded, the Supreme Emperor commanded the annihilation of the sacred blood demons, which almost exterminated them. Now, the sacred blood demons only lived among legends. There might not be a single sacred blood demon in the entire blood demon sector. The current blood demon sector was made up of hundreds of demon cities created by silver blood demons. The cities were fighting and merging in conflicts. An infiltration squad entirely made up by silver blood demons was like the imperial guards of the ancient kingdom. One couldn't think too highly of them. One student raised his hand and asked, "What's an infiltration squad of silverblood demons doing in the Heaven's Origin sector?" Mao Feng glanced at him and explained the reason. The principle of the demon clan was utterly different from that of human society. There was no warmth at all. The one creed that they cherished most was survival of the fittest. They were extremely harsh both to others and to themselves. The competition among the silverblood demons was fierce, too. If a young demon wanted to rise up in the demon world, not only did they need to go through hard training to increase their strength, they would also need to recruit their own subordinates. For the demons, the fastest way to improve their abilities was to fight against humans by sneaking into the Heaven's Origin sector. What's more, most of the relatively stronger bronze blood and black blood demons in the blood demon sector already had their masters and wouldn't change to a different one easily. In comparison, there were many wild demon beasts in the dark desolate domain. Most of the beasts were never enlightened by any civilization. Although their brains had as much potential wisdom as any human being or silver-blood demon, their way of life was simple and muddled. In the meantime, under the nourishment of the furious spiritual energies, there were many mutant demon beasts in the wilderness which were far stronger than the common ones and almost equal to high-level demon generals and even general kings. Such strong-bodied and simple-minded demon beasts were naturally the best subordinates for a young and inexperienced demon. Therefore, many silverblood demons would risk going to the Heaven's Origin sector, partly because they would receive good training here, and partly because they wanted to tame some strong demon beasts and turn the beasts into servants which would help them in their rise to power in the blood demon sector. So, the dark desolate domain was the human beings and demon clans' mutual training field and arena. Although neither of the two parties were able to commit a large number of troops to the place, it was possible for them to establish a small teleportation array which could send around 20 soldiers to the other's world. Not only silverblood demons would sneak into the dark desolate domain in pairs, strong men of the Star Glory Federation sometimes would crawl into the blood demon sector that was on the opposite side of the dark desolate domain, too. Infiltration and anti-infiltration, assassination, ambush, guerrilla warfare were constant in this brutal battlefield. However, don't freak out. We're going to do our training on the outskirts of the dark desolate domain. Normally, silver-blood demons would never come here. Mao Feng smiled confidently. Besides, with the enhancement of the crystal suits of the 25 people here, 20 students are beyond the peak of the refinement stage and on the verge of the building foundation stage, and the 5 instructors are close to the core formation stage. With our combat ability, even if we meet an infiltration squad of the silver-blood demons, there is no need to fear them. Just fight and see who gets the last laugh. All right, let's start out training now. After a final check of the crystal suit, each student carried enough crystals, flying swords, and ammo. They dispersed and started searching in groups of 5 with one instructor in each. Although there was no spiritual nexus in the dark desolate domain, short-distance communication was still available when the weather was tranquil. In every group, the 4 students would always stay in the communication range of their instructor, so that the instructor could come to their rescue the moment they called for help. 4 distinguished students, including Li Yao and Long Qianyue, went to an azure lake led by Mao Feng. The lake seemed to be peaceful, but the piles of bones around suggested otherwise. Water was the source of life. Even the strongest demon beast needed water, too. Therefore, countless demon beasts lurked around the lake, making it a concealed slaughterhouse. The arrival of 5 strangers was immediately detected. After a clattering sound, many logs appeared in the middle of the lake and submerged after floating for a while quietly. Rustling noises came from the 2-meter-tall demonic plants that resembled bulrushes which bent down instantly. Within a moment, heavy panting could be heard. In the sky, many strange gray birds were hovering overhead maliciously. They looked like a combination of eagles and bats. Their wings spanned more than 10 meters with sharp edges like blades that were shining coldly in the air. They were not strong enough to hunt. So, they could only hope that the strong hunters hiding around the lake would leave some leftovers after they enjoyed the humans in the iron tanks. Soon, on the left side of the team, 3 rhino-like giant demon beasts with big bone hammers at the end of their extremely thick tails, known as blood mallet rhino, appeared from the demonic bulrushes. On the team's right, two giant crocodiles that were more than 10 meters long with bronze bone armors all over their bodies opened their hideous, smelly mouths. He! The strange birds in the sky cried like children chillingly. Liao, Long Chenyue, the strength of the 5 demon beasts are between that of high-level demon soldiers and low-level demon generals, which is perfect for your practice. Who wants to go first? Liao and Long Chenyue looked at each other and rushed out simultaneously. Crazy killing ensued. As the days went by, the lake turned from azure to crimson, and there were more and more demon beast bones around the lake. Liao was improving at an amazing speed. On the 3rd day of the field trip, Shua! Liao crouched on the ground. He dashed below a blood mallet rhino like a cunning viper with a twist of his body and subtle manipulation of the power rune arrays. After he flashed to the back of the demon beast, the crystal camera on the back of his head immediately locked onto the target. He slashed the crescent saber backwards deep into the abdomen of the demon beast without turning around. The blood mallet rhino weighed more than 20 tons and had solid armor all over its body. When it was running, it was like a crystal tank. Its only weakness was a soft spot on its abdomen. Liao pulled heavily. The brightness formed by his spiritual energy was more than 3 meters long, which cut all the inner organs of the blood mallet rhino into pieces. Then he squatted and dodged the demon beast's dying counterattack. At last, he dashed forward dozens of meters away. The whole attack was so fluid that it only took less than 2 seconds. The blood mallet rhino roared. It tried to turn around and rush to Liao, only to collapse after several steps. In the sky, many hovering scavengers called chuckling baby bird dived down, hoping to steal the fresh food. Shua! The shattered star bombarder on the back of the bloody blade battlesuit flipped up to the left shoulder and fired. For masses of red air swelled out and hit the 4 chuckling baby birds in the lead precisely. The 4 masses of air were like 4 lumps of magma which could not be rid of once it was touched. Soon, with ear-piercing screeches, the 4 chuckling baby birds were burnt to ashes and fell to the ground. The other birds all dispersed and didn't regather for a long time. When they came back, their chuckles turned into low curses. Not knowing what to do, they could only float hundreds of meters above Liao's head and pooped on him to vent their anger. But, of course, could such beasts hit the nimble Liao? On the 7th day of the field trip, Liao stood still, his saber hidden on his back like a serpent in a crevice. He was confronting a blood mallet rhino. Boom! The blood mallet rhino lowered its head and started charging at full speed. It was not until the horn of the demon beast nearly pierced into his chest that Liao dodged to the side in his bloody blade battlesuit. Simultaneously, his saber moved like lightning and slashed at the neck of the rhino with the frightful speed of lightning and thunder. The neck of the blood mallet rhino was covered in dense armor, too. One slash, even if boosted by spiritual energy, was not enough to cut it open. However, it was not Liao's first slash. During the time of the seemingly single slash, Liao had already attacked 8 times at the same spot, which left a clear trace on the armor of the blood mallet rhino. The 9th attack finally surpassed the limit of the armor. The bone armor was ripped open and the saber pierced through. A surge of spiritual energy then cut off all the arteries and organs inside the demon beast. Puff! When the saber left the demon beast's body, a cluster of blood was squeezed out. The blood mallet rhino collapsed, not even able to give a dying scream. As for the chuckling baby birds, none of them dared to steal food from this formidable human being anymore. On the 20th day of the field trip, Liao sat alone with his legs crossed on one side of the lake. Below him was a strange gold snake that was more than 30 meters long with 2 small spikes on its head. Critical part of the snake had almost been slashed into 2 pieces. The only reason that it remained intact was its skin. Blood of the snake flowed along the ground, emitting a weird fragrance. Liao put the big gallbladder of the snake over a leaf. Then he took out a piece of square-shaped magical equipment named Fiery Wave Box and aimed at the gallbladder. Shwa! The fiery wave box shot out a green light which enveloped the gallbladder. A 1-minute countdown was displayed on the box. 1 minute later, the green light disappeared automatically, and the snake gallbladder was already cooked and ready to eat. Liao was desperately hungry. He grabbed the gallbladder and finished it in several bites. Not satisfied, he chopped off a slice of the snake flesh and cooked it together with the snake heart. The mutant demon beasts in the dark, desolate domain, nourished by the spiritual energies of both worlds, contained far more spiritual energy than those on the outside, which made them the best food ingredients. However, most cultivators only had a limited stomach. For a building foundation stage expert such as Maofeng, his meal was no more than that of the lower-level cultivators. The wagons that they brought would need to load the heavenly materials and earthly treasures as well as precious materials from demon beasts. There was no way that they would carry a lot of beast meat back. Except for the part they ate while they were here, most of the meat would be taken advantage of by the scavenger demon beasts such as the chuckling baby birds. But Liao was different. The most important art that he learnt from the 100 Smelting clan 40,000 years ago was the art of the swallowing whale, a food-eating technique. Back when he was an ordinary man, he had already been able to devour dozens of cans of the giant creatures of Starry Sky's meat. Now that he was already at the 7th level of the refinement stage, his stomach was much bigger than before, which could almost be called a bottomless hole. Endless invaluable demon beast meat was sent into his belly and absorbed by him. During the past half a month, he'd eaten so much good stuff that it was enough to feed a common cultivator for years. With the nourishment of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures, although his level hadn't advanced yet, Liao's understanding of the 1000 tempering 100 refining technique, the strongest quenching body exercise of the 100 Smelting clan, had reached a whole new level. When he stretched the spiritual energy inside his body and brought the 1000 tempering 100 refining technique to maximum, his body no longer was the color of brass. The essence of the technique had sunk deeper into his body. Except for the deep gold color on his body that was occasionally visible, he looked exactly the same as any other person. But his resistance had more than doubled. Body strength of a body practitioner, magical equipment control of a refiner, and combat skills of an exo had integrated perfectly in Liao. On the 25th day of the field trip, Liao had become the focus of the other 19 students. He was the weakest among all the students. All the students who passed the first 2 rounds of the elimination match were in the high level of the refinement stage, except for him who was only in the middle level of the refinement stage. But once he put on the crystal suit, his combat ability was almost equal to Xianxia, the top expert of all the students, if not better in some regards. None of the students who had seen Liao's combat in his crystal suit were not astonished and shocked at his tough style. In their eyes, Liao was playing with fire, and he risked being seriously wounded by demon beasts at any moment. The combat style was what they desired yet could not learn, because it was based on Liao's profound understanding of the structure of the crystal suit as well as the robustness of his body. As the days went by, Liao's trophy collection grew larger and larger. Did you hear it? Liao killed a frost triangle chimera and got 2 precious soft scales for chest protection from it. Plus, the tailbone from the green paw dragon snake. Damn, he's already earned roughly 1 million in the past 2 days. The 20 students were all proud of themselves and competed with each other secretly. They observed other people's collections every day. But most of them soon discovered to their dismay that 2 students gathered much more than any of the rest of them, who, money-wise, earned more than double of what any other students did. One of the 2 students was Liao, and the other was Xianxia. They were the well-deserved strongest students of this batch. 30th day of the field trip. Today is the last day of your field trip, which means that the 3 months of exo training has come to an end. The 20 students sat in a circle. Maofeng was standing in the middle and said, 3 months ago, many of you were ignorant beginners. Some were even super newbies who had never touched crystal suits before. But after 3 months of training as qualified exos, you are all able to go hunting in the dark desolate domain in middle-level and low-level crystal suits now. However, in order to be formally acknowledged by the Thunder Training Camp and to get the Thunder Exo badge, you have one last conquest to complete. Tonight, everybody will take a good rest. Starting from 5 o'clock tomorrow morning to 5 o'clock the day after, the 24 hours will be your free hunting time. During the day and the night, you will try your best to hunt down demon beasts that are most valuable in your eyes. At the end of the match, the worth of your trophies will be the criterion to determine the final winners. The top 10 will receive the title of Thunder Exo, and when they reach the building foundation stage, they will have the opportunity to be instructed by Lei Tingwei, the core formation stage strongman, in person. Mao Feng's words set the crowd in a blaze. Every student was so excited that their faces were flushed and veins were appearing on the backs of their clenched hands. As one of the 4 major training camps, the Thunder Training Camp was even better recognized than many battlesuit majors of the famous universities. Thunder Exo not only meant that they could be personally taught by a core formation stage cultivator, but also proved that they were competent enough in the new generation of the world of Exos. Major sects would hire them with decent payment, and their future career paths would be unhindered. Chances were that they might even be able to marry a daughter of the leader of their sects and thus inherit it one day. They would arrive at the peak of their life easily. Liao was anxious, too, and couldn't wait for the dawn to come. During the 3-month training, besides crystal suit driving skills, he also grasped much knowledge about crystal suit maintenance and modification. He was hoping to conclude the training satisfactorily and return to the Grand Desolate War Institution to refine the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit together with his professor. Right then, a delicate, blade-like figure came close to him. It was Long Qianyue. Long Qianyue had a long face. Her chin stood out a little bit, making her less pretty than she was supposed to be. But she had a fair skin through which one could see her veins. Her eyeballs, which seemed to have been carved out of 2 crystals, were translucent. Liao, it's a pity that we haven't had a chance to confront each other over the last month, since the 2nd elimination match. I hope that we're both lucky tomorrow to reap enough booty to decide who the winner is between us. Long Qianyue's eyes were glittering. She continued, people say that we're the top students in this class. It's hilarious. How can there be 2 top students? I would rather be defeated and stay in the 2nd place temporarily than share the 1st place with someone else. I believe that you are the same as me, aren't you? Liao stared at her in the eyes and grinned a moment later. He rose up, feeling that every artery in his body was inching and every cell expanding. Unable to control it any longer, he decided to practice the thunderous tornado saber art while the night was still young. There was no moon in the sky. Many giant swirls made of stars were spinning in the sky, crushing and swallowing each other. Endless natural spiritual energies flooded out towards the ground of the dark desolate domain from the center of the swirls like volcano eruptions. Swoosh! Under the mad starry sky, a rainbow-like laser flashed in the darkness, which was caught up with and hit heavily by 2 faster lightness. The rainbow-like laser came to a halt and revealed its true self, a dreadful demon beast that looked like a hybrid of a lion and a dragon. It had a lion head, but its body was long and narrow, which was covered by deep gold scales like the body of a dragon. It had legs as strong as those of a lion and paws as sharp as those of a dragon. Silver blood could be found on the tip of the paws. On 2 sides of its body grew 2 wings that looked like those on a bat. However, they were folded close to the body, indicating that they could only be used for sprinting but not flying. The most attractive part of the demon beast was its caltrop-like dragon tail that was galvanizing in darkness like clusters of crystals condensed together. A lion dragon, a hybrid of a liger demon beast, and a dragon demon beast. And it was not just a common lion dragon. Judging from its bizarre shape, it must have been mutated by the intense spiritual energies somewhere in the dark desolate domain. Its capability was almost equal to that of a demon king. However, the demon king level mutant lion dragon was not in its best state. Quickly rose up after it was knocked over. Roaring back to something in darkness behind, it accelerated and disappeared into the murky forest. A moment later, more than 20 figures showed up where the mutant lion dragon just fell over. They looked very similar to human beings, with distinguishable limbs and face, albeit not devoid of characteristics of beasts. They were in a glorious panoply. Besides cold weapons such as swords and saber, they were also carrying heretical thermal weapons. It was an infiltration squad from the demon clan. A young demon, with a strong air of leadership, stood in the middle of the circle of demons. Few features of beasts could be found on his body. At first look, he looked just like a tall, handsome young man. He had gold curly hair and gold eyes. Even his neatly trimmed beard was completely gold, too. He was wearing bright gold battle armor decorated by crystals that formed the head of a roaring lion. His countenance was also as majestic as that of a lion. A wicked, tongue-wagging demon walked out of the circle and crouched to the ground with 4 limbs. The tip of his nose was bouncing hard as he tried to smell something from the ground. A moment later he found a blood spot. "Young master, this mutant lion beast has been wounded and its blood is flowing out. It will be easier next time. We can definitely track it by its blood, so that we can tame it and make it your subordinate," the demon dog said in a high pitch. The demon clan was created by human beings. Many of their training technique were actually based on the cultivation arts of the human beings. Therefore, they spoke the human language, too. Very good. The voice of the young master was hoarse, yet with a strange attractiveness. He observed, "I never expected that I would discover a Demon King-level mutant lion dragon on this trip to the Heaven's Origin sector. My influence will grow much stronger once I subdue it. You will all be rewarded according to your contribution when everything is done. Let's follow the mutant lion beast from a greater distance so that it won't come at us. It is in the Demon King level and far stronger than any of us. But as long as we stalk it, my 2 teachers here will find an opportunity to deal with it." 2 invisible demons covered in mysterious black mist snorted in agreement. Wild demon beasts, especially strong ones such as the mutant lion dragon, were proud animals to the bone and unwilling to listen to any commands easily. To tame them, the best way was to beat them into a grievous state and let someone treat it, during which time manipulation shackles would be enforced to their brains. Only with both stick and carrot, as well as the manipulation shackle, could a wild demon beast be tamed. "Hurry! I want this mutant lion dragon sitting at my feet like a cat before dawn." The young master waved his hands. The demons vanished into the forest. The next day at dawn, on the thunderous sound mountain at the corner of the dark desolate domain, it was the most intimidating mountain in the southeast part of the dark desolate domain. Shrouded by demonic plants, the world inside the mountain was gloomy and drab, even if the purple sun was shining brightly outside. Liao hid himself inside a clump of crimson bushes. He withdrew his spiritual energy as much as he could with the soul-converging technique. Not only did he smear a layer of mud on his crystal suit, he also wrapped it up with camouflage cloth with stealth rune arrays. He had completely melted into the dark forest. A red bird with sharp teeth stopped over his head, only to be tied up by a spider thread from the trunk hole nearby and dragged into the hole without a dying scream. The sound of cracking of bones came from inside the hole. A thin scent of blood could be smelled. Neither the predator nor the prey detected Liao's existence. Liao was a bit irritated. These second-rate demon beasts were not the trophies that he was looking forward to. Demon beasts around the anonymous lake had almost all been eradicated by him. Due to his desire for victory, Liao risked entering into the thunderous sound mountain. But more than half a day had been gone and not even one valuable demon beast had come by. Had he known it previously, he would have stayed in the plateau and gone hunting there. "Come on, big fellows. Otherwise, I would have to be a rogue hunter." A rogue hunter in the thunderous sound mountain would be in much more peril than ambushing would. Many predators were lurking in darkness waiting for the audacious prey to fall into their trap. After careful consideration, Liao finally dropped the thought. He was not strong enough for the task. Ambushing in the outskirts of the thunderous sound mountain was already the best he could do. Besides, this place was still within the range of communication. He could call for the instructor if anything should happen. But if he were deep into the thunderous sound mountain, he would not be able to reach out to the instructors. And if he were surrounded by strong demon beasts, there would be no one that could save him. Liao had always been a patient man. But after wasting more than an hour in the bush, he felt that he couldn't bear it any longer. The weather was muggier and muggier, too. Boom! Crack! Right then, a furious thunder boomed from high above. Within a moment, countless thunders echoed with one another, as if a bloody battle was going on in the sky. Clouds rolling, purple lightning dancing, rain pouring. The forest became a world of swelling water. Many giant purple trees in the forest were reverberating with the thunder. Some even attracted the lightning toward them and sent them out from the branches, forming an intensely knotted electric net above the forest. The trees were a special kind of demonic plants in the dark, desolate domain, known as thunder echo plant. Naturally endowed with thunder attributes, they tended to attract thunder and lightning during a storm before forming an electric net above the forest and sending out thunder roars. This was also how the thunderous sound mountain got its name. Damn weather! Liao frowned and cursed. He heard background noise in the communication channel, which had been jammed by the thunder. Hesitating no more, Liao jumped out of the bush and decided to return to the plateau where he could still hunt down some low-level demon beasts under the protection of the instructors. But the moment he stepped out, he detected surging spiritual waves like tides coming from deep down the forest. Then, hundreds of demon beasts appeared from darkness and dashed towards him. What the hell? Liao's heart skipped a beat. The scents on the demon beasts were all very strong, indicating that many of them were high-level demon soldiers and some were even demon generals. But they were all fleeing in such a desperate hurry that there was not time for them to bother an intruder like Liao. Liao's blood was freezing. What kind of hunter could frighten hundreds of demon beasts like this? Run! Liao made the decision instantly. However, before he was able to turn around, an iron, cold feeling pricked his heart. His pores were sealed unconsciously in response. Spiritual energy was flowing all over his body. Spiritual shield was brought to maximum. Shwa! A rainbow laser flashed beside him. It was a hideous mutant lion dragon. Somehow disturbed by his presence, the lion dragon waved its paws impatiently. It was not meant to be an attack, but more like a human being who was waving his arms to drive away the flies. Boom! Liao felt that a thunder had directly hit his spiritual shield and left many cracks on it, through which demon power penetrated into his limbs and organs. In a dull grunt, Liao was blown away. He tried to change his direction more than 10 times while he was airborne, but none of it succeeded and he ended up crashing into a tall tree. With a cracking sound, the tree was broken into 2 pieces and hurtled to the ground. What a formidable demon beast! Liao screamed in his mind. Never had he been so shocked before. Thankfully, he had triggered the spiritual shield in time and brought his defense to his best with the 1000 tempering 100 refining technique. Also, the mutant lion dragon wasn't aiming at him. All it did was wave its paws at him. His body wasn't injured, but he was agitated from the bottom of his heart. Demon King level. This mutant lion dragon is definitely a king-level demon beast. Judging from the wounds and blood on its body, it seems to be on the run, too, which means that something stronger was chasing after it. The conclusion gave Liao goosebumps all over his body. After a moment's rest, the mutant lion dragon dashed into darkness in rainbow laser again. Liao didn't dare to stay. He rose up and fled in the opposite direction of the mutant lion dragon in the stealth mode. 3 minutes later. Shwa! 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 The demon squad showed up where Liao and the mutant lion dragon had just stood. After days and nights of hunting, all the demons looked weary. The young master, who had gold hair and gold eyes, was apparently more irked than before. Wait! Before the demons continued on their hunting, the black mist enveloping one of the demons split and revealed a snake face. His thin pupils blinked as he croaked. I seemed to sense the scent of a human being. The demon was solemn. He twisted to and fro in the place where the mutant lion dragon just stood. Then he found the bush where Liao had hidden himself, and he traced back to the tree crushed by Liao eventually. His snake eyes blinked. His bifurcated tongue rolled up and down as he mumbled something unclear. In the end, he opened his mouth and exhaled a green mist. The mist flowed in the air and consolidated into a cluster of shadows, which was the blurred picture of a bloody blade battlesuit dancing and crushing into the tree. Not an expert. Peak of the refinement stage at best. The crystal suit is the bloody blade battlesuit from 100 years ago, the demon said in relief. The young master pondered for a while and said, following the mutant lion dragon, We've already reached the edge of the dark, desolate domain. Many low-level cultivators have been training around here. This refinement stage cultivator in Bloody Blade battlesuit must be one of them, which means he has companions outside of the forest. If he escapes and informs them of the existence of our prey, it will be a nuisance. However, with the thunderstorm and chaotic spiritual energy fluctuations in the forest, we might lose the mutant lion dragon's tracks if we are delayed for a while. We've been hunting it for such a long time. There's no way that we're giving it up at the doorstep of victory. Bloodhand, Night Owl. Two demons stepped forward. The demon on the left looked like a hybrid of a human and a wolf. There was crimson fur on his both hands, which seemed to be soaked in blood. The demon on the right had dense feathers all over his body. He had two big eyes that were glittering brutally like two dim lights, but there were no pupils in the eyes. The young master continued, "You are both low-level demon generals adept at jungle hunting. You should be more than enough to deal with the cultivator, who, at best, is only at the peak of the refinement stage. Now, after you follow up and kill this ignorant cultivator who doesn't know what he's doing, contact us through our secret technique. I'll tell you the rendezvous then. Remember, if you find other cultivators, give up the hunt immediately and report to me. The rest of us will continue chasing the mutant lion dragon until we completely take control of it under the lead of my teachers." "Yes, sir." Bloodhand and Night Owl nodded at the same time. Night Owl, who had feathers all over his body, grinned hideously. What can a refinement stage cultivator in a Bloody Blade battlesuit from 100 years ago do? We will not let him walk out of this forest alive. Before dark, he'll be ripped into pieces. Bloodhand added, "That's right. Rest assured while you continue with the hunt, young master. Maybe by the time we tear this cultivator apart, you will have already tamed the mutant lion dragon. After that, with the increase of your power, we'll need to address you as Prince." These words were exactly what the young master had been hoping for. He beamed in satisfaction and waved his hands. "Let's move out." The demons were divided into two teams. Most of them followed the mutant lion dragon by tracing of its blood, whereas Bloodhand and Night Owl, the two demon generals best at jungle hunting, pursued Liao by whatever inconspicuous marks he had left behind. 10 minutes later, Liao, who was rushing in the forest, was alerted of something behind him and noticed the two haunting tails. "Someone's following me." Liao bit his lips so hard that blood was flowing out. The pain refreshed him and calmed him down. This is the edge of the dark, desolate domain. Neither a General King-level mutant lion dragon nor demons that are even stronger than it should appear in this place. The only reasonable explanation is that a powerful infiltration squad was hunting the mutant lion dragon, which led the squad to this place when the squad discovered me. They're afraid that I might expose them when I get out of the forest. So, some of them were sent out to kill me. But their main force must be still chasing the mutant lion dragon. In such a savage thunderstorm, a king-level demon beast such as the mutant lion dragon is not that easy to capture. It's not likely that they're giving up the hunting just for me. Therefore, my pursuers won't be numerous. Unfortunately, with the electric net formed by the thunder echo wood, there's no way to fly in the sky. The communications have been jammed, too. At my current speed, it will take at least 30 minutes for me to get out of the forest, which is more than enough for them to catch up with me. Only by killing them can I avoid being killed. There was coldness in Liao's eyes. He recalled the days when he was hunted by the gangsters in the magical equipment graveyard. With death at his doorstep, he felt like his body was burning. Glancing around, he noticed a thorny bush and hid himself in it before covering it with camouflage cloth. Swoosh! Swoosh! 1 minute later, two figures flashed dozens of meters away from the bush and continued searching to the foot of the mountain. The intense air of demon on their bodies alarmed Liao. Neither was the information displayed on the demon beast detector very pleasing. 2 demon generals? Good for you. Liao knew that the 2 pursuers wouldn't be delayed for long by his ploy. They must be experts in jungle hunting, and the only reason that they didn't discover him just now was because they thought he would try everything he can to get out of the mountain and didn't bother to check the place where his scent stopped. But it wouldn't take long before they found out that he was hiding somewhere instead of running. Liao was going to make best use of the time when they were stuck by their error. Jumping out of the bush, he dashed in the direction where the two demon generals just came and went back into the depths of the mountain. While he was rushing in the forest, he checked the magical equipment that he carried. Thankfully, besides the crescent saber and the portable crystal railgun, he had brought a lot of miscellaneous escape magical equipment, in case there were any emergencies in the thunderous sound mountain. Moreover, out of the instinct of a lunatic bomber, he had also carried 50 thunder palms that were specially designed to work with crystal suits, as well as 10 hellfire lightnings. Ever since he killed that low-level demon general with a hellfire lightning in the Battle of Verdant Tarn City, Liao had developed a bad habit. He couldn't enjoy his food or sleep tight at night without several hellfire lightnings in his pocket during real battles. "Come on, jerks. Let's do this," Liao sneered. He scanned every plant in the forest looking for the perfect spot for an ambush while he was on the run. Soon, he stopped at a place where there were more thunder echo woods than any other place that he'd come by. Shwa! A shivering iron anteater hiding in a tree hollow was dragged out. This demon beast looked like a small-sized boar with an extremely long nose. It lived on the iron ants in the tree holes and had an amazing speed. Puff! Liao pierced his saber into the bottom of the iron anteater. The demon beast's long nose turned rigid and purple, and it started whining. Liao took out a crystal box which used to be the container of the crystal railgun. He pressed it hard, and the shell of the crystal box was cracked. Then he tied the box to the back of the iron anteater. Spurred by the pain from its bottom, the iron anteater fled deep into the forest the moment it was relieved to the ground, leaving a trace of blood and spiritual waves. Liao glanced through trees, branches and bushes and drafted a deadly trap in his brain. 10 minutes later, the two demon generals appeared from the darkness quietly. They'd never expected that their prey would suddenly go backwards. However, there was no frustration in their eyes, but excitement, as if they had discovered an interesting toy. Bloodhand sniffed. He went to the left. I can sense the scent of blood vaguely, as well as some distant spiritual waves. Night Owl blinked his dimly yellow eyes and shook his feathers. He remarked, "That can't be right. This human being, although weak, is very shrewd. He got away from our perception just now, and it doesn't make sense that he exposes himself so easily right now. The scent of blood is superfluous, too. He is in a crystal suit. Why on earth would he be bleeding?" Bloodhand nodded. He squinted and sniffed more carefully. Then he concluded, "It's not human blood." Night Owl grinned frighteningly. "That means this human being wanted to give us a wrong impression that he was fleeing into the forest in this direction. But he should be aware that the ruse wouldn't fool us long and we would catch up with him eventually. Therefore, it's quite possible that his true purpose is not to run away, but to set up traps on this route and kill us." The two demon generals looked at each other and sped up to the direction where the Iran anteater had fled. Passing by a place where the thunder echo woods were extremely dense, Bloodhand smelled something and twisted his body weirdly to the above of a thunder echo wood. He roared, "This is the place!" Night Owl screamed and came to a halt. He shook his arms, unleashing almost 100 gray feathers from his body, which flew into the woods like bullets. Boom! 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 The 20 thunder palms deployed in the woods were triggered by the feathers and exploded at the same time. They melted into a giant fireball and floated to the sky. The ball then was torn into pieces by the electric net over the forest. At the same time, a scarlet figure dashed out of branches and ran away, only to be caught up with by the two demon generals who had been long prepared for his appearance. It was exactly Liao. Bloodhand howled horrifyingly. The red fur on his paws stood up like venomous iron needles. With a strong scent of demonic energy, he punched the back of the bloody blade battlesuit hard. The demonic energy, flowing through the needle-like furs, pierced Liao's spiritual shield and left deep traces on the battlesuit. Night Owl shrieked, too. His dim eyes suddenly turned brighter than ever with a freezing coldness, which directly launched a soul attack penetrating through the crystal suit. The prey in the bloody blade battlesuit seemed to have been overwhelmed by terror from the soul attack and couldn't defend Bloodhand's attacks. In less than 10 seconds, the crystal suit was already on the verge of falling into pieces. Swoosh! The prey seemed to be too scared to fight anymore and started running away in desperation, only to leave his back wide open for the two demon generals. Bloodhand and Night Owl both grinned and sprinted. However, right before their paws were able to push into the back of the bloody blade battlesuit, the ancient crystal suit accelerated and miraculously dodged the deadly attacks with a perfect small-scale movement. Bloodhand, Night Owl, and Liao landed simultaneously. It was not until they reached the ground that the two demon generals discovered that they had fallen into a swamp. The swamp had used to be a muddy area and only became a temporary swamp due to the pouring rain. It had the same appearance as the ground nearby. One could never tell that it was a swamp without careful examination. And as it happened, their prey was outside of the swamp. Such a small swamp was far from enough to trap two demon generals. The best thing it could do was to delay them for about a second. But during the 1 second when they were stuck in the swamp, Night Owl wailed and jumped out of the swamp up into the sky. Bloodhand was slower than him. He didn't notice anything wrong until the volcano eruption in the swamp took place. His eyes were blinking in fear, but it was already too late. Boom! 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 This was Li Yao's real trap. He deployed 30 thunderpalms plus 5 hellfire lightnings in the bottom of the swamp. The ferocious spiritual energy surged in spasm and swallowed Bloodhand in a dazzling light ball. The power of crystal bombs could be maximized in a swamp because of the limited space. Sturdy as Bloodhand may be, the bottom half of his body had been shattered and the upper half tossed away by the blast before falling to the ground. There was no indication of vital signs on him anymore. Night Owl's legs were damaged, too, but he had detected the danger faster and flown to the sky. Also, legs were not that important to him since he was a bird-type demon. He was ready to tear the sordid refinement stage cultivator into pieces. Pa! 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 Right then, countless flash bangs with blaze rune arrays on them exploded among the branches around Night Owl, illuminating the place as if it were a bright day. Night Owl's big yellow eyes turned gray like light bulbs that just cracked. Boom! 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 The portable shattered star bombarder on the bloody blade battlesuit fired dozens of heat streams instantly. Night Owl roared. Although he couldn't see anything, he dodged the heat streams flexibly like a ghost and moved higher and higher. Wicked human! Don't count on that crystal railgun of yours too much. Once my vision is restored, I will tear you apart. I will. Before he could finish his word, boom! Crack! A lightning split the sky and thundered down. The thunder echo woods reverberated and a brilliant electric net was formed. Unconscious of his whereabouts, Night Owl stopped on a branch of the woods, which happened to be the center of the electric net. Night Owl was electrocuted. This was Li Yao's true purpose. Use flashbangs to blind the demon general temporarily. Fire the crystal railgun to disturb his senses of spiritual energy. Then lure him to a higher place among the branches. This way, even if he wasn't killed immediately, he would have been shocked by the electricity, and Liao would have seized the opportunity and performed the thunderous tornado saber art on him to cut him into pieces. But Liao didn't need to act anymore since he'd died from electrocution instantly. Pada! The fried carcass hit the ground and broke into pieces. Liao walked to the dying wolf demon calmly. The lower half of the wolf demon's body had been already shattered by the explosion in the swamp. He leaned the upper half of his body against a tree, shaking in great pain. Never did he expect that two demon generals would be killed by a refinement stage cultivator. You're dead for sure. Young Master Wang Ji won't let you go, wretched monkey. Young Master Wang Ji will kill you and all your companions after he tames the mutant lion dragon. Knowing that death was drawing near, the wolf demon declared in anguish. Liao said nothing and stood 10 meters away from the wolf demon. He fired the shattered star bombarder non-stop, raining shells upon him. Shwa! The fur on Bloodhand's body stood up. Together with a thin shield formed by the remaining half of his battle armor, he was able to hold back the first few attacks. A moment later, the shield exploded. The cannonballs reached him unstoppably and blew him into the trunk. After dozens of strikes, the wolf demon was no more. Liao found himself too tired to go on any longer. At first, he was on one knee. Then he leaned forward uncontrollably. He felt that his body did not belong to him anymore. There was no strength at all. Hundreds of crystal bombs seemed to have detonated in his brain, making him unable to think. This battle was truly dangerous. Although he'd successfully killed the two demon soldiers with a series of traps and power of thunder, he had paid a high price, too. Attacks from demon generals were not that easy to defend. Demonic energy of the wolf demon's strikes at the beginning had permeated into his body and caused inner injuries. Had his body not been strengthened by the 1,000 tempering 100 refining technique, which made his defensibility much higher than common refinement stage cultivators, his bones and organs would have already been broken into pieces. The soul attack launched by the bird demon was also 100 times more dangerous than the soul attack by the large-eyed ape in the Devil Flood Dragon Island. Had his soul not been cleansed by Oyezi, whose remaining strength was protecting his brain, he would have become mentally deficient. Although he won the battle in the end, he felt awful. An unknown fire seemed to be burning inside his body, making his mouth dry and his head dizzy. Deep down his throat, blood was trying to flood out one wave after another. No, I can't stay here for long. Liao activated the healing rune arrays inside the crystal suit. A gentle green light flowed all over his body. Then he felt a prick on his spine, through which a lot of medical liquid was injected into his body. Like a long-expected rain after a drought, the medical liquid was absorbed by his cells greedily. Liao waited patiently. As much as he wanted to rush off immediately, he had to wait for the medicines to suppress his injuries so that his combat ability could be partially restored. Otherwise, there would be no chance that he could walk out of the thunderous sound mountain alive. Countless strong demon beasts were waiting to rip apart his crystal suit and devour him. This place had the remaining scent of two demon generals. Common demon beasts wouldn't dare to come close. 10 minutes later, preliminary treatment was completed. Liao's brain was clearer. He struggled to rise up and checked the status of his crystal suit. Thankfully, since he had always kept the critical parts of the crystal suit in mind, the wolf demon only managed to destroy the plug-in modules. Key components of the crystal suit were not affected. However, some ancillary magical equipment had malfunctioned due to the corrosion of demonic energy and the intense impact. Young Master Wang Ji? He sounds like a big shot from the Demon Clan. Leading an infiltration squad to hunt a Demon King-level wild beast in the Heaven's Origin sector, he must be really strong. I need to find an instructor as soon as possible. We may be able to intercept this infiltration squad. Despite the sharp pain, Liao didn't dare to stay any longer and rushed to the outside of the forest in the healing mode. 3 hours later, puff, 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 puff. Liao was breathing heavily after running for a long time. He felt his heart was going to burst out through the crystal suit at any time. Shortly after he stood beside a thunder echo wood and covered himself in camouflage with stealth rune arrays, a bunch of inferno fenrir's, whose tails were burning in purple flames, passed by and leaped into darkness with scary howls. Liao knew it was not good. He had lost the way. With the compass rune array inside his crystal processor, he could get out of the forest as long as he stuck to south. However, the direction that the rune array guided was completely wrong. Maybe because of the spiritual energy chaos under the extreme weather, or maybe because it had been interfered by the demonic energy in the previous fight. Thunderous Sound Mountain was not a single mountain. It was the collective name for the hundreds of mountains that were very close to each other in the area. While Liao thought he was coming close to the foot of the mountain, he was, in fact, moving towards the deep inside of the mountain and ended up in another highland. There was no way to turn back now. Many strong demon beasts in the Thunderous Sound Mountain had got their eyes on him. Under the pursuit of the demon beasts, he had absolutely no chance to change his direction. After getting rid of 7 or 8 waves of demon beasts, he was completely lost and arrived at the center of the Thunderous Sound Mountain where barely any human being had ever set foot in. These demon beasts have been stimulated by my blood and gone mad. They won't let me go easily. After a 2 minutes rest, Liao started running desperately again. His body was exhausted, but his head was clearer than ever, like a burning torch, although running of fuel was brighter towards the end. To avoid being followed by the demon beasts, he even took a risk by moving forward by leaping between the branches of the Thunder Echo Woods. The electric net was literally at his fingertips as he went on. Right then, ho! An earth-shaking roar echoed on a peak far away, as if a thunder had brewed on the ground and hit the sky. Thunder in the sky were eclipsed and went silent for over half a second. Liao was so astounded that he almost fell off the branches. He scanned the source of the roar with his crystal camera immediately. The place where he was at was in a relatively higher altitude. Therefore, he discovered without difficulty that on the top of the mountain over there, giant trees were falling and clusters of lights were colliding with ear-splitting noises. It must be the infiltration squad of the demon clan led by Wang Ji and the mutant lion dragon. Bitterness grasped him. He didn't expect them to be so close to himself. A combat that involved Demon King level beasts was too intense for a refinement stage cultivator such as himself to meddle in. He only wanted to run away. But he was in the middle of hundreds of mountains, all of which looked exactly the same in a long distance. It was still raining cats and dogs with thunders and lightning. There was no way to tell which direction was which direction. There was nowhere to run even if he wanted to. While he was hesitating about what to do next, he heard several wolf howls. Looking down, he found dozens of purple lanterns glimmering dimly in darkness. Shwa! 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 Several inferno fenrir's climbed up the tree at an amazing speed. Deep inside the forest, many other demon beasts also sensed the scent of his blood and were coming close. Having no place to hide or run away to anymore, Liao felt that the brutality in his blood had been triggered. He drew his crescent saber out of the sheath and went for the wolf pack. Right then, lightning struck the ground, illuminating the electric net over the Thundersound Woods. With the terror of wind and thunder, Liao performed thunderous tornado saber art at its maximum capacity. Dozens of saber flashes slashed at the inferno fenrir. Wind blowing, thunder echoing, rain pouring, crescent saber crushing flesh and bones, composed a battle hymn of destruction that played for a long time in the forest. Liao didn't know how many times he had waved his saber, nor did he know how many times the healing rune arrays had been activated, although the medical liquid was already running out. He even lost track of time, like he was back to the day when he was trapped by the dust storms, when his soul was burning crazily and his saber art was advancing remarkably, and when he was determined that he could slash anything in front of him into pieces. Suddenly, there was nothing in his surroundings anymore. He had killed all the demon beasts around him, leaving a bunch of scattered, dead bodies. But not very far away, another batch of demon beasts were closing in fast. Liao turned around and started running without hesitation. Hundreds of demon beasts that were after him gathered into a furious tide, ready to drown him. The distance between them was shorter and shorter. Liao could even smell the foul stink of many of the demon beasts. His spiritual energy had been brought to maximum. If it continued to be consumed at such a crazy rate, he might be able to avoid the fate of ending up in the stomach of a demon beast, but his brain would surely be burned to ash due to being overloaded. Liao had never felt so close to death before. Arg! A pure white leopard with purple electric arcs between its paws jumped at him and tumbled down the hill with him, only to be stabbed in the heart in the end. Liao coughed. Blood swelled in Liao's throat, but he managed to force it back. The blood was so sweet that it was almost bitter. On the brink of death, for some reason, he thought of Ding Lingdang. I wonder what Sister Ling is doing right now. Training crazily, I suppose. I shouldn't have just left a selfie for her that day. There was so much more that I should have said but didn't. But what should I say to her? The thought floated round in his mind for a while, but soon it was replaced by a strong desire to survive. Liao struggled to rise up and kicked the body of the leopard away. After a flash of saber, it was cut into 2 halves. The vulture is not going to be killed so easily. Whoever feels that he has lived long enough, be it the so-called young master Wang Ji or beasts like you. Come on now. Right then, Liao noticed that a vague rainbow laser flashed in a hill and vanished into underground. Underground. Liao felt that he was onto something. He rushed to the place where the rainbow laser disappeared. As he expected, there was an unobtrusive crevice on the back of a rock covered by green moss. Shwa! Liao gritted his teeth and went into the crevice. The inside of the crevice was like a world of its own. It was a huge underground karst cave, full of winding passages and endless darkness. God only knows where they led to. The cave was terribly cold. The water that was supposed to be dripping down the stalactites over his head was even frozen. In the surroundings, there were grayish vines that were squirming strangely, as if a den of snakes was dancing. As soon as Liao drilled his way into the cave, he activated the stealth mode, thereby restricting his spiritual energy as much as possible. At the same time, he also covered himself up with a camouflage net and clung close to the cave walls, letting the vines wrapped around him. Bang! Bang! After a moment, from the entrance of the cave came the thunderous sounds of beasts ramming into the cave, closely followed by an obnoxious smell that was capable of driving someone crazy. Whereupon, over 100 demon beasts squeezed their way into the cave. In the darkness, the 100 or so demon beasts' eyes were particularly bright and scary. The demon beasts seemed to understand that Liao was at the end of the rope and couldn't escape. Therefore, they were in no hurry to catch their prey. They sharpened their claws and fangs as they searched the cave inch by inch. Their eyes were filled with a bit of ragging and playful intent. Nevertheless, Liao remained completely still, his heart burning with anxiety. Just when the claws of an inferno wolf was about to come in contact with him, a disastrous bout of killing intent that could tear everything apart finally surged out from the depths of the cave before a raging rainbow gradually appeared in his peripheral vision. The mutant lion dragon took the stage once again. Liao heaved a sigh of relief, but in the next moment, his heart once again started palpitating. Under the siege of over 100 demon beasts, he was doomed for sure. And now the reason he escaped to the underground was that he wanted to lure the third power, the mutant lion dragon, to disrupt the current scenario and strive for a slim chance of survival. However, would the mutant lion dragon really do as he wished and have a conflict with these demon beasts? Perhaps. The mutant lion dragon's strength with his tyrannical would instantly kill these demon beasts, which numbered over 100, and then crush him to death like a little worm. The wild demon beasts are extremely territorial. They will annihilate every intruder unless there is not too big of a gap between both sides' strength. And this mutant lion dragon was seriously injured during the battle earlier. The strength has decreased a lot. Otherwise, it would not have fled underground in a flurry. As long as the difference between the strength of both sides hasn't reached the point so that the situation can be turned around, the mutant dragon lion may clash with the wild demon beasts. At this point, Liao was filled with anticipation. Taking a cursory glance at the mutant lion dragon, Liao discovered that the mutant lion dragon was somewhat smaller than the time when he saw the mutant lion dragon for the first time. Its body was covered in bruises, wings riddled with thousands of holes. Its bright and shiny tail was also a bit dimmer. It had no trace of a demon king's majesty. Furthermore, there was also an extremely weird and devilish kriss one nailed right at the center of its forehead. The kriss kept on squirming as if it was a living thing, as if it was a small snake that wanted to drill into the brain of the mutant lion dragon. The strength of the mutant lion dragon seemed to have been sealed by this kriss. Every time the kriss twisted, the mutant lion dragon would feel a sharp heart-wrenching pain, so that the mutant lion dragon could not help but twitch continuously. Soul Stealer. Liu clucked his tongue secretly. The shape of this kriss, as well as the peculiar aura emanating from it, was somewhat similar to an evil weapon mentioned in the 100 Smelting Clan records called Soul Stealer. Once it drilled into the mutant lion dragon, it could quite possibly steal its soul, and thence the mutant lion dragon could only obediently follow the command of the Soul Stealer's master. There is also an expert refiner in the Demon Clan. Under the attack of the Soul Stealer, the mutant lion dragon was a lot weaker than Liao had imagined. The mutant lion dragon and the group of over 100 wild demon beasts discovered each other at the same time. At first, the wild demon beasts were shocked. Their instinct was to turn around and flee immediately. However, the extremely weak, unimposing manner of the mutant lion dragon once again made them greatly confused. Soon after, they immediately discovered the peculiarity after looking carefully. The wild demon beasts glanced at each other, their eyes flickering with fierce gleams, as they silently communicated with each other and came to a tacit understanding. The mutant lion dragon's flesh had stronger demonic energy stored inside. Then there was also the dragon blood, dragon marrow, demon core, all of which were incredibly rare heaven and earth treasures, far more precious and rare than the flesh of a refinement stage cultivator like Liao. They weren't hunting for Liao so that they could elevate their strength by devouring Liao. No, their strength would improve by bare minimum, only it was just to vent their anger, that's all. If they could drink the demon blood from the heart of mutant lion dragon, or swallow the demon core, it would be greatly beneficial to them. Just maybe they could evolve as well. In a flash, these wild demon beasts were halted between two choices: whether they should immediately retreat or put their lives on the line to launch an attack, try their luck. Roar! While they were still making a decision, a colorful beam of light rushed into the horde of demon beasts before a claw exploded the brain of an iron-armored mountain pig, gauged its heart out and started chewing. The mutant lion dragon had taken the initiative to attack. One could even say that these wild demon beasts had run out of luck. The mutant lion dragon had been hunted by an infiltration squad of demon clan, led by young Master Wang Ji, for days and nights continuously, and as such had amassed a lot of anger in its belly. At this time, the mutant lion dragon was tyrannical to the extreme. Furthermore, it had suffered grievous injuries. Its strength had regressed, not to mention, the soul stealer had drilled into its forehead as well, sealing half of its power and corroding its soul. It was hurting so much that it hardly wished to live anymore. Then, the wild demon beasts had simply delivered themselves into its jaws for it to have a delicious meal. As long as it could devour them one after another, some of its strength could be restored, allowing it to continue escaping or even launch a counterattack. After all, the experts of the Demon Clan infiltration squad had also been injured by it. Their condition was no better than its own. Roar! Oh! Hiss! The wild demon beasts had gone mad completely. All of them could see that the mutant lion dragon wasn't planning on letting them off. Although the mutant lion dragon was displaying its might, it was only strong from outside. That's all. If they retreated, it would pick them off one by one. However, they just might be able to acquire the demon blood and demon core if they fought. Just as this thought flashed in wild demon beasts' mind who were born just for fighting, their beast blood started to seethe just as if a raging fire had been lit in their bodies as they rushed forward. Tear! A centipede that was thicker than a python was torn to pieces under the mutant lion dragon's claw before the centipede was ruthlessly thrown to the cave wall. Nonetheless, just before it succumbed to death, the centipede sprayed a mass of yellow-brown mist that covered the eyes of the mutant lion dragon. Crack! A giant bear that was as majestic as a small hill and had its white fur at its chest form a ghost face diagram was ruthlessly hit by the mutant lion dragon, breaking its bones into pieces. But the giant bear's paw also heavily landed upon the ears of mutant lion dragon, bursting forth with a thunderous bang, so loud that Liao, who was hiding not too far away, trembled with fear, and a buzzing noise rang in his ear. Liao had completely covered himself with a camouflage net. As the saying goes, something is better than nothing. However, whether it was mutant lion beast or the wild demon beasts, if they wholeheartedly searched for him, he would be discovered for sure. However, both sides were engrossed in a bloody battle. All they could think of consuming the flesh and blood of opposite side. Where did they have the time to take care of a refinement stage cultivator shrimp like Liao? Liao, with light steps and softest movements of his hands, pushed the vines apart and made his way towards the cave entrance, sticking close to the walls. As Liao raised his head to look, he secretly groaned. Originally, a few wild demon beasts were worried that he would escape. Therefore, they had blocked the cave entrance tightly. Liao was helpless. All he could do was obediently curl up in a corner of the cave. While he was pulling back, the battle had taken a strange turn. The mutant lion dragon and the wild demon beasts were surprisingly well matched. Both sides had sustained great losses. In the blink of an eye, half of the wild demon beasts had actually been massacred by the mutant lion dragon. However, the demonic energy circling around the mutant lion dragon also appeared to be dwindling, as if it was being squashed by a mighty storm. The mutant lion dragon was covered in bruises, bleeding from numerous wounds. A lot of wounds were also being corroded by poison which continued to seep into its body. The remaining wild demon beasts became even crazier. They lunged towards the mutant lion dragon without an ounce of fear of death, only trying to tear off a chunk of mutant lion dragon's flesh. The strength of mutant lion dragon has already fallen to lower than a middle-rank demon general, and continues to fall at that. "I've still got a chance," shouted Liao in his heart as he carefully observed the weak points of mutant lion dragon, while quietly recalling the saber technique cast by the Golden Core powerhouse, Long Wenhui, in his brain. He only had one chance, and he only had one card left as well. He must grasp the opportunity. Eventually, the mutant lion dragon had also caught up with the last remaining Inferno Fenrir and was just about to tear it to death. The mutant lion dragon's strength had also fallen to unprecedented weakness, leaving it only at the level of a low-rank demon general. Whereas more than half of the kriss had penetrated its forehead as well, leaving only a bit of the handle outside. At first glance, it looked like a fiendish red dot. The mutant lion dragon's strength, stamina, perception, demonic power, all fell to rock bottom. Liao took a deep breath as his brain cell activity jumped to 180%, 230%, 280%, 331%. Super perceptive state activated. In the blink of an eye, the bloody blade battlesuit was adorned with a crimson cloak, emitting a dazzling bloody brilliance. Immediately after, Liao jumped out from the camouflage net and charged at the extreme limit of his speed. Every part of the crystal suit was making crackling sounds as if the suit was under a tremendous strain and could explode at any minute. Bang! 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 6 bloody beams of light shot out of the crystal railgun, flying straight towards the vital points of the mutant lion dragon. At the same time, the saber cut through the air. Immediately after, a white fog silently bloomed in the cave. After a brief moment, the sound of saber cutting through the air rang out. The strike had surprisingly transcended the speed of sound. Even though the mutant lion dragon's strength had fallen to the level of a low-rank demon general, the crystal railgun was unable to make the mutant lion dragon pay heed to it. However, plunging towards the left side instinctively, the mutant lion dragon landed right where Liao wanted. Evidently, Liao had long calculated the position and angle accurately. The saber strike, which had been tearing through the air, thrust straight towards the heart of the mutant lion dragon. The entire scene felt as if the mutant lion dragon was ruthlessly charging straight towards Liao's piercing saber, which had broken through the sound barrier. Puff! The saber pierced right into mutant lion dragon, tearing its heart directly. The mutant lion dragon's eyes went wide. Just as it wanted to launch an attack, the soul stealer on its forehead drilled into its brain completely with a whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the mutant lion dragon was struck with a chill. Standing completely still, transfixed. Its soul was in a fierce struggle with the soul stealer for the control of its body. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Liao pulled the saber out and back off. After a moment, the mutant lion dragon burst into howling in anger as it waved its claws madly, setting off winds that swept Liao before Liao was ruthlessly smashed into the cave wall. Unfortunately, it was seriously injured. Its strength had fallen. The wind was already like an arrow at the end of its flight. Even then, the strike made Liao vomit blood and cracked his sternum, but it wasn't fatal. The mutant lion dragon was like a drunk dancing. It wobbled in the cave for a few steps before finally falling to the ground. The rainbow-like gloss in its eyes dimmed gradually before they turned completely gray. I killed a king-level demon? Liao felt dreamlike euphoria. First, the mutant lion dragon had been seriously injured by the demon clan infiltration squad, and its strength had regressed to the level of a demon general. Then it fought a bloody battle with over 100 wild demon beasts, as a result of which, its body was laden with wounds, losing a lot of blood quickly, and its strength fell once again. Furthermore, half of its demonic power was being used to deal with the Soul Stealer nailed to its forehead. Even before its death, it was struggling with the Soul Stealer to gain control of its body, and as such was unable to complete its final attack. Only due to various coincidences could Liao get off so easily even before meeting young Master Wang Ji. I wonder when young Master Wang Ji discovers that the king-level great demon he so anxiously wanted to tame had been killed by an insignificant refinement stage cultivator, and all of this happened because of his own plans. Won't he go crazy? Liao pursed his lips as a smile crept across his lips. Liao wasn't some broad-minded Buddhist practitioner. Since that young Master Wang Ji wanted his little life, he would not act all polite for sure. Either Liao would die or Wang Ji would die. There was no other way. Killing the mutant lion dragon was the first step. Now I have to escape from the hands of young Master Wang Ji's infiltration squad. Liao sat down and pondered calmly. Now that the infiltration squad led by young Master Wang Ji had beaten a king-level demon beast into such serious injuries, it was clear that the squad had a king-level expert, too. Maybe there was more than one of them. With himself heavily wounded and his crystal suit greatly damaged, there was no way that he could get rid of Wang Ji's squad. The shattered star bombarder, after being fired hundreds of times, had used up all its spiritual energy. Besides a few smoke grenades and flashbangs, the only thing he had left were 5 Hellfire Lightnings. Hellfire Lightnings were powerful, but they were far from enough to deal with middle-level demon generals or above. In front of a demon king, they would be as useless as firecrackers that children play with. What do I do? Liao glanced through every corner of the underground cave. Countless thoughts popped up in his head. When his eyesight moved from the dead body of the mutant lion dragon to the darkness in the end of the cave, he suddenly came up with a risky plan. Holding back the sharp pain, Liao jumped over to the body and took out a dagger from a pocket on his right leg, which was for the use of dissecting bodies and retrieving materials from them. The most precious part inside a demon king's body was the demon core. Demon core, just like the golden core in the core formation stage cultivators, contain the essence of the demon king's decades and even hundreds of years of cultivation. It was invaluable. Besides the demon core, as a descendant of dragon-type demon beasts, the mutant lion dragon had forbidden scales 1 in the back of its neck. The forbidden scale was both pliable and tough. When it was used to carve rune arrays on, the performance of the rune arrays would be greatly enhanced. It was a perfect material for refining shields or plates, too. The blood in the heart of the mutant lion dragon was the essence of its blood. It would take years of time before the lion dragon could form 1 drop of such blood. 1 drop of such blood was the perfect nourishment for low-level cultivators. Sometimes it could help them to overcome their barrier and advance their level immediately. Liao waved his dagger and started working on the abdomen of the dead body without hesitation. He had butchered countless demon beasts over the past month and gained much experience in retrieving useful materials from them. After searching for a while, he cut off a fist-size, gray stone from the end of the spine of the mutant lion dragon. At first look, it looked like any other stones. But when Liao tried to spread his spiritual threads into the stone, he felt demonic energy as enormous as ocean inside it. This was the demon core. There was hesitation in Liao's face for a while, which was replaced by determination a moment later. Invaluable as the demon core may be, his own life was much more precious. He got out of the bloody blade battlesuit. Then, he took out the 5 remaining Hellfire Lightnings and 3 flashbangs. After that, he tore the shattered star bombarder off his crystal suit. In the end, his hands swung up and down and built a piece of strange magical equipment with the demon core of the mutant lion dragon at the center, the 5 Hellfire Lightnings on the periphery, and the 3 flashbangs as triggers. Cold sweat was dripping down Liao's forehead. He put his self-made, strange magical equipment aside in the most gentle way possible. Then, he fumbled along the spine of the mutant lion dragon with his dagger and found 3 forbidden scales which he chopped off immediately. The heart of the demon beast was pulled out in the same way. He squeezed the heart with the secret technique of the 100 Smelting clan. 8 bright gold drops of blood flowed out from the deep inside of the heart and spun around the tip of the dagger. Turning the dagger, Liao dropped the blood into a bottle that he had prepared. He got in the crystal suit after storing the forbidden scales and the blood. Then, he expanded the incision on the abdomen of the mutant lion dragon, through which he stuffed the strange magical equipment inside its stomach while holding his breath. Later, he closed the incision and covered the mutant lion dragon with a few other dead bodies. He was exhausted when everything was done, but it was not time to rest yet. Biting the tip of his tongue hard, Liao walked towards the inside of the cave. The cave was quite spacious. Deep crevices that led to who knows where were all over the place. After more than 10 turns, Liao finally reached the end of the cave. There was no path in front of him anymore, but a small pond. Liao jumped into the pond and waited in patience while staring at the star-like brightness over his head. Almost at exactly the same moment when he jumped into the pond, the infiltration squad, which had been chasing the mutant lion dragon, appeared outside of the cave. After the brutal battles, especially the desperate strikes from the mutant lion dragon when it sensed that there was nowhere to run, the squad was in a much poorer state than previously. Every demon had deep-to-bone wounds on them. The 2 mysterious demons covered in black mist now had to reveal themselves due to lack of demonic energy. The infiltration squad consisted of more than 20 demon generals and 2 demon kings, which could almost be called a splendid team. However, their purpose was not to remove the mutant lion dragon, but to tame it. Therefore, they were not able to use their deadly moves on the demon beast for fear that it might be killed. In comparison, the mutant lion dragon didn't have such concerns. It resorted to all the brutal attacks it could when it went mad. Therefore, although the infiltration was on the winning side, they paid high price. 2 demon generals had been torn apart by the mutant lion dragon. The 2 demon kings, who had been leading the charge, were seriously wounded and had fallen to the demon general level temporarily. However, the mutant lion dragon was much more wounded than they were, which had also been hit by the soul stealer. It was a rat in the hole now and ready to be captured at any moment. Young Master Wang Ji had never felt happier. He couldn't care less about the 2 demon kings' injuries, because they were not his subordinates but his father's. They were here only because his father asked them to help him in the mission, and they had been spying on him. Once tamed and recruited, the mutant lion dragon would be his loyal war slave driven by his secret art. As an ignorant wild demon beast, it was already able to injure 2 demon kings by its combat instinct. After I tame it and teach it the methods of cultivation, maybe he will be able to advance into a middle-level demon king or even a high-level demon king. With a high-level demon king as my subordinate, I will be destined to beat all the other rivals and win the prince title. The competition in the blood demon sector was extremely fierce. Despite the royal blood in his veins, he would have to compete with his brothers to get the prince title in order to become the ruler one day. Adventure to the Heavens Origin sector was a form of competition, too. Whoever brought the most valuable trophies back would be able to command thousands of strong demons. The losers, on the other hand, would be more than miserable. Wang Ji had already started picturing how he would torment his brothers who had been holding grudge against him after he returned to the blood demon sector and assumed the title of prince with the mutant lion dragon. Right then, an intense smell of blood found its way into Wang Ji's nose, who was immediately alarmed. Beside him, the snake demon, who had been heavily wounded, screamed, "Not good. The soul stealer is not responding." Wang Ji roared and cast his gold spear to the entrance of the underground cave in a yellow light, which blew the stone blocking the entrance into pieces. "Get inside and check it out." Wang Ji's voice sounded like that of a crazy man. The demons crowded in, only to be shocked by the bloody scene before them. When they saw the breathless mutant lion dragon lying in the middle of the cave, they felt that a bucket of cold water had been tossed upon their head. The result of days of hunting at tremendous risk was that the mutant lion dragon died together with a bunch of wild demon beasts. Every muscle on Wang Ji's face was shivering in anger. His gold hair had exploded into burning fire. There seemed to be 2 crystal bombs in his hands that were going to burst out at any time. "It's not that simple." I sensed the scent of crystal railguns firing. Some of the heat stream from it are still wandering in this place. The snake demon squinted and said coldly, "The refinement stage worm." Wang Ji was grinding his teeth. "There's been no news from Blood Hand and Night Owl. They must have been killed by this worm. Then he came to this place by accident and wrecked my excellent plan. Bazan, please use your secret art to find where this worm is. I'm going to cut him to pieces. I can in 5 minutes." The snake demon explained, "I've used the secret art multiple times today, which consumed too much of my energy. Now that I've fallen into the level of Demon General, I can't use it as easily as before. I need 5 minutes of preparation." "All right, thanks for your trouble." Wang Ji's face was gloomy. Then something occurred to him and he exclaimed, "Not good. The worm must have stolen the demon core, the forbidden scale and the blood in its heart. Go and check it out." 3 demons rushed to the mutant lion dragon and pulled the dead bodies above it aside, which revealed the incision on the abdomen of the beast. One of the demons split the incision on one of his knees. All the rest demons, including Wang Ji and the 2 heavily wounded demon kings, drew near to get a closer look at what had been left inside. Right then, the 2 demon kings felt a strong sense of danger. They screamed and fled to the entrance of the cave in the fastest way they could. For a moment, Wang Ji seemed to have smelled the scent of death, too. His reactions were slower than the 2 demon kings, but the gold armor on his body shined brightly and released a shadow in the form of a roaring lion out of his chest. The rest of the demons didn't know what was coming at all. The magical equipment inside the mutant lion dragon's stomach had been triggered. Generally speaking, the demon core was an inert substance. Although it contained huge amount of demonic energy, its state was very stable, unless its master decided to bombard it with the soul. After all, demon beasts, unintelligent as they may be, wouldn't put a bomb that was likely to explode at any time inside their stomach. Therefore, Li Yao chose to set off the demon core with 5 hellfire lightnings. Guided by the magical equipment that he built up with the components of the Shattered Star Bombarder, more than 90% of the blast from the explosion of the hellfire lightnings was transmitted to the demon core. Like an extraordinary detonator, the hellfire lightnings activated a chain reaction inside the demon core and unleashed an unstoppable, cataclysmic outbreak of demonic energy. Boom! A ball of lightning in 7 colors swelled out of the cave and expanded crazily like a newborn sun. Its blast pushed forward, turning trees and flowers on its way into pure ash. An orange and red mushroom cloud rose up from the place of explosion. The cloudy sky was ripped a giant hole by the burst of the demonic energy, exposing the stars that were hiding behind the clouds. An explosion of the demon core was equal to the self-destruction of a demon king or a core formation stage cultivator. It was dreadful. When the ball of lightning was on a rampage, 3 figures rushed out like 3 drowning rats, only to be blown away almost 100 meters. They were exactly young Master Wang Ji and the 2 demon kings. Other than them, the rest of the demons had all been killed on the spot. The 2 demon kings had suffered a lot of injuries in the previous battles. With the earth-shaking blast of the demon core explosion, new wounds had been added to their body. Their reactions and senses had fallen to rock bottom, and they were shouting in anger and anxiety. As for the young Master Wang Ji, the gold armor on him absorbed most of the blast and was broken into pieces, but his body, on the other hand, was not the least affected. In Wang Ji's face there was bewilderment, fury, insanity. He never expected that a refinement stage cultivator, which was nothing but a worm in his eyes, would have so many tricks. Not only did the worm get away from 2 demon generals hunting, he also managed to set off the demon core before burying it inside the stomach of the mutant lion dragon insidiously. Wang Ji felt that his heart was bleeding. He could do without the mutant lion dragon. But the 20 demons were all his loyal subjects that he had gone through a terrible amount of trouble to recruit. He was counting on them to fight for the position of prince. Now all of them were gone. What did he have to compete with his atrocious brothers? In the Heaven's Origin sector, the most common practice to deal with losers in a Game of Thrones was to let them invade heavily guarded human towns leading a bunch of black blood and bronze blood demons. The only outcome was, no doubt, death. I'm going to cut you into pieces. I'm going to find out who you are and cut you into pieces. One piece after another. In rage, Wang Ji didn't forget who was guilty of all this. But neither did he know that Liao was so bold to hide in the deep underground. Near the catastrophic bomb he set up himself instead of running away. We can't stay here any longer. Let's go now. The two demon kings were both in bad temper. The snake demon said, "Our levels have all hit rock bottom now. Even several cultivators at the peak of the refinement stage will be enough to kill the three of us. Let's head back to the blood demon sector now." Wang Ji, the other demon king who looked like a giant meatball with green fur, was furious too. He snapped at Wang Ji. "We're very disappointed at your performance in your quest this time. You didn't show the slightest hint of leadership. You allowed more than 20 demons to be fooled by a refinement stage worm. When we return to the blood demon sector, we shall report exactly what has happened to the master. A great war of the two sectors is coming soon. Your performance proved that you're unqualified for the position of prince. When the war comes, you'll lead the charge in the van." Wang Ji was silent. There was no telling what his mood was. After a moment he said in regret, "Well said, my teachers. But right now, let's figure out how to get out of the Heaven's Origin sector first. Our teleportation rune array is hundreds of kilometers away. We need to plan our route carefully to avoid the human hunters." The green-furred demon snorted. He turned around and discussed with the snake demon. A moment later, both of them smelled a weird fragrance. Their head, although a bit dizzy, sensed an alert that something even more dangerous than the previous explosion was coming. Not good. "We've been poisoned." Before the two demon kings were able to react, a bloody battle spear pierced through the green-fur demon's chest. Shwa! The snake demon retreated fast. His tail flipped up and shielded his chest, only to be chopped off within a moment by a shadow attack. "Wang Ji, how dare you!" The two demon kings were so shocked that their voices had changed. Wang Ji laughed madly, his gold hair dancing in the air. "With everything that's happened, what's there to be scared of? If I walk back with you and let you tell the truth, I'll lose the opportunity to be the prince forever. When the war of the two sectors breaks out, I'll be the cannon fodder leading the invasion. But now your strength has been greatly undermined. I'm far stronger than either of you now. After I kill you and absorb your demon cores, I'll find a place in the blood demon sector to digest them. Then I'll tell my father that we come across a hunting team of 5-core formation stage cultivators and that you were killed by them despite your valor. Isn't it much better than going home right now? What, you want to self-destruct? You can't. You had already fallen to the level of demon general before you were poisoned. There's no way that you can detonate your demon core now. Now behave and let me absorb you, old fellas." The two heavily wounded demons were almost choked. They looked at each other and ran to two opposite directions of the forest. "Want to run away? Not so fast." In a hideous smile, Wang Ji looked back at the half-collapsed cave grimly. Gritting his teeth, Wang Ji swore, "Worm, you can't get away either. I'll find you and cut you into pieces one day." Deep underground. Liao was not aware that infighting was taking place 100 meters above his head, because he was in peril himself. The explosion of the demon core was so powerful that when it reached Liao's shelter after countless turns, it was still rushing at him like a raging tide or a furious demon. The pond that Liao had been hiding in was boiling. He condensed whatever left of the spiritual energy in the bloody blade battlesuit into a shield above his head, and he covered his face with the forbidden scales of the mutant lion dragon. Still, it didn't help. In a moment, his skin dehissed and blood was streaming all over his body. "If it goes on like this, I'll be dead for sure in half a minute." The current situation was within Liao's expectation. Only by hiding in this dead-for-sure place could he get away from the search of the infiltration squad. Pa! Liao opened the bottle that contained the blood in the heart of the lion dragon and drank all of it. The blood in the heart of the demon beasts, despite the intensive spiritual energy, was not readily drinkable, because it contained a lot of impurities as well as demonic energy. One could only drink it carefully after multiple refining procedures. If low-level cultivators were to drink it without refining, They would either be blown into pieces because of the overwhelming power, or turn into a bloodthirsty killer because of the mental corruption. Liao had no time to bother about any of that now. The blood of the mutant lion dragon was all he had to defend himself against the bulldozing of the demon core explosion now. The blood slipped into his mouth. He felt he had drunk 6 hot coals, which was burning their way from his throat to his stomach where they exploded. A string of demonic energy full of desire for killing and destruction flowed along his spine towards his brain. Art of the swallowing whale activate. Liao almost grinded his teeth into pieces. With the art of the swallowing brought to maximum, his stomach turned into a steel millstone that squashed, disintegrated, and absorbed the blood of the lion dragon. Inside his brain, the tree of memories left by Oyezi was glowing in brilliance and purged all the intrusive demonic energy. On the surface of his body, his bones, strengthened by the 1,000 tempering 100 refining technique, was trying to withhold the magnificent blast. Stomach, brain, body. Liao was engaged in 3 battlefields simultaneously, which were equally dangerous. If he was defeated in any of them, this dark cave would be the place where his life ended. In dizziness, Liao seemed to have returned to the dust storm where he was slashing his way forward among thunder and lightning. His soul calmed down. With the sharp edge that once slayed a tornado, it roared more astoundingly than any thunders ever did. After he didn't know how long, everything became peaceful again. Liao came back to himself from a lengthy nightmare and found that the pond had already evaporated. The only thing left was a clump of stinky mud on the bottom of the pond. His body's state couldn't have been better. The blood from the heart of the mutant lion dragon has been fully absorbed by me. To defend myself against the explosion, I have been performing the 1,000 tempering 100 refining technique all the time, which had brought my body sturdiness to a whole new level, and my cultivation level. Liao felt that there was inexhaustible spiritual energy inside his body flowing through his veins and arteries. He triggered a thought. Spiritual energy popped out from his pores and consolidated into 2 dark gold wings around his body. Soaring into heaven in one leap, his soul-igniting law was enlightened by the imposing vibe when the King of Eagles flew freely in the vast sky. Therefore, the presence of his spiritual energy was also in the form of wings. Compared with before, the spiritual wings had added the majesty of the lion dragon. There was even a vague rainbow in the periphery of the wings, too. Liao focused all his attention and started burning his soul. The spiritual wings were brighter and brighter, illuminating the dark cave as if it were in broad daylight. Such dominance! Such brightness! I advanced 4 levels to the 11th level of the refinement stage while my life was in peril. How could it be? I understand now. This is the end of the cave. When the blast of the explosion swallowed me, it pushed the blood of the lion dragon, which had nowhere to run, into my own flesh and blood like a pressure cooker. Common cultivators can't absorb the entire heavenly material and earthly treasure even if they find one. The best they can do will be 60 or 70%, which is decided by their body's limit. However, I managed to absorb 100% of the blood of the lion dragon. Not only did it help me reach the 11th level of the refinement stage, my future training will benefit a lot from it, too. Liao yelled in great satisfaction and happiness. The 11th level meant that he belonged to the high level of the refinement stage now, which was completely different from the levels equal to or below the 10th level. Many cultivators had spent their entire lives circling around in the middle level of the refinement stage and couldn't break through the barrier to a higher altitude, however thin the barrier seemed to be. With the capability of the high level of the refinement stage and the enhancement of a well-chosen crystal suit, he could fight several generals face to face without resorting to traps now. The bloody blade battlesuit was completely ruined. Its crystal processor had lost most of its functions, but the time module was working, which showed that a day and a night had passed. The infiltration squad must have left by now. Liao pulled the crystal processor of the bloody blade battlesuit out and packed it up with the 3 forbidden scales in what was left of his clothes. He picked up his crescent saber and scrambled out. Very soon, he came across fallen rocks that blocked his way. After he advanced to the 11th level of the refinement stage, Liao's senses became much more acute than before. He unleashed hundreds of spiritual threads which found their way into the crevices of the rocks. The feedback indicated that the blockage was not thick and it was empty outside without any sign of the demons. Liao pressed both of his hands against the rocks. Taking a deep breath, Liao jerked and pushed them. It looked like a spiritual eagle with lion paws and dragon tail flew out of his body, which raised everything in its way. And corridor was immediately created. This is the strength of the high level of the refinement stage. Nice! Liao jumped out of the dust and reached the center of the cave. The power of the explosion is indeed formidable. Watching the messed-up cave that was beyond all recognition, Liao was startled. There was an intense scent of blood in the air. The demons had all been blown into pieces and melted into rocks. Many of them were deprived of their pretension, revealing their true selves, which were ghastly demon beasts. So many valuable trophies. Liao's heart was beating fast. There was greed in his eyes. Among the remnants of the demon beasts, he didn't sense the existence of the demon kings. Neither did he know whether or not the young master Wang Ji had been killed. But why did they leave the bodies of their companions to rot in open air instead of burying them? They were demon generals from the blood demon sector, elite warriors of the demon civilization. Their bones, essence, and scales were of much higher quality than those of the wild demon beasts. Some of them even carried magical equipment of the blood demon sector, which, although mostly damaged, was still very valuable in Liao's eyes. Ha! Liao's eyebrows twisted a bit, because he felt an eccentric scent from under the piles of rocks. He dug down and found a snake-shaped dagger with crooked runes that looked like a distorted ghost face, which was blood-freezing at first glance. A soul stealer! Liao was dazed for a moment. He knew that something must have happened to the infiltration squad. Otherwise, there was no way that they would abandon magical equipment as precious as a soul stealer. The soul stealer had been covered by a layer of dust due to the explosion. There were several cracks on it from which black smoke was popping up. However, Liao didn't dare to underestimate it. He bit the tip of his tongue and spit the blood out into a mist. Waving his right hand through the mist in a particular posture, he guided the blood mist into the soul stealer. A crimson light dashed from his fingers to the soul stealer. What he had just performed was the unique probe technique of the 100 Smelting Clan for taking over magical equipment. For evil magical equipment such as the soul stealer, it was possible that its master had set security constraints on it. If one touched it without preparation, they might be devoured by the magical equipment. It would be best to run a test first. But there was nothing abnormal about the crimson light after it flowed around the soul stealer for an entire circle. There was not even the slightest reaction of spiritual energy. It means that the former master of the soul stealer has died. It is currently unowned. Weird. The master of the soul stealer can only be either Wang Ji or the demon kings. None of them are likely to have been killed by the blast. Liao put the soul stealer into his pocket and decided to study how to refine it after he returned. Turning back, he found it troublesome to deal with the 20 demon bodies. There are so many precious items here. How can I take them all? After pondering for a while, he decided to check the situation outside the cave first. Maybe he could knit some ropes with the fiber from the demonic plants and weave a large baggage with beast hide. His loading capability was amazing anyway. If he couldn't take all of them, he could always pick out the more precious ones. Liao crawled out of the cave carefully. It was a peaceful night outside with a bright moon and few stars, as if the thunderstorm yesterday were just a nightmare. The time of rendezvous had long passed. It was possible that Mao Feng and the other instructors had started searching. But since he was deep inside the Thunder Sound Mountain, the spiritual signals were blocked by the mountains. Liao tried a few times. There was nothing but background noise in the communication channel. He still couldn't contact the outside world. Right then, he smelled a thin scent of demonic energy, which caused goose flesh all over his body. After searching carefully for 10 minutes, he found a snake tail at the turn of a stream. It's just a small tail, and it already contained so much demonic energy. Maybe it belonged to a king-level demon. How on earth did it end up here? He weighed it in his hand and felt something wrong. Scrutinizing the tail, Liao soon discovered the reason. After tearing off a layer of scales, Liao found a black iron ring gripping the flesh of the tail. The iron ring seemed plain and was deeply embedded in the snake tail. "Why would a demon king wear you for decades if you are an ordinary ring?" Liao sneered. He dug the ring out of the tail with his dagger. Since the flesh of the tail had already shrunk after it was cut off from the body, Liao separated the iron ring without much trouble. Liao spit out another blood mist to test the iron ring and found it as irresponsive to spiritual energy as the soul stealer. Relieved, he held it in his hands to further investigate. A moment later, Liao's eyes were sparkling in amazement. He put the ring between two giant stones, pushed the stones into the stream and started rubbing them. The stream turned dirty with bubbles popping up as if it was boiling. 3 minutes later, he raised the iron ring and aimed it at the moon. In moonlight, the iron ring looked like jade, spreading a mysterious aura, like a frozen ocean or a vast universe. Cosmos ring. It is a cosmos ring. Liao felt he was going to pass out in happiness. There was indeed a silver lining behind each cloud. He'd got a treasure. Cosmos rings, together with mustard seed bags, object containers, and space rings were all common storage magical equipment in the ancient cultivation world. But the refining procedures for such magical equipment were extremely complex and involved many rare materials that had been used up after thousands of years of consumption. Back in the era of the Star Ocean Imperium, the storage magical equipment had been far more precious than ordinary magical equipment. Right now, in the Heaven's Origin sector, all the storage magical equipment were all smuggled or exported from elsewhere by accident, since the technology for refining it had been lost after generations. Its value was too high for someone like Liao to afford. A piece of storage magical equipment that contained a space of several cubic meters was more expensive than a common crystal suit. Liao had never expected that he would own a cosmos ring even in his wildest dream. The cosmos ring looked dignified. The spiritual energy in it is not aggressive, but the runes carved on it do not lack the scent of killing and blood either. Judging from its style, it should be a piece of magical equipment refined in the era of the Star Ocean Imperium. At some point thousands of years later, a snake king grabbed it and wore it on its tail, but his tail was cut off and he was killed, allowing me to take all the benefits. Liao's heart was beating like a drum. He sneaked back to the underground cave and sat cross-legged, with the cosmos ring in front of him. Then, he rubbed his fingers and squeezed 10 drops of blood from the tips of his finger. As the saying goes, fingers are connected to the heart. There was spirituality in the fingertip blood of the cultivators that was only inferior to the blood in their heart. The blood from Liao's fingertip was transformed into 10 long and narrow strings which tied the cosmos ring and penetrated in. He was offering sacrifice to the cosmos ring by the ancient technique of the 100 Smelting clan. Unlike evil equipment such as the Soul Stealer, the cosmos ring was peaceful in nature and utterly devoid of aggressiveness. As a product of the Star Ocean Imperium, its former owners had been mostly human beings. Therefore, it didn't reject Liao as its new master. An hour later, Liao had basically gained control over the cosmos ring. He could see the operation menu of the ring in his brain right now. The cosmos ring was divided into 2 zones by its former owner. One of them was sealed by a secret art, making it impossible to detect what was contained inside, let alone retrieving the items inside. The other zone was empty, with a space of more than 10 cubic meters. The space is enough for me right now. As for the sealed zone, I'll attack it with the most advanced, large-scale crystal processor after I return to the Grand Desolate War Institution. Such a small seal will be decrypted in no time. Liao was satisfied. Then he used the processing technique of the 100 Smelting clan to make the ring look even duller than previously, before he put the ring on his finger in relief. Over the next day and night, Liao searched the cave carefully and stored the magical equipment and materials that the demons carried into the cosmos ring. He was also surprised to find a lot of bones and paws of the mutant lion dragon, which were tough enough to survive the demon core explosion without being damaged at all. They would be perfect as raw materials to refine attack magical equipment. 5 days later, Liao was striding through the thunderous Sound Mountain. Since the weather was clear, he could distinguish directions by the location of the sun. He had the crescent saber in hand, a demon beast detector in his ear, the crystal processor of the crystal suit behind his back, and 3 forbidden scales in front of his chest. The rest of the stuff had all been placed in the Cosmos Ring. When he met a small number of demon beasts, he would slay them as training. When he met a large number of demon beasts, he would took out the demon bones and demon core from the Cosmos Ring, which often immediately scared the beasts off. Liao decided to keep what happened here a secret after much deliberation. Not because he distrusted other people. It's just that he would be unable to explain why he remained sober after overdrinking the blood of the mutant lion dragon instead of being mentally corrupted and turning into a killing machine. If he were to explain everything, he might have to bring Yezi up. This was Liao's biggest secret, which was also related to the source of his soul. He would rather no one know anything about it. Since he was on foot and engaged in combat with demon beasts now and then, he was much slower than when he was in the crystal suit. It took 3 extra days before he walked out of the mountains and saw the splendid plateau again. Beep, beep, beep. Dozens of emergent calls crowded in the communication channel. Liao turned back and looked at the dark and inky forest for one last time. He had a feeling that Wang Ji was not dead yet. Next time we meet each other, it's going to be me who does the hunting, Wang Ji. I'm finally back. 3 days later, looking at the Wild Waves city not far ahead, Liao sighed. Although he didn't get the title of Thunder Exo, at the end of the journey to the Thunder training camp, he had grasped enough knowledge about crystal suits to drive the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit in the future. Also, he made a great fortune in the Thunderous Sound Mountain. This trip was definitely worth every penny. Liao was surprised when he got out of the train station. In the square before the train station, besides Yuan Manchio, there were some 50 young men carrying the burning gear flag of the Starfire Union, who painted a giant banner with the mystic ray that read, "Welcome home, senior brother of the Starfire Union." Liao noticed a few familiar faces in the crowd. They were the bad boys, including Li Sanhao of the Empyrean Terminus Central High School. These bad boys have really been admitted by the refining department of the Grand Desolate War Institution? Since the competition between Liao with the I-type Tai crafting furnace and the refiner from the Empyrean Terminus sect took place, students of the Empyrean Terminus Central High School had been impressed by Liao's professional performance and they had kept in touch. For the students who had better grades, their target was, of course, the refining department of Deep Sea University. But for the bad boys, of whom Li Sanhao was a good example, their GPA was far from enough to meet the requirement of the Deep Sea University. Therefore, they decided to give up the thought and come to seek the shelter of their senior brother Liao instead. Besides the bad boys stood distinctively another bunch of gloomy, indifferent young men who looked more like assassins than refiners. Liao muttered something to himself. He had no idea who they were. "Welcome home." In a big smile, Yuan Manchio greeted him and gave him a bear hug. Liao felt that if he had not advanced many levels in the training camp, he would surely have been choked now. "Senior brother! Senior brother!" The freshmen stood in 2 rows and started shouting. The bad boys, led by Li Sanhao, and the gloomy young assassins appeared to be competing. They were trying to shout louder than their counterpart, and even when they were out of breath with flushed faces, they were still looking at Liao with such obvious adoration that Liao felt the back of his neck was prickling. It was not until Yuan Manchio explained to him that he finally understood everything. The refining department successfully recruited 2 classes of students as planned. The bad boys from Empyrean Terminus Central High School made up a large part, but the majority of the new students came from Verdant Tarn City. Verdant Tarn City was almost obliterated in the Beast Tide outbreak more than half a year ago, of which many parents of the freshmen were victims. Their studies and training had been severely affected because of the accident. Therefore, the federal government had issued an act, allowing the students of the Verdant Tarn City taking the university entrance exam this year to be admitted at a lower score. The students, especially those who lost their parents in the accident, naturally preferred the Grand Desolate War Institution, the local academy. The Grand Desolate War Institution made a great contribution in the Battle of the Verdant Tarn City. The performance of its staff and students left a deep impression on them, who hoped that they could become strong cultivators in the Grand Desolate War Institution so that they could avenge their parents one day. The number one goal for most of the students was the combat department. But beyond everyone's expectation, the refining department received the second most applications, which was even more than the medical department and the liberal arts department did. The reason was simple. Li Yao's accomplishment was too brilliant in the Battle of the Verdant Tarn City. With 10 Hellfire Lightnings, Li Yao killed a preliminary level demon general despite the fact that he was only at the middle level of the refinement stage. After details of the battle were revealed, many young men considered Li Yao to be their role model, from whom they learnt the strength of magical equipment. If I go to the combat department, I don't know how long it will take before I can break through the barrier of the building foundation stage. Maybe it will take the rest of my life. But with strong magical equipment, even a refinement stage cultivator can be capable enough to blow a demon general into pieces. For the young men who were desperate for revenge, joining the refining department might be a more direct and suitable path for their vengeance. Li Yao's recent achievements were more astonishing. Although he didn't receive the title of Thunder Exo, he did survive the 3 months training in the Thunder training camp. Moreover, he traveled for 10 days far and deep inside of the thunderous Sound Mountain in the dark desolate domain and returned safe and sound. Born and raised in the Grand Desolate Plateau, the young men knew exactly how intimidating the dark desolate domain was. The fact that Li Yao could explore, fight, and cultivate in the place for 10 days was evident enough that he was a man worthy of respect. Therefore, before he returned, he had already become a legend among the freshmen. Now that they'd seen him in person today, of course they would shout as loudly as they could to express their excitement. During the 100 days, the refining department had undergone dramatic changes. Not only had the students been recruited successfully, many teachers and researchers were in position as well. The modification of the floating mountain for the refinement of crystal suits was finished a month in advance. It had been towed to the above of the refining department. The project Mystic Skeleton had been officially restarted. Many refiners had started working on it. Supported by Xiong Bailey, principal of the institution, Yuan Manqiu filed an application to the Refiners Association and the Ministry of Education, hoping that, in light of the special situation of the refining department of the Grand Desolate War Institution, the stipulation that there shall be at least one student passing the refiner's registration examination annually could be waived for the next 3 years. After all, Li Yao had proved irrefutably the teaching quality of the refining department of the Grand Desolate War Institution to be excellent enough with his unparalleled performance. The staff had to focus on teaching for a few more years. It would be unreasonable to ask the freshmen to pass the refiner's registration examination every year. The application was still pending approval. Xiong Bailey was also taking part in the issue actively with his connections. It was unlikely that there would be a problem. The shuttle that drove the students to the station was also upgraded. The wrecked, decrepit vehicle had been replaced by a sharp-lined, green, large-scale shuttle of the latest model that was as light as a dragonfly. This is just the beginning. Noticing Li Yao's astonishment, Yuan Manqiu smiled. This is just the beginning of the glory of the refining department of the Grand Desolate War Institution. When the dragonfly shuttle carried them back to the refining department, Li Yao almost failed to recognize the shambles where he had been training crazily for the past year. Most of the ruins had been carefully cleaned. Useless garbage had been cleared, whereas useful magical equipment components were transferred to a few temporary warehouses where they were piled up neatly. Surrounding the ruins, a few simple teaching buildings and dormitory buildings were under construction, many of which were half complete. A lot of semi-automatic construction magical equipment were floating around them, an impressive scene of rebirth from devastation. In the sky, a delicate floating mountain was spinning silently. It was round and looked like a silver water drop. The freshmen who came to greet Li Yao were dismissed. Yuan Manqiu brought him to the front of the silver water drop, which sucked them in with a mystic ray. The designing purpose of this floating mountain was to refine crystal suits. Although it was not large in size, its layout was much more scientific than the previous one. Strong defense rune arrays and alarm systems were installed, which would send out warnings once they detected an abnormal spiritual tide. Yuan Manqiu and Li Yao toured the floating mountain floor by floor. Inside the spacious laboratories and refining workshops, a lot of refiners were focusing all their attention to the work at hand. The white hair on their heads and the intense spiritual waves around their bodies, as well as the hundreds of magical equipment components flying in air at their disposal, suggested their seniority in the trade. Liao even recognized a few faces that he had seen in the magical equipment magazines he used to read. They were all famous masters. After 100 days of insane training in the Thunder training camp, Liao was no longer a crystal suit newbie. It didn't take much time before he realized that many refiners were making great progress in their research and the framework of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit was beginning to take shape. He felt his blood was boiling and his hands were itchy. He couldn't wait to join in with such an amazing team. Seeing through what was on his mind, Yuan Manchio handed over a jade slip. Liao, this is my formal invitation to ask you to join Project Mystic Skeleton as a researcher associate. I'll give you a few research fields that you can work on, but your primary job is to explore all the possibilities in designing. There's no need to worry about whether or not they can be implemented. The crazier, the better. We hope that you can broaden the horizon of the project team. After the crystal suit is refined, you'll be in charge of the testing as its very first driver. Your name will be on the list of participants of the Project Mystic Skeleton. All the future revenues of the Project Mystic Skeleton will be shared by all participants in proportion to their contribution. The detailed progress of the project, possible research fields, and the job contract are all in the jade slip. You can think it over before you make the decision. Holding back his excitement, Liao took the jade slip and shook his head. I don't need to think it over. I accept it. However, the progress of the Project Mystic Skeleton is much faster than I expected. There are more researchers than we planned, aren't there? Is our department rich enough to attract so many experts to this place now? Liao was a little confused. Yuan Manchio thought for a moment and said, You have been secluded in the Thunder training camp for the past 100 days. It's understandable that you are not familiar with the latest news outside. Over the past 3 months, a lot of things have happened. Come on, let's go to my office and talk about it. In short, a magnificent era is coming. After an hour of chat with Yuan Manchio, Liao finally understood everything now. 3 months ago, the capital market was the first to respond. The stock price of the sects that focused on combat or combat magical equipment refining soared. The medical board and spiritual beast board also experienced rapid growth. Then, the federal government announced that the military budget for the next year will be increased by 50%, and that it would be increased by 3 times in 3 years. The unprecedented military budget indicated that the giant war machine of the Star Glory Federation, after laying low for decades, was speeding up and ready to unleash ferocious power again. After that, the federal government implemented a series of measures, including repairing underground fortresses, honoring the disabled veterans, promoting cultivation techniques in schools and communities, and increasing the subsidies for the sects that worked on new models of war-related magical equipment. A rising wind forebodes a coming storm. Even the most inert citizen could hear the footsteps of war drawing near. In the cultivation world, intelligence that the well-informed cultivators gathered was much more appalling. Over the last decade, there had been more wormholes between the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector appearing in larger scales than any time before. Many parts of the sky that used to be very stable without any wormholes for hundreds of years had been ripped open, ushering terrible beast tides in. According to the collaborative work of the research-type cultivators from several major universities, the coverage of the dark desolate domain had expanded by 2/3 and there was no sign of stopping. All the clues indicated that the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector were merging beyond the 3-dimensional level. Maybe one day, parts of the 2 worlds would overlap each other, which would shorten the long distance between the 2 civilizations to 0. Demon civilization of the Blood Demon sector might have long been aware of that. In the beast tide outbreaks over the last 10 years, many demon kings and demon generals had been assigned to suicidal missions. The demon civilization was trying to delve into the Heaven's Origin sector at any cost. By sacrificing a few demon generals and demon kings, a lot of intelligence about human civilization had been collected. Once the demon civilization gathered enough information, and the 2 worlds really started melding, an unprecedented war would break out, which would be the most large-scale collision of the two civilizations in the past 500 years. The Heaven's Origin sector is entering a state of war. The military have undergone a paradigm shift regarding how the war should be fought. The crystal suit advocates are winning the warship advocates over. This is going to be our chance. Liao nodded. In the military and also among the cultivators, debates had always remained unabated as to whether warships or crystal suits should be the main force in a war. Crystal warships had obvious advantages. They had long attack range and fierce firepower. If they were faced with a large number of low-level demon beasts, it would be a one-sided slaughter. Their disadvantages were clear as well. Their size was too large to be usable outside of specific situations. They could not cruise in the areas where spiritual fluctuations were intense, such as the dark, desolate domain. They could not be transmitted through middle-size and small-size wormholes or teleportation rune arrays, and they could not drill into underground and fight the demon beasts in the mother lodes where resources were most abundant. When confronting strong, high-level demons, they risked being infiltrated by the enemy. If the enemy was inside the warships, the defense of the warships would be reduced to minimum, turning them into flying coffins. Therefore, many military leaders and cultivators had changed their thought and believed that conquering the blood demon sector would require face-to-face combat by cultivators in crystal suits, instead of the cumbersome warships. Since the crystal suit had more advocates than the warship did, most of the future military budget would go to the research and refinement of crystal suits. Yuan Manchio continued, "The military has notified the 9 elite universities and the top 500 cultivation sects that the army will purchase a model of crystal suit on a large scale in the coming 3 to 5 years. The research and refinement of this particular model will be put out to be outsourced, and the 9 elite universities and the top 500 cultivation sects will bid for the qualification. Each university and sect can come up with their own design. We'll have 1 year to prepare for that. In 1 year, the model that beats all the rivals in the competition will be fielded to the soldiers of the Federal Army and become the main equipment." Liao's heart was beating fast. The news was amazing. Since the foundation of the Star Glory Federation 500 years ago, it had persevered with the strategy of homeland defense. Crystal warships were enough to deal with the beast tides. Crystal suits had never been mass-equipped. Although some elite troops had been armed with crystal suits, the crystal suits they wore were of different models. There had been no uniform standard. Right now, the military wanted a mass-produced crystal suit as the standard crystal suit for the army. Everyone could see the value of the project. Whatever won the bid would undoubtedly be the king of crystal suits. However, why has the military decided to determine the model of the crystal suit this way instead of refining one themselves? Liao mumbled. The reason is simple. The military and the cultivation sects are the 2 wings of the Federation. With a great war coming close, the 2 wings must cooperate in order to unleash the full power of the Star Glory Federation. Yuan Manchio explained. Liao nodded in agreement. The military and the cultivation sects had always been in a subtle relationship. Before the Federation, it had been the era of sections. There was neither government nor military. All human beings relied on the cultivators in the sects to fight against the demon beasts. Conflicts were brewing among the countless sects, which eventually turned against each other. Also, many cultivators considered themselves to be saviors of the world and lived an extravagant life by exploiting the ordinary people. The folks were not as supportive as before after suffering a lot. Therefore, in light of the defects of the sect system, the Star Glory Federation adopted a series of hypercorrect policies during the time known as Red Dragon Legion era. During the 30 years of the Red Dragon Legion era, the old sect system was smashed into pieces, and the power was highly centralized to the federal government. All the cultivators were enlisted into the Red Dragon Legion and fought as soldiers of the army. When the Red Dragon Legion was first established, it contributed a lot to the banishment of the demon clan with its amazing strength. But as time went by, the main drawback of the new system, its rigidness, was revealed. Creativity and epiphany were of paramount importance in cultivation. A eureka moment had been what all the cultivators looked forward to. Besides, due to their domineering strength, the cultivators often preferred freedom to restraints. They might go wherever for training whenever they wanted to. However, the top principle for soldiers was obedience. They didn't need to think. All they needed to do was to play their part in the war machine. When organized in the form of an army, the cultivators immediately lost vitality. The cultivators who were willing to research new techniques or new magical equipment grew fewer and fewer. Many of them turned into submissive nerds who focused all the attention to the stern military training rules, which distorted their mind and transformed them into utter killing machines. Some even set on the path of devil cultivators. Just like that, 30 years after the Red Dragon Legion was established, its battle capability plunged. All kinds of riots were taking place in the Legion. There were even cases where the entire troop turned into devil cultivators. The cultivators who dwelled on the sect era were also conspiring to tear the Star Glory Federation apart. Thankfully, the dark time finally passed without insurrection against the regime. Based on the lessons learnt from the sect era and the Red Dragon Legion era, the Star Glory Federation imposed a mixed system that combined characteristics of the two. The military and the sects coexisted. The military represented stability, the sects represented creativity. The military had a large number of soldiers who had dominative strength in a battlefield, whereas the sects were famous for their advanced technology and magical equipment. With the checks and balances of the two sides, the world of cultivation and the Star Glory Federation both witnessed peaceful and rapid growth. At this time, the military's outsourcing for the main force battlesuit was clearly a signal that even if a war were to break out, the time that the military controlled everything such as the Red Dragon Legion era wouldn't come back. All sects should rest assured and work together against the common foe. Liao finally understood why so many more refiners had joined the Project Mystic Skeleton. Yuan Manchio said, "The refining department of the Grand Desolate War Institution has been working on crystal suits for mass production since more than 10 years ago. Although we haven't made many achievements, we did have collected a lot of data and documents. Therefore, many experts decided to join us, especially those who believe in the grassroots ideologies. However, we have formidable competitors too." The moment the military's decision of outsourcing was announced, the universities and sects that had the ability all started their own mass-production crystal suit refinement projects. They may lack experience, but they have a long history of crystal suit refinement. Some sects are even refining low-cost crystal suits by simplifying the crystal suits that they already have. Naturally, their research speed is much faster. The refining department of Deep Sea University is working with the Golden Armor sect for a new model of crystal suit for mass production. 2. The Golden Armor sect ranks among the top 20 in the Federation. It is the strongest sect in battle armor refining and has refined crystal suits independently before. Their work is best known for the sturdiness. Now, the best university and the best sect have formed a coalition. The Billionsworth Order is almost sure to fall into their hands. It's indeed difficult for us to steal the food from a tiger's mouth. However, if we want the Holy Land for refiners to refer to us and us alone, we have to win the competition. Liao clenched his hands. His voice was shaking in excitement. "Professor, do you really believe that we can beat the refining department of Deep Sea University and take the title of Holy Land for refiners?" In a faint smile, Yuan Manchio said, "I'll tell you a secret, Liao. Ever since the day I went separate ways with Chu Xiaohong, my professor, and walked out of Deep Sea University, there hasn't been a day going by over the past decades without me yearning to beat the refining department of Deep Sea University and assume their title Holy Land for refiners." Liao gasped at the determination in her words. Yuan Manchio laughed and patted Liao on his shoulder. She continued, "All right, you must be exhausted after your adventure to the dark desolate domain. Take a decent rest before you get back to work again. Right, remember to check on your girlfriend, too. Days ago, when she heard you had went missing in the Thunderous Sound Mountain, she was jumping up and down in worry. She even decided to go to rescue you in the dark desolate domain. Thankfully, President Xiong stopped her from doing that. What a silly girl." "Got it." Liao was so focused on the announcement of the military that he didn't even realize what his professor was talking about. A moment later, his eyes grew wide as he said in bewilderment, "My girlfriend? Who's my girlfriend?" Yuan Manchio glanced at him strangely. Isn't Ms. Ding, who stayed at the institute after graduation, your girlfriend? You always go to and leave her place at midnight. Everybody in the faculty neighborhood knows that. I've even seen it with my own eyes a couple of times. Is there a problem? Li Yao's cheeks were flushed in embarrassment. He faltered and failed to give an answer. Yuan Manchio misunderstood his awkwardness. She said in a comforting voice, "Students of the Grand Desolate War Institution are all grown-ups. The institution does not forbid students and teachers being in a relationship. Your situation is special, too. You've been more than qualified for graduation based on the facts that you passed the refiner's registration examination and the 3 months training in the Thunder training camp. Now, you are already a research associate of the institution. So, there is no need to worry about the code of conduct." "It's not like that, Professor." Li Yao tried to explain vaguely. "Ding Lingdang and I are only training partners." After saying that, Li Yao felt somewhat both jealous and lost. He was dazed. He didn't understand why he felt that way. Yuan Manchio was surprised. She stared at him for a long time before she said, "Li Yao, I've read the report from the Thunder training camp which concluded your advantages and disadvantages that were observed during your 3-month training. The Thunder training camp gave you a high score in every regard. There was only one shortcoming. You are too crazy about training." Li Yao didn't understand. What's wrong with training crazily? Yuan Manchio was quiet for some time. Then she continued, not without sadness. "Li Yao, do you know the one thing that I regret most in my entire life? 1 year ago, the night before what we thought would be the day of the Project Mystic Skeleton's success, Old Mo told me that he made a reservation in a nice restaurant and he wanted us to go to dinner alone to celebrate it in advance. When the refinement of the supercompressed crystal reactor succeeded the next day, the entire refining department would definitely celebrate together in great joy. There wouldn't be private space for us. However, I turned him down because of an unimportant data assessment task. Over the years before that, we had fully devoted ourselves to the Project Mystic Skeleton like two fanatics. We barely expressed our feelings to each other. Our meals were either eaten in the school cafeteria or were takeaways that a lot of people gathered together to eat. I could hardly remember when was the last time that Old Mo and I went out for a serious dinner. At that time, I always thought that it was not important. Training and research were what mattered most. Also, after the Project Mystic Skeleton succeeded, we would have the rest of our lives to share with each other. I was wrong. You know what happened the next day. I don't regret that I left Deep Sea University. I don't regret that I walked on the path of the grassroots refinement ideology. Even Old Mo's accident by itself never shook my perseverance in cultivation. But I deeply, deeply regret that I didn't go out to dinner with him that night. Even if one day the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit is successfully refined and the refining department of the Grand Desolate War Institution becomes famous all over the world, I'll never have the opportunity to talk with Old Mo about our sufferings in the past decades and share the happiness of success with each other at a dinner table anymore." Li Yao sniffed. He felt that something deep down his heart was touched. Yuan Manchio sighed and said solemnly, "Crazily training is good. Greatness cannot be achieved without obsession. How can you break the barrier of cultivation without a bit of craziness? But bear in mind that the purpose of cultivation is to become a genuine human being, instead of a training machine. Refinement, building foundation, core formation, nascent soul, spirit transformation. The path of cultivation never ends. There are countless worlds in the boundless cosmos. But the precious things in your life are likely to be gone forever before you can appreciate them. And once they're gone, you can't find them again even if you become the best cultivator in the entire universe. Remember, you are, first and foremost, a human being and then a cultivator. Training is important, but it's more important to be a human being first. Therefore, I want you to withdraw from your crazy training for a moment and examine the beautiful things in your life. Only after you've tasted the beauty of life can you face brutal battles valiantly. Only after you've found the things that you cherish most can you understand the true meaning of cultivation." Li Yao bit his lips. He was breathing hard. His eyes beamed out two thin lights. He felt his brain was in a mess. Many memory pieces that looked like glittering glass surged in his brain and gathered into a giant smile. A smile so contagious that anyone who saw it would immediately start smiling too. Ding ling dang. Yuan Manshio said seriously. Ms. Ding's mother was also a faculty member of the Grand Desolate War Institution. She was a colleague of mine for decades. Although our research fields were different and we didn't communicate a lot, I have been very familiar with her daughter ever since she was a little girl. Ms. Ding is a good girl, but her parents' accident was too much for her. She has been somewhat stuck in the mire of cultivation. For years, she has been a lunatic in training like yourself. There is nothing but training, training, and training in her head. You are the first one to have ever disrupted her training and let her forget it temporarily. Liao opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. Yuan Manshio glared. Don't you dare say again that the purpose of you meeting each other alone at midnight is for training. Why don't you come to me for training at midnight? Failing to come up with any rebuttal, Liao shut his mouth. Yuan Manshio glanced at him and told him one last shocking message. The day before you reached out to the outside world again, when everyone thought that you were dead, Ding Lingdang was the only one determined to go to search for you in the dark, desolate domain. She even cried in front of the principal. Liao's head went blank. The world seemed to have turned into a giant cloud on which he was standing dizzily. He jumped up and dashed out. I'm going to find her now. Liao was running through the campus. It was a cool autumn day. Red leaves that looked like fire were everywhere on the ground, burning Liao's feet and pushing him to be faster and faster. Ding Lingdang and he were back in touch several days ago. But during their talk via the spiritual crane messenger, she was talking and laughing as usual and never mentioned anything about her rescue plan. Why didn't she tell me? Did she really cry? Every moment since they first met each other popped up in Liao's head. It was not until now that Liao realized he remembered everything so clearly, as if he had a crystal processor inside his body that recorded Ding Lingdong's every smile. Ba bump, ba bump, ba bump. Liao's heart was beating like drumming and his sweat was pouring from his forehead. He felt more anxious than when he was faced with the two demon general hunters. Rushing all his way, and by a lift in the end, Liao finally arrived at the floating mountain of the combat department. Yuan Manshio told him that Ding Lingdang would be teaching the physical exercise class for the freshmen of the combat department. Although there was still a long way ahead, Liao was already able to see Ding Lingdang dashing like wind and fire, kicking dozens of freshmen down before she roared that they needed to do long-distance running while carrying plates of hundreds of kilograms. Liao couldn't help but smile. She was just like the old days, a phoenix flying in fire that would never stop on the ground. Liao sat cross-legged beside the playground, leaning on one of his elbows while waiting for the class to be over. Or rather, he was waiting for the class not to be over. Felt good to watch her dancing cheerfully so far away. Soon, Ding Lingdang noticed him and put on a big smile. Look over there. Ms. Ding is smiling. So gently. Are my eyes deceiving me? I never saw such an expression on Ms. Ding's face before. What's going on? Has she been possessed by a devil? The freshmen were all stupefied. Many of them, not realizing that their plates had fallen on their feet, didn't even scream out in pain. The playground was caught in a weird vibe. Their school had started only a few days ago, but they had all learned the toughness of Ding Lingdang already. Ms. Ding was truly a devil in training. Her crazy training methodology had put the most enthusiastic students in tears. After consulting the sophomore students, they learnt more history about this human-shaped Tyrannosaurus. Apart from everything else, the fact that she was the sole female president of the Iron Fist Club was evident enough of her resolution. Never would they ever believe that Ding Lingdang had such a personality that could almost be called sexy, which fascinated all of them. Who's this guy? He has an air of sharpness around him, like a wild beast that just came out of the forest. He seems to be coming for Ms. Ding. Look, Ms. Ding's eyesight has never been away from him for even a single second ever since he came here. Wow. She smiled again. Did you see that? A smile with so much femininity. Ms. Ding must have been put under a spell. Ms. Ding walked to him. Ms. Ding opened her arms. Wow. They hugged. Hugging, not tugging. Could he be the vulture? Liao, The legendary strongest man of the new generation of the Grand Desolate War Institution? That's right. It must be him. But the reason why he is the well-acknowledged strongest man of the new generation is not because of his credits or his achievement in the Limit Challenge competition, but, according to sources, because he is very likely to be Ms. Ding's boyfriend. What? Countless eyes gazed at Liao in admiration. To think that he could tame a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus. No wonder he was the new legend of the Grand Desolate War Institution. What a godlike man. At night, the roof of Ding Lingdong's house was surrounded by bamboos. Lying on the roof, one would feel like sailing in a sea of bamboos with nature as the helmsman. It was quiet and peaceful. Stars were dancing in the sky. Their brilliance gathered and formed a big smile. Liao shook his head to get rid of the illusion. He rubbed his face hard. Ding Lingdang came out through the skylight. She laughed when she saw Liao's grimace. "What are you doing?" For some reason, Liao felt guilty and didn't dare to look at her in the eyes, fearing that she might see through the unsaid feelings in his heart. "Why are you acting all weird? Not recovered from the protracted stay at Thunderous Sound Mountain yet." Ding Lingdang walked to Liao on the tips of her toes and lay down beside him. After stretching herself, she patted Liao on his back heavily as she said, "Good for you. Surviving 10 days by yourself in the Thunderous Sound Mountain without being eaten by a demon beast. That's my boy. Are you done resting? Let's go down and start training if you are. During the 3 months while you were gone, I've been training by myself in the billowing Star Sea. There was no one to practice boxing with. It was so boring that my bones were itchy, my meals were dull, and I couldn't sleep well. Haha. If you were delayed for a few days longer, I might have gone to the dark desolate domain to find you," Ding Lingdang said casually, showing no sign that she had cried in front of anyone. Blinking his eyes, Liao said hesitatingly, "Sister Ling, why don't we just sit and talk here while we enjoy the beautiful view instead of going to the billowing Star Sea?" "Huh." Ding Lingdang stared at him from head to toe for over half a minute, before she said in amusement, "That's not something the vulture often says. I remember that we used to spend every second we're together on training. Why are you changed after only 3 months?" Liao scratched his hair. He smiled. "I just thought that we never really had the chance to sit down and get to know each other, although we've met for such a long time." Ding Lingdong's mouth twitched. "There isn't so much time for chit-chatting. We can get to know each other by our fists. My fist, for one, knows your body pretty well." She turned him down, but seeing Liao's disappointed face, she felt her heart was somewhat hurt. She blurted, all right, you are totally absent-minded today. It will be no fun beating you up. Might as well gossip for a while. What do you want to talk about? Martial arts or magical equipment?" Liao almost laughed. "Can we talk about something else? For example, like your parents? I'm curious about how a refiner of the military and a university teacher fell in love with each other." Liao wanted to bite his tongue off the moment he let those words out. There couldn't possibly be a worse topic. Where was his computational ability that he was so proud of? But since the Pandora's box was already opened, Liao had no choice but to stare at Ding Lingdang waiting for an answer. Liao felt sorry about the accident of Ding Lingdong's parents. But he also knew that it would be better to dig out and deal with the emotional trauma than to bury it deep down in her heart for the rest of their life. Ding Lingdong's smile was frozen, before it melted half a minute later under Liao's enthusiastic look. She took a long breath. Memories of long time ago came back to her. Her lips curled as she thought of something interesting. After a while, she smiled. They met each other during a cooperation of the Grand Desolate War Institution and the military. My mother and I share the same temper, straightforward and aggressive. She liked to travel to the depths of the Grand Desolate Plateau and fight the demon beasts there. Men around her often found her unbearable. My father was a mild, somewhat mundane man. He was a typical refiner dwelling in the world of magical equipment all the time who had zero combat ability. At the beginning of the cooperation, they came across a very strong demon beast. My father was almost killed because of his lack of combat skills. My mother saved his life multiple times from the paws and teeth of the demon beast. But as a result, their mission was delayed. My mother was mad and got even madder seeing my father's dumb actions. Therefore, she went to my father whenever they were not occupied during the mission and taught him basic self-defense skills, in case he dragged the team down again. But according to my father, my mother was simply looking for more opportunities to pick on him. Anyways, that was how my mother and my father met. After the cooperation was over, my father came to the Grand Desolate War Institution for my mother whenever he had free time, claiming that he needed to learn more about the self-defense skills my mother taught him, which he found extremely useful. My mother was innocent enough to believe that my father was really trying to learn the martial arts, so she taught him without being guarded against him. My father finally got a chance. Later, he even filed an application to the military to study martial arts in the Grand Desolate War Institution for half a year. Just like that, during the learning and teaching, my mother fell in love with my father as well. Haha! They loved each other very much. You've seen the two delicate puppets in my house, haven't you? Those are my father's masterpieces. Born in the Grand Desolate Plateau and serving in the military all the time, my father was kind of a grassroots refiner. He wasn't good enough to refine such exquisite magical equipment. But he spent all his spare time polishing one crystal stone after another and refining one component after another. Finally, he created those two wonderful puppets as a gift to my mother on their 10th wedding anniversary. He said that my mother was the high and mighty seven-colored parrot, and he would be the little snake staying by her side and protecting her. But my mother laughed and said that he was too weak to protect her, and that he should just stay at home and let his wife protect him. No one had been bold enough to talk with Ding Ling Dang about her parents. She never had the opportunity to share their stories with other people either. Now that she started talking, she found herself hardly able to stop. Lying with her head on her hands, she told Liao everything about her parents as stars shined warmly in the sky. From the funny stories when her parents just fell in love, to the happy moments after she was born, and how her father taught her refining when she was just a little girl. Without her knowing, she was leaning close to Liao. Nor did she, who was excited by all the beautiful memories, notice Liao's weird face. After talking forever, Ding Ling Dang finally stopped, when her body was right next to Liao's. She licked her lips and said, "Hey, I've talked so much about myself. Don't just listen. Say something about yourself, too. Let me see. Why don't you tell me how you became a refiner?" Liao was dazed for a moment. The warmth in his eyes dispersed and didn't return until a while later. With a childish smile, he murmured, "When I was 4 or 5, I was still struggling in the magical equipment graveyard. One day, I came across a flying music box by accident. You know what a flying music box is, don't you? It's like a little bamboo dragonfly that can float in the air and play beautiful music. The more advanced models could unleash a three-dimensional light beam that displayed music videos. To this day, I still remember clearly that the flying music box I picked up could play 4 music clips with 4 different light beams, which were the sceneries of a peaceful forest in 4 seasons. Every night, I would listen to the music box and enjoy the seasonal change of the forest. That was my happiest moment in a day. At that time, I truly believed that there were gods in this world. Who else could create such amazing magical equipment other than gods? Later, I learnt that such magical equipment was crafted by refiners. That's when I decided that I would be a refiner one day and make the best flying music box in the world. Liao laughed vainly. But after I became a refiner, I never once refined civil magical equipment such as a flying music box. What I refined has been nothing but weapons for battles and combat. Under the guidance of my father, I did try to refine a flying music box before, but it was ugly and had imbalanced wings, which caused it to fall every time it flew for a while. Ding Ling Dang leaned close. I never knew that small talk could be so much fun. Let me see what else I've got for you. The two of them chatted and laughed, until stars over their head quenched one after another. They both fell to sleep on the roof after they didn't know how long. Liao was made of flesh and bones like anybody else. 3 months of overtraining in the Thunder training camp and 10 days on the run in the Thunder Sound Mountain had drained him. During the days after he was rescued, he found his brain too excited to sleep. However, his body tried to even when he was placed in a deep sleep capsule. Right now, lying beside Ding Lingdang and smelling her perfume. Liao felt that the burden on his mind had been removed and fell asleep easily. When he woke up again, broad daylight was already shining on his face. The autumn sun was comfortable and cozy. Coldness of the night couldn't do any harm to the cultivators. Liao felt refreshed and vigorous as he could ever be. Even the world had become more beautiful in his eyes. His left hand was numb. Then he realized that Ding Lingdang was taking his left arm as her pillow. He swallowed and moved his hand. Ding Lingdang seemed to have felt something. She frowned and crawled into Liao's arms, like a kitty scrambling to a warm shelter in coldness. She moaned and muttered something. Liao's heart was beating fast. He turned his ear to listen carefully, his earlobe almost kissing Ding Lingdang's burning lips. Ding Lingdang repeated what she just said. This time, Liao got it loud and clear. It was, "Damn you wusses. Faster. Faster. Run faster." Liao was stiffened. With a shivering of her eyelashes, Ding Lingdang opened her eyes. The dumb look on her face indicated that she was not fully awake yet. She stayed still for a long time, unwilling to get rid of the warmth around her. It was not until half a minute later that her eyes went clear again. She jumped and stretched her arms. Then she combed her hair with her fingers, only to make it messier than before. Ho-hum. Ding Lingdang yawned comfortably. She was smacking her lips as she said, "That was a short night. It will be fun just chatting casually every once in a while. It's officially decided then. Let's spare one night for chit-chatting every month. No, every fortnight. No, every week. What do you think?" "Works fine for me." Liao smiled. "But you haven't answered the last question I asked you yesterday." "I haven't." Ding Lingdong's big eyes were blinking in confusion. "I forget it. What was the question again?" "Your future plans. Like what you will do in the future, what kind of boyfriend you're looking for, etc." Liao's eyes were unsteady. "We talked about that last night? I don't remember any of it." With puffy cheeks, Ding Lingdang thought for a while. Then she said, "About the future, I probably won't be a college teacher forever. The reason I stayed at school after graduation was partly because of my mother, and partly because I wanted to learn some more stuff in the Grand Desolate War Institution so that I could be stronger and avenge my parents one day. However, after I truly became a teacher, I found the job completely unsuitable for me. The weak-ass freshmen really dispirit me. I don't even have the passion to abuse them anymore. Maybe the free hunting in wilderness lifestyle is more my cup of tea. One day, when I'm strong enough, I might become a demon beast hunter. It will be awesome, won't it?" Well, Liao was actually more interested in the latter half of the question. "As for boyfriend, I haven't given it much thought. It doesn't matter what I think anyway. You know my personality best. However hard I try to pretend to be an elegant lady, I'll end up betraying myself within half a day. Any normal guy who sees me burping after eating 5 grilled jiggets for a single meal will surely be scared off. Won't they?" "I think so, yes. However, there are many guys that are not so normal in this world. Let's just say there is an abnormal guy who can tolerate your quirks. What would you expect him to be like?" Liao swallowed nervously. What kind of question is this? Ding Lingdang glanced at him in suspicion. She thought for a moment and replied, "First, he must be handsome. I love polite, gentle, handsome, scholarly-looking guys best. Second, he must be weak. Definitely not a battle-type cultivator. Culture-type cultivator and research-type cultivator will be best. Third, he must listen to whatever I say, because I'm going to be the master of my family." Ha 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 ha. Polite, gentle, handsome, scholarly-looking? Liao was dazed for a long time. "I thought you'd prefer tougher guys and your criteria would include things like higher combat ability and slaying a certain number of demon beasts. Your requirement sounds a little sissy, don't you think? Haven't you always hated sissies?" "I hate sissies to be my brothers. Only tough men such as the vulture deserve to be my brothers. I despise soft, weak crybabies most." Ding Lingdang punched Liao in his chest and laughed. "But it's different when it comes to husband or boyfriend. My husband or boyfriend only needs to look after our baby at home. I will protect him if anything happens. Why do I want a tough guy for that? Liao was speechless for quite a long time. His face was trebling hard, his expressions altering non-stop. In the end, dogged determination appeared in his eyes. The moment Ding Lingdang was going to stand up, Liao rolled over and pushed himself above Ding Lingdang, locking her between his arms. What are you doing? Ding Lingdang was surprised. She felt Liao was not himself. Taking a deep breath, Liao said with all his courage, I would very much like to refine a piece of magical equipment for you. One that is going to be more exquisite than your 7-star silver-ringed horned snake and 7-colored parrot. Ding Lingdong's eyes looked like a lake that was just unfrozen in spring with ripples floating one after another. Pushed by Liao's yearning look, she was breathing heavily. A drop of sweat was flowing down the tip of her nose. Right then, her mini crystal processors buzzed. With an exclamation, Ding Lingdang jumped up and, failing to control her strength, hit Liao's chin with her head. Liao was knocked over, and his tongue was bitten by his teeth, making him unable to say anything because of pain. I have a class this morning. I'm running late. Ding Lingdang stuttered as she tried to comb her hair again. She jumped off the roof without going through the skylight. After a moment, she leaped out while her toothbrush was still in her mouth. It was not until she was out of the bamboo woods that she finally shouted, There are many delicious foods in my home. They're all in their old places. You must have been starved after the long journey to the dark, desolate domain. Cook them and try to get some nourishment. Liao rolled his tongue for a long time before he regained the ability to talk. At a long distance, Ding Lingdang looked like a bolting rabbit that was being chased by a wolf. She was nearly tripped over several times. She ran away, just like that? Liao couldn't believe his eyes. This was the first time that he had ever seen Ding Lingdang running away from anything. In the training room on the floating mountain of the combat department, the freshmen were whispering to each other and eyeing Ding Lingdang strangely. The room had an odd vibe. Why are you guys acting so weird today? Do you want me to increase the difficulty of your training because you didn't enjoy yourself enough yesterday? Class monitor, come here and talk. Ding Lingdang screamed and shouted like a devil. Trembling in fear, the class monitor stood up. He summoned whatever left of his guts and said, No, not like that, Ms. Ding. We just feel that you might be distracted. We were simply expressing our concerns. I am distracted? Raising her eyebrows in anger, Ding Lingdang snarled. How did you come to that conclusion? Do tell me. The class monitor was almost in tears. He was shaking as he said, Because of your clothes, Ms. Ding. Ding Lingdang looked down and realized that she was wearing her blue pajamas with teddy bears on it. She had left home in such a hurry that she even forgot to change her clothes. Ding Lingdong's cheeks was flushed. For a moment, the feminine countenance that had once stupefied all of the freshmen was back. But soon, the human-shaped Tyrannosaurus restored control over her body. She raised her voice and shouted, I'm relieved to find that you've recovered well from yesterday's training, since you are all energetic enough to care about what clothes I'm wearing today. Excellent. Everyone's training amount today shall be increased by 30%. Liao returned to the refining department in a good mood. Despite the major transformation of the refining department and the ongoing infrastructural construction, the second laboratory was reserved for him, which was also his dormitory. The moment he unsealed the barriers and walked into the laboratory, the black wing already dashed out from a corner and circled round him. It hummed while it was flying, like a dog that was wagging its tail because it had seen its master again after a long time of departure. Little Black, I'm back. Seeing the black wing, Liao finally felt he'd truly returned home. He had worried that there would be too many eyes and mouths in the training camp. Therefore, he didn't take the black wing during the 3 months of training, which was a decision that he couldn't regret more. If Little Black had been with him in the Thunderous Sound Mountain, he would have got out of the place much more easily. Liao decided that he would try to bring the black wing with him next time wherever he was going to. Haha, stop whining like that. I've brought you some good stuff. Liao extended his spiritual threads into the cosmos ring and tossed out a scattered bone of the mutant lion dragon. The black wing screamed, Hundreds of black spiritual threads crowded out and tied the bone up like a hungry tiger plunging onto a goat. The spiritual energy contained in the bone was absorbed at a crazy speed. It's amazing that you've improved so much only after 3 months. The crystals that I traded with my credits have all been absorbed by you. Wow. Good job. Liao took out a leg bone of the mutant lion dragon, which was long enough for Little Black to chew for a while. Then he sat before the large-scale crystal processor and started pondering about his future plan. Of course, the Project Mystic Skeleton would be his main focus for the next year. After 100 days in the Thunder training camp, Liao had developed his own ideas about crystal suit refinement and modification, which, together with the refinement methodologies of the 100 Smelting Clan, would surely shed new lights to the experienced refiners that had been working on the project. However, the Project Mystic Skeleton was a collaborative work. Liao had ambitions for himself. The stronger he became, the more memory pieces of Oyezi he could absorb. The ancient books that he'd been learning were getting arcane, too. Many of the secret arts were not meant to be set to public. Therefore, Liao needed a personal workshop where he could refine magical equipment at his will without worrying about others snooping. To build such a workshop, the best way would be to buy a world fragment and add barriers to the teleportation array so that no one else would be able to break in. It was a common practice among the refiners. Many master refiners had their own world fragments as their personal refining rooms. However, it would cost a huge amount of money to buy a world fragment. A world fragment used for refining didn't need to be as large as the billowing star sea. But since it was necessary to buy the freehold of the world fragment, the price could still be as high as 1 billion. Together with the cost to build a refining workshop inside the world fragment, Liao estimated that he needed at least 1.5 billion to finish everything. Liao had made a great fortune in the thunderous Sound Mountain. There were abundant heavenly materials and earthly treasures in his cosmos ring. The forbidden scales of the mutant lion dragon alone were valuable enough, let alone the exotic magical equipment left by the demon infiltration squad. Liao kept some of the magical equipment and the precious materials for further studies, and he needed to sell off the rest of the stuff so that he could fulfill his dream of building the Fiend Star refining workshop. However, the heavenly materials and earthly treasures were all shady. If he were to sell them through the official channel, there would be a good chance that his secret was discovered. It seems that I'll need to ask for several days' leave and make a trip to the Serpent Mountain Village. The Serpent Mountain Village was the biggest congregation of outlaws in the south of the Federation. It was also where the biggest black market of the Federation was located. Many heavenly materials and earthly treasures of unknown backgrounds could only be sold off in the Serpent Mountain Village. Naturally, the price was often lower than they should be. But the good thing was that no one would look into where they came from, or who the seller was. The other reason why Liao needed to go to Serpent Mountain Village was to uncover the secrets of his Cosmos Ring. On his way back to the Grand Desolate War Institution, he had tried cracking the encryptions in the Cosmos Ring with his mini crystal processor. But it didn't take long before he discovered that there was a double encryption inside the Cosmos Ring. It seemed that 2 zones, one larger and the other smaller, had been sealed in it at the same time. Liao inferred that the larger zone must be the Snake Demon's storage space, whereas the smaller zone was probably the storage space of one of the ring's former masters. The ring's previous owner had set up a strong encryption inside the Cosmos Ring that the Snake Demon failed to unseal. Therefore, the demon simply added another encryption over the old one. According to Liao's calculations, it wouldn't be difficult to crack the Snake Demon's encryption. With a suitable algorithm, the large-scale crystal processor could decrypt it within several days. However, if the Snake Demon's encryption were to be cracked by brute force, the other encryption within it might be triggered and blow up the space inside the Cosmos Ring, which would definitely ruin everything contained inside. To thoroughly crack the double encryption was too difficult for Liao at present. Besides, he didn't have special crystal processors that were designed to crack encryptions either. However, in the world of cultivation, there was an occupation in a gray area called crypto hacker. Every crypto hacker was both a crystal processor maniac and an expert in manipulating telepathic thoughts. Many of them were eccentric geniuses who sought no fame or fortune, but only the pleasure of deciphering an encryption. The Serpent Mountain village had a few such crypto hackers. Even the large-scale encryption that the federal government set up on the spiritual nexus failed to block their methods. They were the only people who possibly had the ability to crack the double encryption in the Cosmos ring and unravel the secrets inside for him. It's decided then. I'll get familiar with the progress of the Project Mystic Skeleton in the next couple of days. Then I'll ask for a leave to the Serpent Mountain village. If everything goes well, it will be a 3-day trip at most. I'll make best use of the weekend. Not many things will have to be postponed. Liao activated the spiritual crane messenger for work. The Mountain Sea sect sent me so many messages? Liao was refreshed. He rubbed his hands together. 3 months ago, he had made a deal with the Mountain Sea sect. According to their plan, the manufacturing process should have already begun. He was curious about the sales. The Demon Beast Detector was Liao's first self-refined magical equipment on which he had spared no efforts. He had hoped to make some money out of it. But more importantly, he wanted his work to be appreciated by fellow cultivators. Liao opened the messenger and started browsing in excitement. The more he read, the more dazed he became. He was speechless for a long time before he mumbled, "Only 693 sold after an entire month? Bad reviews are all over the magical equipment magazines and the spiritual nexus forums? Many dealers are terminating cooperation with us?" Liao scratched his head, confused. The performance of the Demon Beast Detector had been tested by him in real battles. It was definitely not a laboratory toy. The Mountain Sea sect had done thorough market research and project feasibility analysis, both of which indicated a very promising prospect. Besides, the Demon Beast Detector was the Mountain Sea sect's last hope. The entire sect from top to bottom had been paying great attention to it. Their assembly line was modified under Liao's personal supervision with consideration of every detail. The product quality was as good as those refined by Liao himself. To expand the market share, the product was set at a relatively low price. It was meant to be a sales campaign to build up the brand image of the Mountain Sea sect and the Fiend Star. Although Liao didn't have high hopes for his first try, the sales of below 700 for a whole month were still too horrible to look at. After pondering for a moment, Liao logged in the spiritual nexus and bought a few virtual magical equipment magazines of the latest releases. Then he searched reviews about the Demon Beast Detector on the magazines. There were 3 most famous magical equipment magazines in the Star Glory Federation, which were Magical Equipment World, Refiner's Home, and Flying Sword and Battle Armor. Many new articles would be updated in the 3 magazines, commenting on the newest magical equipment and making a lot of rankings. There were good lists such as Golden List, Most Popular List, and Most Creative List, as well bad lists such as Black List, Rotten Eggs List, and Most Superficial List. Countless new models of magical equipment appeared in the world of cultivation every day, which was too much for any cultivator to test in person. Therefore, the reviews of the magical equipment magazines played an important role in helping them decide what to buy and what not to. It was acknowledged that if a piece of magical equipment received unanimous approval from all the 3 magazines, its sales would be sure to soar. On the contrary, if all the 3 magazines criticized a piece of magical equipment at the same time, it would be gone from the market very soon. The Demon Beast Detector, as a beginner's work, didn't attract much attention in the cultivation world. There were only several articles written by some mediocre critics in the magazines. Liao opened the review posted in the magical equipment world and started reading patiently. At the beginning, the article listed some of the advantages of the Demon Beast Detector casually, such as handiness, precision, quick reaction, and so on. Then, the article changed its style with a big however. However, since the Demon Beast Detector has been refined in the form of a monocle, the popping of information will surely block the wearer's vision. Besides, since it is designed to be worn on one side of the head, it risks bringing lopsidedness and thus imbalance to the body. Under extreme circumstances where the crystal glass was broken, it is very likely to fly into the wearer's eye and affect their combat ability. Moreover, the article, in a seemingly candid tone, listed more than 10 defects, before it was eventually concluded with all in all, as an interesting plaything created by a college student in his spare time. This piece of magical equipment is good enough in regard of completeness. Li Yao's nose was almost put out of joint because of anger. Perfect magical equipment did not exist. The demon beast detector had its own defects and limitations just as any other magical equipment did. But the article was simply nitpicking the demon beast detector based on criteria so harsh that were bordering on absurdness. It could be compared to criticizing a chainsword for lack of long-range attack abilities and decrying a crystal railgun because it was unsuitable for melee combat. It was utter BS. It was correct that putting on a demon beast detector on one of the ears would affect the body balance, but so would a chainsword or any other magical equipment carried by a cultivator. Never would any cultivator carry a chainsword on the middle of their back for the sake of balance control. It was also true that the crystal glass might stab the eyes when it was broken. But any battle armor and crystal suit would have the potential danger of stabbing the wearer's body when they were broken. Criticizing magical equipment for that was just like giving up eating for fear of choking. Li Yao cursed the writer of the article in mind and opened the review in Refiner's home. This article didn't talk much about the shining points and shortcomings of the demon beast detector itself. Instead, the main topic of the article was Li Yao and the Mountain Sea sect. It didn't vilify them. On the contrary, there were words of praises between the lines all over the article. But after reading the entire article, one would recognize that Li Yao was a beginner in the trade of refiners, and that the Mountain Sea sect was a combat sect without much experience in refining precise magical equipment whose last product, the hunting watch, was a brutal failure. They were brave enough to refine precise magical equipment. But the performance and quality of their product would be a big question mark. Li Yao was so infuriated that his nostril grew even wider. This article was even more sordid than the previous one. Everything in the article so true that there was not much to pick on. Flying Sword and Battle Armor had used to be a professional magazine that focused on flying sword-type magical equipment and battle armor-type magical equipment exclusively. Later, it began to expand its repertoire and post reviews on other military magical equipment. It had the most proficiency and authority of all the three magical equipment magazines. The article in Flying Sword and Battle Armor was the shortest. It did not note the advantages and disadvantages of the product, nor did it cling to Li Yao or the Mountain Sea sect's background. Instead, it pointed out the problem of the demon beast detector succinctly. Judging from its designing purpose, the demon beast detector was a piece of ancillary magical equipment for the solo hunters on the Grand Desolate Plateau. But such solo hunters often boasted extraordinary perceptiveness and computational ability, as well as personal strength. They were already able to memorize features and skills of many demon beasts without the help of the demon beast detector. Those who needed the demon beast detector most were actually low-level cultivators and ordinary soldiers. But they often went on missions in groups with large-scale probe magical equipment. The demon beast detector was redundant for them. A product of mixed-up orientation with uninspiring functions. This was the conclusion in Flying Sword and Battle Armor. Li Yao was sincerely convinced by the article. He had been thinking of the target customer and function limitations lately, and was preparing to add communication and map functions to the new version of Demon Beast Detector. But the problems alone were obviously not enough to pull the sales down to only 600. Li Yao thought for a while and entered a forum named Blood and Slaughter. It was a famous forum among demon beast hunters with a lot of cultivator users who'd share their experiences in the Grand Desolate with other people. There was a board in the forum that was especially for posting the personal experiences with a particular piece of magical equipment, which was quite popular among middle-level and low-level cultivators. Li Yao found 57 threads that were related to the demon beast detector, none of which were positive. This is absolutely garbage. It worked fine at first but was entirely broken after I was tripped over one time during the battle. Later, it couldn't even distinguish low-level demon soldiers from middle-level ones, which almost killed me. Poor design. Very uncomfortable when pinned to ear. Feels like the ear is stuffed if you're sweating. Don't ever try it. It is just a scam concocted by a college student and some third-rate sect. Reading the threads, Li Yao squinted. Sharp glint was shining in his eyes. Only 600 pieces had been sold off. Yet, some 50 users were already posting negative reviews in a small forum at a time and date that was extremely close to the Demon Beast Detector's debut. It was just like they bought one copy immediately after the Demon Beast detector was released, went straight on fighting in the depths of the Grand Desolate Plateau, and returned to condemn it on the Nexus the very next day. 1 or 2 cases were possible, but more than 20 similar threads, together with the biased reviews in the 3 magical equipment magazines, Liao seemed to have sensed the scent of a conspiracy. The last message sent by Jiang Wenbo made Liao jump out of his chair. What? The Mountain Sea sect is going to be bought out. He couldn't bear it any longer and contacted Jiang Wenbo through the spiritual crane messenger. 2 lackluster faces appeared in the light beam. It was Jiang Wenbo and Guan Xiong who were discussing the sect affairs. Mr. Jiang, brother Xiong, what's going on? Reviews on the flying sword and battle armor could be called fair, but those on the magical equipment world and refiner's home were downright outrageous. There are a lot of negative comments in the major forums too. It's unreasonable. It's also unreasonable, according to your letters, that many dealers are terminating cooperation with us. The Demon Beast detector has only been set to public for a month. Without major quality flaws, the dealers wouldn't terminate their cooperation even though the sales are not looking good at present. Now, you're also saying that the Mountain Sea sect is going to be bought out by some other sect. What's happening exactly? Liao posed all his questions fast and straightforward. Jiang Wenbo looked at Guan Xiong and sighed. Liao, your guess is correct. We were ambushed. Somebody's had their eyes on the Demon Beast detector since before it was on sale. There's something wrong with the reviews in the 3 magical equipment magazines. Someone has been behind the negative threads on the forums too. According to our secret investigation, many of the dealers terminated the cooperation because of intense pressure from outside. However, none of that is our biggest problem. The Demon Beast detector is a finely made piece of magical equipment. According to the feedback we collected from the real customers, most of them are very satisfied and willing to recommend it to their friends. As long as we persist, the sales will definitely boom with the word of mouth. But right now, our biggest problem is... Jiang Wenbo paused for a moment. Then he said in a self-mocking smile, "It doesn't matter now. Might as well just tell you the truth. It's been spreading all over the cultivation world anyway. The Mountain Sea sect's going to have a capital chain rupture." What? Liao was shocked. The capital status of a sect is the secret of all secrets. Once the capital chain rupture is known by the public, the following chain reactions will destroy a sect easily. The fact that Jiang Wenbo was telling him the top secret meant that it was not a secret anymore. Jiang Wenbo smiled bitterly. A few reviews on the magazines or forums are not fatal. Even though many dealers have terminated cooperation, I still have a lot of lifelong friends supporting us. Also, we can always sell them on the Nexus. But right now, it was the crystal camera supplier that set us up. Our crystal camera supplier, after providing the first batch of crystal cameras, had been delaying the delivery of goods with all kinds of excuses. When we communicated with them, they guaranteed that everything was all right. The postponement was due to force majeure, specifically, short of raw materials. They promised that they would deliver the rest of the goods before the deadline and compensate for our loss because of the delay. There had been a deep trust between us after many years of cooperation, so we believed what they said. Before we received the crystal cameras, we had semi-refined thousands of Demon Beast detectors and even presold them. But, in the end, after postponing for 3 times, the crystal camera supplier scrapped the contract and terminated the cooperation. As a result, we had to recall all our presold orders and double refunded our customers' advance payment. It had a bad influence on our brand image, too. Even worse, the thousands of semi-manufactured Demon Beast detectors had all been refined based on the parameters of their crystal camera model. It was difficult to find substitution. Liao nodded. As a refiner, he was well aware that the parameters of crystal cameras refined by different sects varied significantly. In refining, a 1 mm divergence would be more than enough to stop the component from being universal. But there was one other thing he didn't understand. Mr. Jiang, when you signed the contract with this crystal camera supplier, there must be breach clauses on it, wasn't there? The liquidated damages must be a lot more than your loss, aren't they? Jiang Wenbo said, Liao, you're not an admin-type cultivator. You don't understand. Yes, there are breach clauses on the contract. But now they refuse to acknowledge the contract. So we'll have to file a lawsuit and sort everything out in a federal court. The trial might take 1 year or even 2 years. Of course, we will win the case in the end, but it's going to be 3 to 5 years later when we really get the liquidated damages. Liao thought for a moment, but he was still puzzled. But what can they gain from all this? They're losing both their money and their credit. Have they decided to commit suicide while dragging the Mountain Sea sect down with them? Zhang Wenba shook his head. You're wrong. The Mountain Sea sect will die before them. 2 of our loans will be due by the end of next month. We lost a fortune because of this accident. There's no way we can pay the loans now. What is even weirder is that the capital status of the Mountain Sea sect was somehow leaked. The entire cultivation world now all know of the Mountain Sea sect is going to go bankrupt at any moment. No one dares to lend any money to us right now. Liao frowned. A moment later he asked, Mr. Zhang, can you tell me how much the capital gap is for the Mountain Sea sect? Zhang Wenba was dazed for a second. Guan Xiong, who'd been sitting beside him with a grave face, said, With everything going to this far, there's nothing worth hiding now. Even our financial statement has been set to public. Besides, the Demon Beast Detector is our mutual project. Liao is our partner. He deserves to know our actual status. Now, the entire sect, from top to bottom, is trying everything we can and pulling all kinds of strings. We estimate that there will be a 300 to 500 million funding gap next month. If we can't work it out, the Mountain Sea sect will be doomed when the capital chain rupture occurs. Liao nodded in agreement. A 300 to 500 million gap might not seem very much for a sect, but the actual situation was a lot worse than it sounded. A chain is a serial assembly of links that are closely connected to one another. The Mountain Sea sect had been in debt due to ill management for many years. To embark on the Demon Beast Detector project, it borrowed a lot of loans from banks and other sections. The total loans were as high as several billion. All the investors had been paying close attention to the sales of the Demon Beast Detector, as well as the capital status of the Mountain Sea sect. If the Demon Beast Detector became an instant hit with amazing sales, the banks and sects definitely wouldn't try to recover their money in a hurry. Instead, they might even lend more money to the Mountain Sea sect in order to accumulate more interest. But as it turned out, the Demon Beast Detector was a bummer in the market. With the cash flow of the Mountain Sea sect running out, there would be chain reactions that may lead to bankruptcy. No bank or sect would agree to lend loans under such circumstances. They would only demand the Mountain Sea sect pay their debts as soon as possible. The Mountain Sea sect would be hopeless if so. Liao had a vague feeling that this whole incident had been a serial trap from the very beginning. Somebody must be behind all this. Do you have any theory who might be targeting the Mountain Sea sect and our Demon Beast Detector? Liao asked coldly. Dangerous brilliance was beaming in his eyes. Before Zhang Wenba opened his mouth, Guan Xiong said furiously, I don't have any valid evidence. But 10 days ago, the Zephyr Guild spoke boldly that it was going to acquire the Mountain Sea sect and make us a sub-branch of the Zephyr Guild. The Zephyr Guild. It immediately occurred to Liao that the Zephyr Guild had reached out to him when he just got the patent of the Demon Beast Detector, which wanted to buy out his patent at a very cheap price and was turned down by him. Zhang Wenba said, The Zephyr Guild is a traditional conglomerate in the field of precise magical equipment refining, which has been shifting to the probe magical equipment in recent years. Their advertising expense has been astronomical. However, the Zephyr Guild was first known by the watches they refined. Their probe magical equipment is all worn on wrists. I bought several of their products before. The design and precision are indeed much better than those of our Demon Beast Detector. But I still think the Demon Beast Detector will work better in real battles. Liao squinted and said, You mean, if the Demon Beast Detector goes popular, the market of the Zephyr Guild's probe magical equipment might shrink and cause them great losses? Of course, Zhang Wenba added. Also, the foul moves that we've been suffering from recently are exactly the style of the shark. Liao didn't know the name. Who is this shark? He is the nickname of the young master of the Zephyr Guild, Qiu Guanyu, a talented admin-type cultivator. Although he's only 29 years old, he has led several mergers and helped the Zephyr Guild swallow many sects that are of smaller size. Jiang Wenba continued, Qiu Guanyu is both meticulous and merciless. He is best known for his style of killing without spilling blood. If he wants to take over a sect, he will try everything he can to suffocate the sect until it has no choice but to be devoured by the Zephyr Guild. With furs, skins, bones, and all. In the 7 years since he started his career, he has taken over 11 sects in such way. Every year 1 or 2 sects will become his new sacrifice. Therefore, he has been nicknamed the Shark. So this is the case. I understand it now. Liao asked again. Mr. Jiang, Brother Xiong, what are the opinions inside the Mountain Sea sect about the takeover? Of course we hate it, Guan Xiong shouted. If it were months ago when the Mountain Sea sect was in desperation, we might have agreed to their terms if the Zephyr Guild wanted to buy us out, however unwillingly. But right now, with such an excellent product, the Demon Beast Detector, when we're ready for something big, this sleazy shark jumped on us and wanted us to bear the insult without complaints? Whoever wants to go there can go, but I definitely won't. To think that I might call the Shark Master one day in the future is enough to kill me. Anyways, if the Mountain Sea sect is to be taken over, I'll just resign and be a free cultivator. Jiang Wenba said, Few in the Mountain Sea sect are looking forward to the merger. But is there anything we can do about it? Liao didn't give an answer. He observed, the bottom line is, if you have 3 to 5 billion by the end of next month, you'll be able to survive the trouble temporarily, correct? Jiang Wenba nodded. Then his eyes grew wide as he shouted, failing to control his voice. Liao, what do you want? Pausing after each word, Liao said, I want to go to the Zephyr Guild and meet this so-called shark. Jiang Wenba blurted out, You know nothing about business and you are definitely no match for the shark. What's more, even if we can fix the loan issue temporarily, there are still bigger capital gaps in the future if the sales of the Demon Beast Detector remain at the current level. This will be a bottomless hole. There's no need to jump into it. Besides, it is just our speculation. We don't have any solid evidence to pin the whole scheme on the Zephyr Guild. You'll figure out how to solve the funding problem later. As long as Mr. Jiang, Brother Xiong, and the rest of the Mountain Sea sect stick together until the end, there will definitely be a way out. As for evidence, Liao smiled. His sharp teeth were glaring as he said, Do you think the vulture needs solid evidence to launch a counterattack when it is offended? Spiritual Wind City was located hundreds of kilometers away, a prosperous metropolis in the middle of the Federation. In the center of the city stood a jade-like, rosily shining skyscraper, which was the headquarters of the Zephyr Guild, one of the top 100 sects in the Federation. Wind was blowing hard on the rooftop. A handsome man whose hair was long enough to reach his waist had a greedy expression, his face aglow from the lights of the city below him. His long, silver hair was motionless in the blowing wind. Suddenly, the man took a deep, deep breath that seemed to be absorbing all the opulence of the city into his stomach like a giant whale which was sucking water. Weirdly, his chest did not inflate despite the deep breath. After more than a minute of inhaling, his cheeks were finally flushed in satisfaction. But there was no sign of exhaling. He turned around. Young master, the Mountain Sea sect firmly declined our merger proposal yet again. Respectfully, a subordinate handed over a crystal processor to him. Qiu Guanyu, the young master of the Zephyr Guild, known as the Shark, replied calmly with a cruel smile. Just another futile, dying struggle. A prey that has been bitten in the middle of their body by me can never get away, right? He liked the feeling when his prey rolled over and over in his mouth, only to be shredded, chewed, and swallowed in the end. Qiu Guanyu was an admin-type cultivator. His path of cultivation had been building up the Zephyr Guild by leading it to swallow other sections. Every time the Zephyr Guild took in a sect and became bigger than before, boundless power would be absorbed by him and improve his capabilities significantly. Business was war. For Qiu Guanyu, swallowing other sects in business was a way of cultivation, just like fighting the demon beasts was for the battle-type cultivators. Eyes closed, He seemed to have heard the cries in the Mountain Sea sect whose every method had come to a dead end. Countless power was crowding in his blood and soul. When the Mountain Sea sect was fully embedded, his strength would arrive at a new peak. Young master, right now we still have the chance to negotiate with the patent owner of the demon beast detector and make a new deal with him. There's no need to waste so many resources buying out the Mountain Sea sect. He was Qiu Guanyu's trusted subordinate. That's why he was bold enough to propose a different plan. You mean that guy Li Yao? Qiu Guanyu squinted and said, he is not a nearsighted guy. Quite on the contrary, he is very shrewd. He must have already realized that his demon beast detector has tremendous value. If we go to him right now, he will know that it is probably more valuable than he thought and thus quote an unacceptable price for us. Besides, I like to give other people opportunities, but only once. It depends on them whether or not they grab it. Last time, I gave him an opportunity by sending someone to talk with him, but he turned me down. He wants a second chance? Come and beg me. 7 days later, on a spiritual airship to Serpent Mountain Village located in the south frontier which had been known as the most chaotic city of the Federation. Serpent Mountain Village was formerly known as Serpent City. It had been a small fishing village on the south border of the Federation. But over 100 years, it became a super city with a population of over 10 million. Serpent City was a very special city that claimed to be a place without laws. It boasted the largest black market, casino, and gray industries that verged on the illegal in the entire Star Glory Federation. With enough money in pocket, one could buy strengthening drugs with amazing performance and yet of unstable quality. One could buy all kinds of attack magical equipment that had been banned by the government due to their uncontrollable might. One could even buy heavenly materials and earthly treasures of unknown backgrounds here. If one did not have enough money on hand, one could fight and gain fame in the thrilling fight clubs with one's own hands. In short, Serpent City was just like the underground ghost city in every city of the Federation, only 100 times bigger and more extravagant. One could say that it was a super underground ghost city at service of all cultivators. The federal government, if determined, of course had the power to demolish the city. But as the ancient saying put, he who is mighty tends to break the rules. The cultivators were too strong to be bound by government's rules on everything, and they hoped that there was a space where they could do whatever they wanted. Many cultivators were in a lot of stress due to years of fighting in the wilderness and wandering on the edge of death. They needed a place to let out their pressure too. It wouldn't be difficult to get rid of the Serpent City in reality. But it would be another thing to demolish the Serpent City in every cultivator's mind. This was how humanity worked. Cultivators were human beings, too, who had their bright side and their dark side. Suppressing darkness did not mean that it would be gone. It would only lead to greater trouble once it was accumulated. Therefore, the government might as well designate a special area for their catharsis. For example, Liao, who had got a batch of heavenly materials and earthly treasures and did not wish their background to be known, could go to the black market of the Serpent City to sell them off. However, he would still have to find a place to sell them if there were no Serpent City, in which case he'd need to make secret transactions with the potential buyer which might lead to a gang fight due to mutual distrust. In light of this, Serpent City was kept as a sanctuary for the darkness and lawlessness of the cultivators. As depicted in the saying, when the water is too clear, there will be no fish living in it. Right now, the government had two and only two ironclad rules for Serpent City. Firstly, the affairs inside the Serpent City should be handled within Serpent City. Any matter that was out of the range of Serpent City should be left alone. Secondly, the conflicts among cultivators should be settled among cultivators and wouldn't be investigated unless either party asked to, even if there were murder cases. Moreover, it was strictly forbidden for cultivators to harm the interests of ordinary people, and if anyone did, the guilty cultivator would be sentenced with much severer punishments than outside. The two iron rules had been well carried out. Right now, the daily cash flow of the Serpent City was at the scale of billions. Major forces of the city were all endorsed by top sects of the Federation, who worked together to maintain the order of the city and would never allow any psycho to interfere with their business. For the ordinary people, not only were they safe under the current system, They could also benefit from the affluent cultivators who were not hesitant to give them tips as much as 30,000 or even 50,000 after winning a fortune in a casino. Therefore, the ordinary people approved of Serpent City as well. 5 hours later, the spiritual airship landed on the suburb of the Serpent City. Liao took the spiritual subway to downtown, walking on the street with palms and coconut trees on both sides while the sea breeze brushed his face gently. Liao felt nice and cozy when he saw the citizens walking and talking in laughter. It never occurred to him that the most chaotic city of the Federation, a place without laws, could be as peaceful as other metropolises and so much more elegant than the underground ghost city of Floating Spear City. However, Liao was not going to let down his alert so fast. He had pinned 2 face twisters inside his mouth, which was a kind of special magical equipment that could twist the user's facial muscles by unleashing special bioelectricity. Wearing them, it seemed that Liao had done a plastic surgery. Through spiritual energy manipulation, his height had also shrunk by a large degree. Right now, Liao seemed to be a 10-year-older low-level cultivator who was ready to enjoy himself a little bit after brutal battles on the Grand Desolate Plateau. People like him were everywhere in the Serpent City. He was carrying a gray military backpack which contained some heavenly materials and earthly treasures of little value. A chain's word was swinging on his waist to add to his disguise. His trump cards were all inside his Cosmos ring. The reason why he was delayed for 7 days was to refine more attack magical equipment. Other than the regular stuff, he'd also brought 50 Hellfire Lightnings. This time, he didn't forget to bring Little Black and also hid it in the Cosmos ring. It would be best if everybody just left him alone. If he was pissed off, he could just throw the 50 Hellfire Lightnings to their base and fly away on the Black Wing. Nobody would ever be able to catch him. While thinking about that, Liao reached a building under a sign that read, Bountiful Treasures Pavilion, and walked inside. The Bountiful Treasures Pavilion was one of the largest black market in Serpent City. Although it was called a black market, it was most famous for good service and thorough safety measures. Trading with the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion might be a little bit less profitable, but the process would always be fair and square. The Bountiful Treasures Pavilion even offered security guards that could escort their customers until they were out of Serpent City. Should anything happen to the customer who traded with the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion, its endorser would find out the suspect drastically and eliminate him in a way that was much crueler than the secret police. The first floor of the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion was a hall for the exchange of common materials, where dozens of cultivators in similar clothes to Liao's were doing their business busily. They all looked up in amazement, as a beautiful, elegant lady walked out and greeted the newcomer. Mr. Fong, nice to meet you. This pavilion is honored by your presence. This way, please. Our manager, Mr. Lin, has been waiting for you. Fong Ping was a pseudonym that Liao made up for himself. It was an ordinary, almost boring, name that couldn't possibly be related to his identity or his past. While he was on his way, he already reached out to the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion and sent a hologram of the forbidden scales of the mutant lion dragon to them. The precious material instantly made him a VIP of the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion, which even assigned a senior client manager for him. The Bountiful Treasures Pavilion even offered to pick him up from the station. But Liao rejected because he didn't want to flaunt his possessions. That guy must have got something really valuable. A fortune. A great fortune for sure. I hope that I will be invited to the VIP room and talk to a special client manager face-to-face one day. Many low-level cultivators were looking at Liao with pure jealousy. In the luxurious lift for VIPs, Liao ascended to the VIP reception room on the 22nd floor. The room was decorated in an ancient style, with many heavenly materials and earthly treasures placed on the display racks around. Liao glimpsed at them and was surprised. The heavenly materials and earthly treasures were rare and costly, many of which were as valuable as his forbidden scales, if not more. Such precious heavenly materials and earthly treasures were just lying on the display racks working as ornaments. The Bountiful Treasures Pavilion was indeed wealthy. Then Liao realized that this was a way to show the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion stock, as well as a way to strike the customer's confidence. If a customer walked into the room and saw so many precious materials, He would subconsciously believe that the items he was going to sell were not as valuable as they should be and thus give a lower quote for them. Mr. Fong, hello? A scholarly-looking middle-aged man with glossy hair walked to Liao. I am Lin Cheng, the VIP client manager of the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion. Please sit down. Liao nodded to him. Then he patted his backpack, indicating that he did not want to waste his time in small talk and would rather get down to business directly. Smiling, Mr. Lin showed Liao to a giant crystal table. The crystal table had been carved out of an intact, flawless crystal. Data and information were jumping non-stop inside the table, suggesting that it was an embedded crystal processor with amazing computational ability. An ivory mist enveloped the crystal table. A hybrid of the Liger-type demon beast and the dragon-type demon beast is very rare in the market. Also, according to the hologram that you sent to us, it is a mutated one, which makes the materials from it all the more valuable. Please rest assured, Mr. Fong. They will be worth a fortune, if they're truly authentic. Mr. Lin talked straightforwardly, as if he were really on Liao's side. Liao, although aware that the manager would try to slash the price later, still felt that what he said was genuine and warm. This was what a real businessman should look like. Liao took out 2 forbidden scales from his backpack and put them on the crystal table. The ivory mist blinked. Then it swelled and crowed to the forbidden scales, which were carefully examined without any detail being left out. Hundreds of pieces of data popped up inside the crystal table. Typing fast on the virtual keyboard for a moment, Mr. Lin raised his eyebrows and said hesitatingly, Mr. Fong, not that I intentionally quote you at a low price, but things are complicated here. The 2 forbidden scales of a mutant lion dragon that you offered contain the power of both lineages. What's more, mutation has made their sturdiness much better than the scales on common dragon-type demon beasts. They're excellent materials indeed. However, their state of preservation is not very good, which seems to be a result of an intensive collision. They look good on the surface, but there are cracks everywhere inside them. Mr. Fong, you should know that materials like forbidden scales are best for the refinement of shields or armors. However, given that the 2 forbidden scales are full of inner cracks, the defensibility that they can provide is questionable. Therefore, their worth may not be as high as you expected. Mr. Lin continued typing on the virtual keyboard for a while. Then he looked up and said, Mr. Fong, this is your first time to do business with us. Forbidden scales of the mutant lion dragon are rare too. In light of our future cooperation, I'll quote you 50 million for the 2 forbidden scales. How does it sound? Liao didn't give an answer. He was very well aware that the 2 forbidden scales were in bad condition. Otherwise he wouldn't decide to trade them in the first place. Back when he was in the Thunderous Sound Mountain, in order to resist the scourge of the demon core explosion, he had raised all the 3 forbidden scales above his head as a shield, 2 of which were so seriously damaged that he could tell it with his bare hands. The 3rd forbidden scale was relatively intact. He couldn't bear to sell it and planned to refine an ancient-style light armor with the secret technique from 40,000 years ago, as well as some other materials. However, a quote of 50 million, Liao didn't show any sign of approval or disapproval. He took out from his backpack a lot of neatly conserved demon tendons, demon bones, demon paws, and demon teeth, which all came from the mutant lion dragon. Mr. Lin was sort of surprised. He glanced at Liao quickly and then focused on the new materials wholeheartedly. A moment later, he nodded in satisfaction. Good, good. All of the materials are from the same mutant lion dragon. Although they are all damaged more or less due to what seems to be a big explosion, they can help improve the defense ability of the forbidden scales if they're refined together. Liao didn't stop. He continued bringing out the trophies he got from the infiltration squad of the demon clan, which finally caused Mr. Lin's eyes to light up with astonishment. Although members of the infiltration squad were only at the demon general level, a lot of them had carried magical equipment of the blood demon sector. Strong magical equipment such as the Soul Stealer and the materials that were relatively unblemished were too valuable for Liao to sell. But the poorer items that he brought out were enough to dazzle Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin stopped talking. He picked up a pair of glasses which was in a bizarre shape and looked like an ivory mini-sized telescope from the bottom of the crystal table and put it on his nose. 2 silver lights beamed out from the glasses. He scrutinized the items on the table. After a long time he exhaled and said, "Despite the bad state of preservation, there are really a whole lot of them. Together with the 2 forbidden scales, well, the 2 forbidden scales have 11 cracks and 14 cracks inside, resulting to a defense loss of 22% and 37% respectively. But since you've brought a lot of demon bones that are of the same origin with the forbidden scales, we can grind them and insert the powder into the forbidden scales to fill the cracks." Before he was able to propose his new quote, Liao interrupted him. "After repairing, sturdiness of the 2 forbidden scales should be able to be recovered to above 85%, which is similar to another precious defense material named ink snake's 7-inch skin. But ink snake's 7-inch skin can rarely be so large. Usually, it has to be stitched together to make it larger, and the joints are its fatal weakness. At market, an ink snake's 7-inch skin of such size is worth more than 70 million, and you may not have the chance to buy it even if you have the money. Although the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion is a black market, a quote of only 50 million for the 2 forbidden scales of the mutant lion dragon is still too unfrank. I think we can stop here if you insist on your quote." Mr. Link was truly shocked by what he said. He changed his attitude from superficial hospitality to sincere respect. He wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. Calculating in silence for a moment, he said, "Mr. Fong, you are an expert of the trade. Let's just call a spade a spade. It's correct that the 2 forbidden scales, once repaired, could be as sturdy as the ink snake's 7-inch skin. But they have been damaged in battle after all in the first place. Many rich cultivators wouldn't like to spend a fortune on a battle armor made of renovated materials. However perfectly it has been renewed. Therefore, the price of the ink snake's 7-inch skin does not fit in this scenario. 100 million. 100 million for the 2 forbidden scales. And another 100 million for the rest of the stuff combined. Mr. Fong, this is the best that the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion can offer. As an expert, you should know that the quote is about their true worth. After all, we need to make profit, too." Liao nodded slightly. 200 million was quite close to his estimation. Through official channel, he could sell them at a price 30 to 50 million higher, but there would be traces of the transaction. The black market, on the other hand, was much more direct and straightforward. "Okay, I want 20 soul-marked cards with face value of 10 million. A soul-marked card was a special, anonymous gold transfer card provided by banks for the exchanges of significant size among cultivators. Although the card was anonymous, a cultivator could leave a unique soul mark inside the card and bind the soul mark with other bank cards. Once the card was stolen, the cultivator could feel it immediately and transfer the money in the card to other cards telepathically. The soul mark could also be used to locate where the card was. Since it was anonymous and theft-proof, the soul-marked card was quite popular among cultivators. It didn't take much time before 20 violet soul-marked cards were delivered to Liao. Splitting 20 telepathic thoughts, binding the soul-marked cards one by one, and sensing the 10 million in each and every of them, Liao was so dizzy that he felt he was standing on a pile of cotton. A lot of feelings were rolling over in his mind. A year and a half ago, he was still a boy of no fame or fortune among the common class students on the playground of Crimson Nimbus Second High School, watching the prestigious fiend blade Peng Hai flying in the sky, saliva hanging on his lips. At that time, he was told that cultivators such as fiend blade Peng Hai were all billionaires. They seemed to be an unreachable dream for him. But now he had become a billionaire, too. Taking in a deep breath, Liao found that among other feelings, there was not much excitement. Because he was a cultivator. To be a billionaire might be a lifelong dream for an ordinary man, but it was just the start line in the cultivation world. What's more, what he was pursuing could not be bought by money. Mr. Lin smiled and said, "Mr. Fong, this is your first time here and you've already brought us such a big deal. I am personally benefited from you, too, with the brokerage that I'm going to get. Thank you very much, Mr. Fong. If there's anything else that you need, feel free to ask me. Although the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion is just a marketplace, we have a lot of connections in the Serpent City, and it is our top principle to serve the customers until they're satisfied. Liao thought of something. He asked, "Besides purchasing materials, I believe you sell them, too, Mr. Lin nodded. He pushed a crystal processor over and smiled politely. Of course, the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion is one of the largest material exchange centers in the south of the Federation. We provide whatever materials you're interested in. This is the latest inventory of materials we offer. Please take a look, Mr. Fong." The crystal processor had an amazing performance. The moment Liao opened the inventory, he entered a half-step great illusionary land. Countless streams of information flowed into his brain, which were introductions to thousands of materials. It was just the table of contents. If going to details, there were millions of materials on the list. Liao glanced through them and sighed. Whatever excitement he had when he just got the 200 million was completely gone now. These materials were too expensive. It seems that 200 million for a cultivators is no different than 20,000 for an ordinary man. In the blink of an eye, it'll all be gone. Essence of the Sand Orchid, 40 million for one piece. Tiger Soul Ice Stripes Egg, 66 million for one piece. What, there's even the demon core of a heavenly thunder wolf. Modifying the Hellfire Lightnings with that can improve their power by dozens of times. But its price is insane too. 250 million for one. Liao browsed through the inventory greedily. As a magical equipment maniac, he was dazzled by the rare heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the inventory and was of half a mind to buy all of them. But looking at his pocket, he noticed sadly that there were only 20 soul-marked cards inside, which were not even enough to buy 5 different kinds of the materials. Liao seemed to have gone back to the day when he was staring at the roasted duck worthy of a few hundred bulks through the shop window hungrily with only a few coins in his pocket. Cultivation is indeed a money-burning job. I used to do refining with ordinary materials and didn't understand it. But now that I want to refine some strong magical equipment based on heavenly materials and earthly treasures, I finally know that money is indeed a precious thing. Based on the secret refining techniques from Oyezi's memory pieces, I can refine some magical equipment that is suitable for me and can significantly improve my combat ability. But according to this inventory, the raw materials alone would cost me 1 billion. And that was not counting the cost of the Fiend Start refining workshop. Even if I buy a world fragment with a mortgage, I'll still have to make a 30% down payment. Considering that I'm only a refinement stage cultivator and a college student with no stable income, the banks might not agree to the down payment rate. If they ask for a higher rate, the money that I need to pay will greatly increase. Besides, there's still the cost of the modification of the world fragment. Since I'm going to build my personal refining workshop, naturally everything should be done according to the highest standards, which will presumably cost me several hundred million. These expenses, counted together, almost reach 2 billion. Besides, I still want to wrestle with this shark, Qiu Guanyu of the Zephyr Guild, which means I need another 3 to 500 million. Liao was gritting his teeth without him knowing. He wasn't a man who was willing to bend his knee to the powerful. Besides, Guanxiong of the Mountain Sea sect had saved his life before. The Zephyr Guild browbeat the Mountain Sea Guild into surrendering the Demon Beast detector by foul play, which had truly infuriated Liao. As a refiner, he treated the magical equipment refined by him as his children. Now that the Zephyr Guild had been slandering his children, he was ready to make a serious comeback. Should I sell some more materials? Liao couldn't make up his mind. The materials left in the Cosmos Ring had been carefully selected by him. They hadn't been affected by the explosion and were all in good condition. He was preparing to refine them into magical equipment. That way he would gain a much bigger profit. Seeing through his hesitation, Mr. Lin brought out a second inventory of materials without saying anything. Materials on the second inventory were much cheaper than those on the previous one. Most of their prices were at the level of millions. Some of the materials were even only a few 100,000 apiece. However, after a quick glance, Liao discovered that he barely knew any stuff on the inventory, and the few heavenly materials and earthly treasures that he knew were much cheaper than the market price. Liao looked at Mr. Lin in suspicion. Mr. Lin explained, "They're all unknown materials and defective materials, which is why their price is lower than normal." The cosmos was so enormous that there were many materials that the cultivators of the heaven's origin sector never saw, never knew, and failed to perceive their characteristics when they found one. Some of the materials were retrieved from world fragments. Some were brought to the heaven's origin sector by falling stars. Some were discovered in the deep underground of the heaven's origin sector. Since their backgrounds and attributes were obscure, it was difficult to refine them into magical equipment. Therefore, their prices were relatively low. However, if someone was smart enough to see the value of an unknown material and its possible usage, he would be able to buy a real bargain. As for the defective materials, they were like the forbidden scales that Liao brought, only hundreds of times more seriously damaged, bordering on the irreparable. Therefore, their prices were much lower than their normal counterparts. Sometimes it was only 1/10 of the original price. If a refiner had a secret technique to fix the materials or simply chose to use them for auxiliary purposes, it would be a good bargain, too, to buy some of the defective materials back. Liao's eyes were glaring in delight. There were some secret techniques in the 100 Smelting Clan to fix the defective materials. Although it was impossible to entirely renew the materials, the utility rate of them could be considerably improved. Now that he was not rich enough to buy the first-class materials, he might as well buy some defective ones. "How can I buy the unknown materials and the defective materials?" Mr. Lin smiled. The trading procedure for unknown materials and defective materials is different from that for ordinary materials. Since the quality and performance of the ordinary materials are relatively stable, the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion guarantee that all of them are exactly fit to their descriptions on the inventory. Our customers can buy whatever they want by shopping through the inventory. If they are not satisfied at their purchase when it is delivered, whatever they've bought can be refunded or replaced at their will. But the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion cannot confirm the value of the unknown materials and defective materials. For some materials, we don't even know what they are. Therefore, the customers are allowed to examine the materials in person before placing an order. Such materials are indeed cheap, but they cannot be returned once they're purchased. So, let's get one thing straight. The Bountiful Treasures Pavilion does not endorse any of the materials. Chances are that one might spend a few million on what one thought to be precious, only to find out that it is a bizarre stone in the end. The Bountiful Treasures Pavilion will not take any responsibility in such cases. Mr. Lin paused and said, "This is not a rule invented by the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion, but a common practice of all the material exchange centers in and beyond Serpent City." Mr. Lin smiled and continued, "It is indeed risky to buy unknown materials and defective materials, but the yield can be amazing too if you've picked the right stuff. Somebody became a magnate overnight, yet somebody was so addicted to the activity that they paid a few billion for loads of garbage. It is interesting that many cultivators call buying unknown materials and defective materials treasure gambling, which is even more attractive to them than purchasing ordinary materials. It just so happens." Mr. Lin took out an emerald card made of green jade from his pocket and said, "If Mr. Fong wishes to buy unknown materials and defective materials, I can take you to the warehouse right now. However, a new batch of materials will be delivered tomorrow, which is said to contain several unknown materials from other worlds. Many cultivators have expressed their interest. Therefore, the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion is going to hold a large trade fair for unknown materials and defective materials in 2 days' time. Since Mr. Fong apparently is an expert of the business, I assume you are interested too. This is a VIP invitation card for you. Please keep it. If you're not occupied in 2 days, feel free to drop by." Liao was instantly attracted. Unknown materials from other worlds. It was going to be an eye-opener. There were other affairs that he needed to attend to in the Serpent City, which would cost him another 2 days anyway. Therefore, he accepted the card and replied without hesitation, "Sure, I'll be at the trade fair in 2 days." After thinking for a moment, he asked, "Mr. Lin, I'm looking for a powerful crypto hacker. Do you have any idea whom I can turn to?" Mr. Lin answered, "There are several skilled, experienced crypto hackers within the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion. Please wait a moment, Mr. Fong." He typed fast on the keyboard for a while and exclaimed in joy, "Master Qin is free at present. I've made an appointment. I'll show you the way, Mr. Fong." Master Qin was an obese, bald, middle-aged man who probably weighed more than 150 kilograms. His office was brimming with crystal processor components. Crystal wires were everywhere, like a thickly dotted spider net. Dozens of mini crystal processors were flying among the crystal wires, humming like the busy bees in flowers. Impressive! Liao was also a crystal processor fan. He immediately recognized that this Master Qin had assembled a super crystal processor of insane computation ability by dismantling 7 different kinds of mainframe crystal processors and modifying them. The room was the shell of the crystal processor. They were standing inside it right now. Of course, Liao was smart enough not to give him the Cosmos ring directly. He had parsed the double encryption in the Cosmos ring and input it into a mini crystal processor. As long as the crypto hacker showed him how to resolve it, he would be able to take care of the rest of the stuff. Liao handed over the mini crystal processor. Master Qin did not pay much attention to it at the beginning. He kept cramming dry fruits and cakes in front of him into his mouth, while a few crystal wires connected the mini crystal processor to the super crystal processor automatically. Shwa! For light beams appeared in front him. Rows of data poured down like a green storm. Half a minute later, Master Qin stopped eating snacks. Greasy sweat was flowing down his forehead. A minute later, Master Qin sat up straight. 8 light beams were blinking in front of him. His thick and short fingers were crushing the virtual keyboard. 2 minutes later, Master Qin's eyes were beaming in crimson. Oinking noises were coming from his throat, showing that he was taking it more seriously than ever. There were more than 50 crystal wires connected to the mini crystal processor, and 12 light beams were floating in front of Master Qin. 5 minutes later, Master Qin stopped all actions. His facial muscles were wrinkled together as he was thinking hard. 10 minutes later, after a long sigh, Master Qin collapsed like a rice bag that had just been emptied. This double encryption is very weird and does not seem to come from one person. Rather, there seemed to be a gap of hundreds of years between the 2 encryptions. Also, the 2 encryptions are both in odd styles. The first one is eccentric, the second one ruthless and aggressive. If I crack it by brute force, chances are that my crystal processor will be set off. Pondering for a moment, Master Qin shook his head and said, "The second encryption is obviously consistent with the style of ancient encryptions from the Star Ocean Imperium, of which I'm no expert. If I'm given another month, I might be able to create a new algorithm to bypass it. But the chances of success are not very promising. 30% tops, I estimate." Liao frowned. He didn't expect the encryption in the Cosmos ring to be so complicated. But it was reasonable on second thought. If the encryption was simple, the snake demon would have cracked it already, and he wouldn't be the one taking the advantage now. Liao said, "I could give you 1 month. But the 30% success rate is too low for me. Thank you for your effort, Master Qin." While he was talking, he took back the mini crystal processor. Master Qin sent the mini crystal processor into his chest by manipulating the crystal wires. He thought for a moment and said, "Ancient encryptions of the Star Ocean Imperium are a very special research field. Not many crypto hackers in the Serpent City are familiar with it. Let me see. You can try and see if Xianxia, the invisible bug, could do something about it. He's a wizard of the field." Invisible bug? Liao squinted. He started to wonder what this nickname stood for. An hour later, Liao marched to the underground of Serpent City and stepped onto a giant lift. Every major city of the Federation had an underground ghost city. Serpent City was no exception. Or rather, the underground world 10 times larger than the one on the ground was the main body of Serpent City. Liao recalled what Master Qin told him. Xianxia, the invisible bug, didn't belong to any organization. He was an unaffiliated cultivator. As a research-type cultivator as well as a genius crypto hacker, he had cracked countless encryptions and broken into the mainframe crystal processors of many major sections. He was like a small, shapeless bug that no barrier could stop. He had been wanted by the federal government due to the illegal intrusions. Later, he somehow made a deal with the federal government, or maybe the federal government valued his talent too much. Whatever the reason was, his name disappeared from the wanted list, and he moved to Serpent City. He had caused no more trouble ever since then. Or rather, he stopped causing trouble under the name Invisible Bug. Even if he caused trouble, no one could relate him to the name Invisible Bug anymore. He was exactly the kind of person Liao was looking for. Bam! The lift stopped at the -37th level underground Serpent City. The moment Liao walked out, a familiar scent of rust and hot waves hit his face. What came next was the sound of booming vehicles, hoarse shouting of the crowds, and screaming of the overloaded power rune arrays. Even the air was burning. In front of Liao was dozens of giant, dilapidated metal buildings which looked like bird nests made of steel. Among the gaps of the bird nests were tangled racetracks that weaved high and low. Almost 100 shuttles were rushing on the racetracks, none of which were willing to slow down a little bit. There were also many auditoriums inside the bird nests, in which many spectators were cheering in excitement. When a shuttle passed by them at a close distance, there would always be a round of crazy screams. The dome of the underground city displayed a lot of light beams, each standing for a different world fragment. The conditions of the world fragments were extremely bad. Some were raining hard. Some had volcano eruptions. Some were deprived of gravity and rugged stones were flying in the air. Countless shuttles were rushing like lightning in the world fragments. This level was the Super Shuttles Racing Arena in the underground of the Serpent City. Super Shuttle was a special kind of shuttle. Armed shuttles such as the Mystic Bird Battle Shuttle and the Crimson Flame Battle Shuttle, despite their remarkable price, focused more on combatability. Therefore, they often carried a lot of attack magical equipment. Their shape designs had taken battle needs into consideration too. All in all, their speed was not the fastest. The Super Shuttle was a kind of shuttle refined with speed as the priority. All unnecessary components were removed to minimize the weight. Comfortability, attackability, and defensibility were all put aside, just in order to improve the shuttle's top speed. Shuttle racing was a popular sport in the cultivation world. When they boomed into supersonic speed, even the cultivators could feel their heart beating fast and their blood swelling. Therefore, many cultivators loved shuttle racing very much. Xianxia, the invisible bug, was one of them. He was passionate about the sport, if not addicted. Standing outside of one of shuttle racing arenas, Liao was in a trance. Memories from nowhere flooded in and drowned him like rising tides. The strange dream that had been haunting him since he was a little kid, in which Liao, an earthling, was the best racing automobile mechanic and the most skilled underground racing driver in his city, crept back. Liao had buried the dream deep into his brain. He barely touched anything related to shuttle racing in his entire life. Over the past 1.5 years after he'd absorbed Oyezhi's memories, it was the 100 Smelting Clan 40,000 years ago that often showed up in his dreams. The earthling Liao hadn't visited him for a long time. He even thought that the dream was already gone. But when he was standing outside the shuttle racing arena listening to the roaring, booming, cracking, and shouting, he suddenly realized an intangible seal deep inside his head had been torn apart instantly, like a fierce animal that just broke out of the cage in which it had been locked for years. Irritating power flowed through his veins. His every finger and every toe started itching and jittering uncontrollably. PFFF. Liao exhaled a long breath. Of all things in the world, this invisible bug Xianxia happened to like shuttle racing best. Liao had planned to wait for Xianxia outside of the arena, but somebody seemed to have cast a spell to his legs which brought him into it. Liao used a lift to reach a gap on the top of the bird nest and sat down in a random seat. In the middle of the bird nest, a shuttle race was coming to an end. The 8 shuttles in the game had all dashed into supersonic speed. The ear-splitting noises from them were transformed by rune arrays into blood-boiling roars, which brought an authentic feeling of momentum for the audiences. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The race tracks in the bird nest were all three-dimensional. They were embroiled together, and there were cliffs and high walls here and there. Sometimes the shuttles on them needed to move vertically or even do a 360-degree rotation. In the last spurt, 3 shuttles, due to slow reactions, crashed into the guardrail. Fortunately, there were defense rune arrays on the racetracks and rosy gelatin for protection of drivers inside the shuttles. The drivers were all uninjured after the accident, although their shuttles were nothing but piles of garbage now. The rest of the 5 shuttles continued chasing one another. A black shuttle was in the lead, followed by an orange one, which was trying to surpass the black shuttle ahead of it. But the black shuttle was suppressing the orange one the whole time. At the last turn, the orange shuttle almost hit the wall due to overacceleration. While it was readjusting its direction and speed, 2 other shuttles exceeded it, making it a 4th place in the end. Swoosh! The black shuttle was the first to pass the finish line. The race was won. A moment later, the 5 shuttles all arrived in the maintenance area under the bird nest. The hatch of the orange shuttle, which had a flying, 2-winged bug in it, was opened. A young man, who had dark circles under his eyes and pale skin that were indicative of an all-year-round indoor life, jumped out of the shuttle and cursed while slapping its hatch. Xianxia, you lost yet another 3 million to me after this game. A tall young man crawled out of the black shuttle, which was painted with a demon pattern, and laughed. Xianxia's face was flushed with shame, the veins on his neck bulging. He stomped on his feet and exclaimed, "Gao Rong, don't overestimate yourself. I was a little bit sluggish at the last turn. Otherwise I would have surpassed you for sure. I'm gonna modify my shuttle right now. Let's race again. I dare you." Gao Rong, the tall young man, smiled and replied casually, "Anytime. We can play however many games you want as long as you've still got the money to lose." The shuttle racing arena offered super shuttles for rent to visitors. But most of its profits came from the sales and modification of super shuttles. A super shuttle was even more expensive than armed shuttles such as the Mystic Bird Battle Shuttle or the Crimson Flame Battle Shuttle by itself. The cost of upgrading and modifying them was a bottomless hole. Fans of the super shuttles were mostly rich cultivators. It was not unusual for 2 competitors, when in a quarrel, to spend millions on upgrading their shuttles on the spot. Xianxia was a regular customer of this super shuttle racing arena. The moment he declared war on his opponent, many staff members dragged his super shuttle to the modification workshop. An old, gray-haired, seemingly professional man held a crystal processor and asked Xianxia to select an upgrade plan. Cost of the plans were, naturally, astronomical. Liao stepped forward. "Master Yuan, Master Qin of the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion has referred me to you. I have a double encryption that, according to him, you are the only one in the entire Serpent City capable of cracking." Xianxia heard none of it. In bloody redness, his eyes were fixed on a resplendent upgrade plan as he gnashed, "Good, good, good. I want this power module of the latest model as well as the sprint system. Haha. My top speed will be increased by 3%. That boy Gao Rong is dead for sure." Liao frowned. He raised his voice. "Master Yuan?" Xianxia didn't even bother to look at him. Waving his hand, he said unconcernedly, "Wait until I beat Gao Rong in the next game." Liao glanced at the upgrade plan and his eyebrows were even tighter. He didn't want to waste his time, so he said straightforwardly, "But you'll only be slower under this new plan. You wouldn't defeat him even if you play another 10 games with him." "What?" This time, Xianxia finally looked up. His triangular eyes were glaring. "What did you say?" The old man who had been promoting the upgrade plans to Xianxia looked at Liao in dissatisfaction and said, "Dear sir, the Aurora Autos is a renowned shuttle dealership that has operated for decades in the Serpent City. The quality of our goods and service has won universal praise. The upgrade plan consists of super shuttle components of the latest model. Although they are a bit costly, they'll definitely enhance the performance of the vehicle." "Based on what did you say such vilification?" Liao said, "Make no mistake. I'm not saying that the upgrade plan is not good. I'm just saying that Master Yuan is too weak." Xianxia waved his arms and jumped about like a monkey whose bottom was being burned. Pointing at his flushed nose, he shouted, "I am too weak? You are." There was no expression on Liao's face. He explained, "Considering that you are just an amateur, you are reasonably skilled. Your linear acceleration and spinning at turns are pretty impressive. But an amateur is just an amateur. You lack a lot of basic training. When everything is fine, you're fine. But when there are emergencies such as the 3 super shuttles hitting the guardrail previously, you are seriously affected. Also, you were not calm enough when you fall behind. You were even provoked by your opponent and made a terrible last turn, which caused you to fall from 2nd place to 4th place in the end. Is there a problem calling you too weak? Xianxia's swinging arms suddenly lost momentum. He was a famous amateur racing driver in the Serpent City. The Aurora Autos, in order to attract him to spend more money, often flattered him as best as it could. He had never heard such sharp observations before. The gray-haired old man of the Aurora Autos was also fascinated. He examined Liao carefully. Xianxia was puzzled for a while. Then he shouted again. You just said that the more I upgrade my super shuttle, the slower it will become. Why is that? Liao said, you made a mistake that is common among amateurs. The faster, the better. The lighter, the better. This is a well-accepted misconception, because you never thought about whether or not you are capable of harnessing it. Your lack of training results in your unstable racing style. The faster and lighter your super shuttle gets, the more difficult it will be for you to drive. If you drove it alone, or you were always in the lead without interference, that would be fine. But when you are rivaling with somebody and get distracted, or when your shuttle was scraped against, you will be all hurry-scurry not knowing what to do. According to what I saw in your last lap, you were already hardly able to control that speed. It was lucky for you not to hit anything on the spot. But the upgrade plan you just chose imitates the bones of eagle-type dragon beasts, which will decrease the weight of your super shuttle by 2% and increase the speed by 3%. It's definitely not something that you can handle. If you pick this plan, your shuttle will shake like a candle being blown in wind within 2 laps. The confusion on Xianxia's face turned into frustration. He murmured, do you mean I'm going to lose anyway? Not exactly. Liao thought for a moment and said, you're equally skilled as the driver of the black shuttle. He is only slightly better than you. He made the same mistake that you did. He also paid too much attention to weight and speed and overlooked stability. He could barely control his vehicle at that speed. In my opinion, you should switch to a less powerful rune array system and cut down the power output by 5% to 6%. As for the shell, you don't need biomimetic materials for it. Any ordinary alloy material will be good. It will be better if your shuttle is 7% to 9% heavier than it currently is. Right, you have a habit of leaning leftward during your acceleration. You might want to take that into consideration when you're configuring the balance system of the vehicle. Make a minor adjustment to the stabilizer fins and you will be good to go. After such modification, you should be able to find the balance between speed and usability. Moreover, I think your opponent is not best at the vertical parts of the racetracks, especially the vertical drops. His movement was rigid during those parts. I assume he might be a victim of acrophobia. You can try to attack him on the vertical drop racing tracks and break his rhythm. It will be even better if you can trouble his mind. As to precisely what upgrade plan to choose, you might want to listen to the opinions of this gentleman here. Scratching his face, Xianxia nodded in agreement. He turned to the gray-haired old man. Cold sweat was appearing on the man's forehead as he knew he had met a true expert today. Liao's upgrade plan was all based on ordinary materials. There wouldn't be much profit in it. However, he did not dare to assert his upgrade plan. Suppose the upgrade plan he recommended was too much for Xianxia and the modified shuttle hit the wall in the end. The credit of the Aurora Autos would be undermined, because Liao had forewarned them and yet they insisted on it. Since Xianxia was an old customer, Aurora Autos wouldn't kill the goose that laid the golden eggs. Pondering for a moment, the old smiled and said sincerely, "This gentleman does have a point. It's my fault that I failed to look at it in the big picture. I can draw a new upgrade plan according to his ideas. This way, please, Mr. Yuan." Xianxia was too hasty to stay any longer. He gestured for Liao to wait a moment and followed the gray-haired old man away. However, Liao didn't feel too confident about his remarks. Victory or failure of the super shuttle racing could be determined within a single second. There were too many factors that could affect the outcome during the second. A better super shuttle couldn't guarantee a victory in the end. It was the on-the-spot performance that mattered most. If Xianxia was not in his best state and lost the game, he'd definitely blame Liao for his failure. It would be bad. But one couldn't unsay what one had already said. Liao could only sit down and watch other racing games while waiting patiently. The drivers in the races were all amateurs. Liao lost interest in them after watching several laps. Bored, he shut his eyes and displayed the structure design of the mystic skeleton battlesuit in his brain. Burying himself inside the suit, Liao started studying. It was not until 2 hours later, when he was contemplating an amazing idea, that he was interrupted by a wild, joyful scream. "I won the game!" Liao opened his eyes. Xianxia was laughing with his mouth spreading wide open in front of him. He shouted, "Hey! Over the 2 years I've been competing with Gao Rong, I've never experienced a game as exhilarating as today." I pushed him into a corner and his shuttle got overturned. "My friend, you truly know what you're talking about." While he was talking, Xianxia stretched out his hand and said, "You said you have an encryption that you want me to crack? Let me take a look at it." Liao smiled and handed over the mini crystal processor before activating the double encryption. "Without your enlightenment, I would have gone further down the path of overmodification, never to come back. There wouldn't be a chance for me to defeat Gao Rong anymore. Lucky for me. Lucky for me." Xianxia browsed the encryption casually while he was talking nonstop, still dwelling in the world of super shuttles and his victory. A moment later, he gasped and seemed to become a different person. The easiness on his face was replaced by solemnness. There were 2 deep lakes in his eyes. He murmured, "Beautiful! So beautiful! The double encryption is dazzlingly beautiful." Xianxia gazed at the light beam of the crystal processor as he walked forward, forgetting the existence of Liao. It was not until he was at the exit of the super shuttle racing arena that he remembered that the owner of the double encryption was beside him. He exclaimed, "Come on! Let's go to my place." Xianxia lived on the -45th floor of Serpent City, which was full of shuttle workshops and second-hand crystal processor dealers. Super shuttle is my love, crystal processor is my life. I can get them both here. Bypassing a mountain of crystal processor waste, Xianxia led Liao to the door of a shabby warehouse. Liao scanned the environment with his spiritual threads and was shocked. Outside of the seemingly ramshackle building, there were some 20 complicated barriers that guarded its door like invisible devils. If a burglar unaware of their existence broke into it, he would definitely be trapped or even killed by them. Xianxia waved his hands. All the barriers vanished instantly, and the door of the warehouse opened slowly. "You're back, master." 2 virtual figures greeted them the moment they entered the warehouse. One of them was a beautiful, mature woman in her 30s, while the other was an alluring girl who barely reached adulthood. They were so vivid that one can see their breasts bouncing as they bowed to their master. Coughing, Liao was embarrassed. With a cunning smile, Xianxia boasted, "Little left and little right are 2 telepathic thoughts written by me. Their computational ability is so strong that they might as well be called artificial souls. They're much more useful than real-life girls, not to mention that they talk much less. I can write one for you too if you want. You can store it in your mini crystal processor and carry it with you wherever you go. This way, you can summon it whenever you want and do whatever you want on it. It is so much fun that I guarantee you will lose interest in ordinary girls." Liao showed no expression. He said, "Thank you, Master Yuan. I'm more interested in the double encryption at present." Xianxia's lips curled. Pitying Liao's lack of sense of romance, he tossed the mini crystal processor up above. More than 10 crystal wires dashed out of darkness and shrouded the mini crystal processor. Some 40 stereoscopic light beams fell down from the roof and formed a golden, glittering throne in which Xianxia sat down. Shua! A colorful, virtual keyboard full of mysterious runes that was 5 times larger than common keyboards was deployed in front of Xianxia. Right now, Xianxia was like an emperor who had reassumed his crown, or a general who was going to inspect a parade of thousands of soldiers. The weasel was gone. Standing before Liao right now was a strong man with an intensive scent of spiritual fluctuation around him. Countless crystal wires were dancing behind him as if they were his hair. Is this the true strength of the invisible bug, the super encryption hacker? Liao complimented him in his mind. The invisible bug was indeed much more impressive than Master Qin of the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion. Awesome, Master! You are cracking yet another encryption master. You are so handsome when you're cracking an encryption master. The two artificial souls were singing and dancing around Yuan Qi. Now and then they would lean down to Yuan Qi's ear and moan in a way that was very sexually unsettling. Okay. I thought too highly to him. Liao was stunned and didn't dare to look at them. A moment later, the crystal wires behind Yuan Qi were all stretched straight. With the flooding of spiritual energy, they seemed to have expanded in size multiple times. In the meantime, countless figures and data streams appeared on the stereoscopic light beams, which were then transformed into a weird pattern by Yuan Qi's slow yet firm operations. Thousands of small bubbles in red and white appeared on the light beams. Some black worms were wandering and looking for gaps in the bubbles. Once the worms found a gap, they would penetrate into the bubble through the gap and contaminate it. The bubble then turned black and withered quickly. This is an encryption cracking technique of my own invention. There was pride in Yuan Qi's voice. The red and white bubbles you see are the encryption that has been double parsed and double simulated. The worms are a corrosive, contagious telepathic thought that I wrote the other day based on 37 different algorithms. And I have named the telepathic thought Black Worm. While they were talking, the red and white bubbles were inflated again, which looked exactly the same as before except for the black spot at the center. You can picture the encryption as the immune system of a human being and Black Worm as a virus. Yuan Qi explained. Since the double encryption is too complicated to be broken through all at once, the worms I deployed would compromise parts of the encryption first and take in their forms so that the trigger system of the encryption would be fooled. When 90% of the encryption has been replaced by the worms, it will be the time for the general offensive. Yuan Qi stopped and looked at Liao in a very strange way. Liao didn't understand what was going on. He stared back at Yuan Qi. Half a minute later, Yuan Qi sighed and said, "The reason why I explained so much to you and even translated the arcane arts of encryption hacking into a simple and easy metaphor is because I want to tell you that this is an extremely complicated, awesome, and troublesome technique that I've been working on for many years, which means it's very expensive." Liao was dazed. His face was flushed. "I'm sorry, Master Yuan. I wonder, how much will it cost to crack such a double encryption?" Yuan Qi replied, "Usually my customers have all consulted with other encryption hackers who can't solve their problems. That's why they come to me. So my charge is relatively high. Generally speaking, 100 million for my service." 100 million? Liao trembled in shock. He was not used to the prices of the cultivation world yet, which seemed to him to be in a state of apocalyptic currency inflation. "Of course. How else do you think I can pay for my super shuttles?" Yuan Qi rolled his eyes. Then he changed his tone and said in a smile, "However, here's something I'm very curious about. Based on the few words you told me, I was already able to beat Gao Rong's ass and improve my personal record by 7%. What will happen if you help me modify a super shuttle, one that is best fit for my own driving style?" It was a very reasonable requirement. Liao thought for a moment and said, "But I can't do anything without a workshop and modification modules." Yuan Qi spoke fast. "I'm an old customer of the few super shuttle workshops nearby. There won't be a problem to borrow one room and a few mechanics to help you for a while. Their module list is very thorough, too. If they don't have the module that you need, they can ask the dealers to ship the module to them easily. Money won't be a problem either. Whatever you need, just pick him." Liao pondered for a moment and then said, "I also need footage of you in super shuttle races from various perspectives. The more, the better. I need to analyze your driving pattern and capability." Yuan Qi nodded his head. "No problem. I always save the footage of every race I'm in. They will be given to you in a moment. Is there anything else you need?" "There is," Liao said seriously. "Show me a set of martial arts." Yuan Qi was dazed. Quadrilateral coordination is very important for drivers. I need to see how good you are. Deeply frowned, Xianxia made a funny noise. He seemed to be suddenly caught by chondropathy and performed crookedly what could almost be called 13 forces of war beasts. Awesome, Master. Master is as handsome as ever whatever you're doing. Little right can't hold myself anymore. The two artificial souls were singing, dancing, moaning again around him. Xianxia gnashed his teeth and asked, "Now, is everything good?" "Yes, everything is good." Liao smiled. Cracking sounds came from his fingers as he crossed his fingers and pressed them. An intimidating aura of mastership enveloped Liao, the same as Xianxia back when he was behind the virtual keyboard. Half an hour later, in a super shuttle workshop not far from the warehouse. "Mr. Sun, this is Master Fong, an expert that I hired recently. Master Fong is going to modify the Alcade one that I sent for maintenance here the other day. He is going to need one of your rooms as well a few mechanics to help him. Is there any problem?" Xianxia was very familiar with the boss of the workshop. He grinned as they spoke. "Of course not. I'm sure that Master Fong must be a top expert of the trade. We're grateful that we have the opportunity to learn from Master Fong." "No problem at all, Mr. Sun showed them the way into his workshop with a big smile while he was sneering in his mind, wondering how much money this so-called expert had swindled out of Xianxia. This was not the first time that Xianxia had introduced an expert to him, who was entrusted by Xianxia to modify his super shuttles. Expert or not, the fees they charged were all shockingly high. But of course, Mr. Sun wouldn't say it out, because just like the experts, he was also counting on Xianxia's money to feed his own family. Anyway, Xianxia was a well-off encryption hacker. The expenses were nothing in his eyes. In Mr. Sun's eyes, the top principle of the cultivation world was that friendliness was the harbinger of wealth. It was best to flatter one another and make money together. Why should he tell the truth and scare the big client away? Therefore, the moment Liao entered his door, Mr. Sun had started adulating him. According to the 5 minutes of speech that he gave, Liao had become the best super shuttle modifier in the entire Star Glory Federation. "The Alcade is all yours now. She is my most beloved super shuttle. I've had to keep her here for maintenance because of a minor accident the other day. That's why I had to use a substitute for the race today." Xianxia smiled. "It's quite time-consuming to crack a double encryption. I expect that there will be another day and night before it is done. I need to keep an eye on the process. In the meantime, I hope you can give Alcade a new life." Xianxia left the workshop. Mr. Sun and a few mechanics came close and grinned. "I don't think we've met before, have we?" Liao nodded his head. He said, "I don't participate in super shuttle races. I'm just an amateur, modifying shuttles for fun. That's all." Mr. Sun and his mechanics looked at each other in amazement. Impressive. An amateur has earned Xianxia's trust. He must know what he is doing. Watch and learn how he does the job. Mr. Sun gestured to the mechanics with his eyes. Xianxia was not a newbie who knew nothing about super shuttles. Yet he was not an expert of it either. Such snobs were the easiest to trick. But it required true knowledge to fool them too. Mr. Sun and his lot was wondering how Liao was respected as master by Xianxia. Liao was indifferent to their reactions. He buried himself in his own world. Pondering for a moment, he inserted the jade slips that Xianxia offered to the mini crystal processor. Shwa, 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 shwa. More than 10 feeds of Xianxia's races were opened simultaneously. He concentrated his attention on them and started studying. 3 hours later, he was still studying. Liao was frozen solid. Even his eyelids seemed to have been glued. The 300 or so video clips had been played for 7 times, yet they were replayed in slow motion for another time. One mechanic couldn't help but ask, "Is he asleep?" Everybody was impatient after long time watching. Many of them were yawning. Even Mr. Sun was feeling drowsy. An hour later, Liao rose up and woke Mr. Sun, who was taking a nap. "Where's the Alcade? I need to see the shuttle." Inside the garage, in the deep darkness, were 7 parked shuttles, including a few armed shuttles that worth tens of millions. Yet their brightness was all eclipsed by the super shuttle in the middle that was black and red. The super shuttle had been designed with an aggressive style. Its sharp edges brought the feeling of a black dagger in blood that was ready to pierce through the heavens and tear the stars apart. Closing his eyes, Liao could picture the super shuttle storming in a beast tide, crumbling everything in its way with nothing but the shocking speed. No wonder it was named Alcade. It seemed to be capable of slashing an entire army from head to toe without any interruption. The hatch of the shuttle slid open. Liao sat inside and stretched his spiritual threads to every corner of the super shuttle. He felt that the super shuttle and him had melded into one which shared the same blood and soul. Lup-dub, 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 lup-dub. The hatch was closed. The whole world disappeared in silence. The only thing that could be heard was his own heartbeat that was faster and faster. Lup-dub, 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 lup-dub. How long had it been since he last felt his heart beating so fast? The dashboard was filled with spiritual energy. By telepathic thoughts, one control rune array after another was lit up. Boom, boom, boom. The anti-gravity rune arrays of Alcade started working. It floated from the body of the shuttle, shivering with heavy breath, like an excited fierce beast who was ready to lunge at its prey after a lifelong wait. Let me see how good this Alcade is, or how good I am. Deep inside his brain lurked countless memories of racing games. He was born into this world with these memories, which were much more profound than Oyesi's. Car racing was almost his instinct. 3 months of crystal suit training had endowed him with a lot of driving skills. Driving a crystal suit was quite similar to driving a super shuttle, if not hundreds of times more difficult. If he could handle a crystal suit, he could certainly handle a super shuttle. The seemingly complicated dashboard of the super shuttle was as clear as a drop-down menu in Liao's eyes. With a telepathic though, Alcade rushed out like a laser. Next day in the morning, Xianxia, who had been busy all night, returned to the workshop. Although his eyes were full of bloodstreak, he was really excited. However, to his confusion, Mr. Sun and his mechanics looked awful in the workshop. Seeing their terrified faces, one might have thought a majestic, prehistoric animal had ensconced itself in the room behind them. Xianxia's focus was strongly attracted by some kind of strange things floating in the air just as he entered the workshop. Under the illumination of lights, floating golden threads whose diameter did not exceed 1/10 of a hair in the air glimmered. Occasionally, one could also see some extremely thin and almost transparent golden foil fluttering, transforming the workshop into a dreamlike ocean. The golden threads and the golden foils seemed to have been possessed by some demonic spirit as they danced around Xianxia. Xianxia could not help but stretch out his hand, but the golden threads and the golden foils were too light and too soft, just like a gentle breeze, just like flowing water, quietly slipping away from the gap between his fingers, leaving only a faint velvety sensation on the fingers behind. Prior to this, Xianxia never knew that touching a metal could ever cause such a wonderful feeling. And parked quietly on the modifying bridge was Alcade. Xianxia could not stop blinking as his lips parted, but he didn't know what to say. If Liao had modified the Alcade to the point that it was completely unrecognizable, added some 17 or 18 wing stabilizers, some glittering propulsion kits, and even replaced all the anti-gravity array glyphs, Xianxia would not have been confused, as it was what all the previous experts whom he had invited before had done. However, the Alcade modified by Liao was almost the same as before. At first glance, no could say it had been modified at all. But subtle differences that could only be sensed but not conveyed be found with rapt concentration and calm observation. The Alcade became sharper and fiercer, even filled with an irresistible momentum and a sharp killing intent that could destroy the world and blast the stars under the shimmering lights. After pondering for a while, Xianxia was finally able to describe his own mood. It was like what he had seen in the past was a copied painting by a student, and what he saw today was the one that had been personally painted by the Grandmaster himself. Although each and every stroke was almost the same, the final combination was completely different. One was the heaven and the other was the earth. It was like what he saw in the past was a demon beast that was in a cage and had a binding spell cast upon it. And at this moment, He seemed to have come face to face with that very same demon beast on a narrow, desolate mountain ridge, whereas this demon beast now could release its aura hidden deep within its bone marrow and scrupulously. Essence. Energy. Spirit. At this moment, the Alcade possessed the essence, energy, and spirit. It had a soul. Grandmaster Fong, what exactly is this? Yuan Chi's heart was in a turmoil. He kept gawking for a long while like he was intoxicated. Only then did he notice Liao, who was meditating in the darkness. Liao was completely still like a Buddha. Yuan Chi could not help but ask in a low voice. When Yuan Chi said Grandmaster Fong, his voice was completely different from yesterday, like it had essence, energy, and spirit. Yuan Chi was now truly treating Liao as a super expert, a grandmaster-level figure. HH in the darkness. Liao's eyes glittered with a bright gleam as he put his finger upon his lips. All of a sudden, not only Yuan Chi dared not utter a word, even Boss Sun and the maintenance crew dared not breathe loudly. After having meditating for a moment, Liao suddenly stood up and walked up to the Alcade in large strides. The very first thing he did was lightly caress the left side of Alcade, which was followed by a cold light in between his fingers as an extremely thin white blade appeared. This blade was only the size of a fingernail. It was forged from a tailbone fragment of the mutant lion dragon. It was extremely hard yet somewhat flexible too. It also had a bit of vitality to it as well and could be won with its user. Nothing was better than this blade to finally engrave the magical equipment components. Without the slightest bit of hesitation whatsoever, a sharp white aura frantically appeared like a lightning bolt shot out from the ends of his fingers as he scraped the Alcade's body at an extreme speed before a golden thread thinner than a hair was pulled out immediately. Yuan Chi sucked in a lump of cold air. Only now did he come to realize that the golden threads and golden foils fluttering in the air were Liao's pure handiwork from polishing the Alcade's body. No wonder the Alcade didn't seem to have changed, but it suddenly possessed essence, energy, and spirit. Moreover, after Liao's scraping, when just this extremely fine golden thread was pulled out, it seemed as if a painted dragon had come to life by putting in the pupils of its eyes. All of a sudden, the Alcade had come to life, turning into a ferocious beast that opened its bloody mouth as it pounced towards Yuan Chi fiercely. Yuan Chi could not help but take a half step back. However, when he focused his eyes, only then did he discover that the Alcade was staying honestly where it was. But an anxious aura was emanating from it, giving the impression that it was an anxious, wild horse that desired to storm and break the enemy positions on a battlefield, waiting for him to conquer and ride it. With a snap of Liao's fingers, the lightning transformed into a white bone blade, and with another snap, the bone blade disappeared. Lightly blowing on the Alcade and half squinting his eyes, Liao perceived every slight change in the air flowing over the surface of the shuttle. Liao contentedly nodded after 10 seconds before he spoke. "Is there some problem with your heart?" "Ah." Yuan Chi was caught by surprise for a moment before he replied, shaking his head. "No." "Then go, fly it," said Liao, patting Yuan Chi's shoulder with a grin. Aurora Autos was in an uproar. This deafening and blood-seething morning was destined to belong to Yuan Chi and Alcade. In Serpent City's amateur super shuttle racing community, Yuan Chi was also considered as a first-class expert. He also had a group of friends who were similarly enthusiastic about super shuttle racing like him. After Yuan Chi got his brand new Alcade, he couldn't hold himself and called all his rider friends at night to the Aurora Autos, after which they were slaughtered, butchered, massacred one after another. What in the bloody strengthening agent did Yuan Chi eat that he became so fierce overnight? That's insane. Gao Yan was once again forced to hit the wall. Wow. He actually completed the lap in 3 minutes 49.31 seconds. He has broken his own best record by 12 seconds. 12 freaking seconds. One after another. The first-class experts of the amateur super shuttle racing community fell completely like dominoes facing Yuan Chi, who was so brave that it seemed he was possessed by some god or devil before they could even scream. A contest between amateurs was greatly affected by the state of one's mind. As Yuan Chi became more and more excited, he became more relaxed. His body seemed to have turned into drops of water as they completely fused with the alcade. He displayed difficult maneuvers that he thought were impossible generally so easily, like passing clouds and flowing water, garnering everyone's exclamations again and again. Impossible. He performed for sidewinder rolls in one deep breath. My God, he actually accelerated doing a nosedive and only pulled up when he was just 3 meters away from the ground. For this maneuver, there is a very strict requirement for both driver and the super shuttle. This maneuver can only be performed by a professional player. Everyone, including the Aurora Auto staff, was scared to the point where their scalp tingled watching the insane performance of Xianxia. Such an abnormal performance could not be explained by just having in a wonderful state of mind. Finally, many recalled Xianxia say that his alcade had been modified by a super expert. At the beginning, no one paid heed to it. Although they noticed that the alcade was somewhat different than the normal with their amateur-level insight, they still could not say where it was different. It was just a normal super shuttle that was simply a bit shabby, compared to the modified super shuttles they rode that had been undergone all kinds of modification, to the point where they were completely unrecognizable. Only now, when this shabby alcade had completely routed their strengthened super shuttles, did they recall that Xianxia had mentioned Grandmaster Fong a while ago. Did Xianxia really become lucky and meet a master super shuttle modifier? While the numerous super shuttle fans were greatly puzzled in the Aurora Autos, Liao sat quietly in the metal bird nest. Half squinting his eyes, he listened to the deafening roars like he was listening to the music as he pondered about the future plans. Modifying super shuttles was just a hobby. His main focus was still crafting the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit, as well as building the Fiend Star refining workshop. Of course, he still had to do some in-depth investigation on the problem of the Demon Beast detector with the Zephyr Guild's Shark Cho Guanyu before everything. All this required a generous startup capital support. Looking closely at the value of heaven and earth treasures as well as the decrypting cost of Xianxia, Liao was deeply aware of how much money Cultivation burned. No wonder a vast majority of the cultivators were stuck in the refinement stage for their entire lifetimes. Indeed, they earned more, but their spending was also quite a lot. Is there a way to earn a lot quickly? Liao lightly scratched his chin as he started pondering. If he wanted to get rich, he needed to take the risk. The fastest way to make money in the Serpent City was gambling for sure. There was a total of 7 super large casinos in the Serpent City, especially dedicated to the cultivators. Tens of billions moved up and down in minutes and seconds. However, Liao knew his limitations. Although he had sinister insight and his hands were extremely fast due to training them with the 1,000 fingers supple bone exercise, derived from ancient stealing technique day and night which could naturally be employed in gambling. However, at the end of the day, he was just an insignificant refinement stage cultivator. The big casinos in Serpent City were overseen by building foundation stage cultivators or even core formation stage powerhouses. A half-baked gambler like him gambled, he would only be seeking death quicker. What if I help Xianxia's friends modify their super shuttles and earn a bit of money? Just as this notion flashed his mind, it was summarily rejected. He knew very well that the cost of modifying the super shuttles and the cost of decrypting of Xianxia was actually incomparable. It was only because Xianxia was crazy about shuttles that he put forward such conditions. In the market, modifying an amateur-level super shuttle was, at most, a few million or so. Furthermore, modifying a shuttle was extremely taxing. Last night, he did not make any major modifications to the internal structure of the alcade and mainly did some optimization to the body, and yet he was feeling faintly drawn. It was seriously exhausting. He could do no more than a few modifications in a week. It was a really slow way of making money. He did not have a lot of time to waste in Serpent City. Everything needed to be finished in 3 days. While Liao was having a headache, Xianxia, like a monkey mounting the clouds and riding the mists, came over shaking his arms. Followed his footsteps were many people who were staring at Liao with a hungry look in their eyes. Satisfied, Liao stood up. Grandmaster Fong, wait. Help me once more. I need to challenge the Hellstorm racetrack, shouted Xianxia, which made everyone suck a cold lump of air as a look of astonishment as well as excitement appeared on their faces. Liao could guess that the Hellstorm racetrack was certainly extraordinary from their expressions. His eyebrows twitched as he looked at Yuanqi with a look of uncertainty in his eyes. Having won battle after battle, Yuanqi's confidence had shot through the roof. He could not help but rub his hands as he spoke. Hellstorm racetrack is the most difficult, the most dangerous, and the most unpredictable track of the Aurora Autos. 9 out of 10 racers cannot even finish the lap. And now the best record for completing the lap is 11 minutes and 47.35 seconds. Furthermore, the Aurora Autos has also offered a reward to attract more experts. The Aurora Autos will pay $1 million as long as one can beat the best time for every 0.1 seconds. 10 million for 1 second. 100 million for 10 seconds. The Hellstorm racetrack was a legendary racing track for amateur super shuttle racers. It was of some renown among the professional super shuttle drivers, too. The racing track was set in a world fragment named Hellstorm Domain, which was a world of billowing winds full of furious spiritual energy. The gravity in the Hellstorm Domain was only 2/3 of that in the Heaven's Origin sector. Many giant stones were floating up in the sky and formed unpredictable floating stone belts. A super shuttle that was running in the Hellstorm Domain would need to worry about both the ferocious wind that was everywhere and the floating stone belt that might come from nowhere. Once consumed by the floating stone belt, the super shuttle would be like a rat that fell into a meat mincer, ready to be ruined at any moment. The reason why the Aurora Autos offered such a high bonus was partly because it wanted to attract more super shuttle fans, and partly because it was a good way of marketing. Every driver that had finished the Hellstorm racetrack, whatever their result was, would need to overhaul their super shuttles or even entirely renew them. The repair and modification fees alone were profitable enough for the Aurora Autos. In some cases, a pissed-off driver would directly buy a brand new super shuttle from the Aurora Autos when his old one was crashed in the Hellstorm racetrack, only to crash it again on the racetrack half a day later. With the expenses of the drivers, the bonus could be earned back easily. 0.1 second for 1 million, 1 second for 10 million, 10 seconds for 100 million. It sounded like a shockingly high bonus. However, anyone who had touched super shuttle racing would know that when the record had reached its limitation, it would be extremely difficult to be improved by even a 0.1 second. When the Hellstorm racetrack was just built, the record was being broken all the time, and when it happened, it would be brought down by half a second or an entire second. But as more and more people were drawn to the Hellstorm racetrack, many professional drivers joined the competition, too. The more times the record was broken, the trickier it was to break it again in the future. The latest record of Hellstorm racetrack, 11 foot 47.35, was created by a professional driver and had stayed unbroken for 3 months. Even so, countless super shuttle fans were still passionate about the Hellstorm racetrack. One of their major motivations was that there were a lot of uncertainties on this racing track. On a normal racetrack, the gap between amateur drivers and professional drivers was transparent. There was absolutely no way that an amateur driver could break a record set by a professional driver. In comparison, the Hellstorm racetrack reduced the gap between professionals and amateurs to the minimum. Theoretically speaking, if an amateur driver was lucky enough to race under a peaceful weather without being hindered by the floating stone belt, there would be a good chance that he might beat the record of a professional. Although it was just a theoretical possibility, it was still better than nothing. As time went by, it was not the bonus that the super shuttle fans were chasing after. They were too rich to take the small change seriously. "I've beaten the professional driver blah 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 on the Hellstorm racetrack." Such winning declarations were what they were going after. Therefore, although it was an extremely difficult racetrack, the challengers still came and had a go, which exactly fitted the purpose of the boss of the Aurora Autos. "I don't care about the bonus." Yuanqi's eyes were beaming in redness. He shouted fiercely, "I just want to know what my limit is." Liao stared at the bird nest. A moment later, he asked, "Is there any requirement for the driver or the vehicle to challenge the Hellstorm racetrack?" Yuanqi shook his head. "Nothing special. There are just 2. Firstly, the driver can only use the strength of the refinement stage. Using the strength of the building foundation stage or above is strictly forbidden. It's for the fairness of the game, which was supposed to be a pure competition of driving skills. Secondly, the super shuttle can be modified any way the driver deems fit, except that the spiritual shield of the vehicle must be kept below a given amount and that no aggressive weapons should be installed to the vehicle. Otherwise, someone might decide to blow the floating stone belt into pieces before moving on, which would be a foul play. Liao pondered for a moment. He said, "Let's go and maintain your arcade first. I'm very interested in this Hellstorm racetrack, too." An hour later, through a large-scale teleportation array, Xianxia drove arcade to the Hellstorm domain. Almost 100 crystal cameras captured what was happening inside the Hellstorm domain and sent the pictures to a giant light beam outside of the bird nest. Some of the pictures were taken from the perspective of Xianxia, which made the audience feel that they were also in the super shuttle ready for the challenge. With the booming of power rune arrays and the explosive music, everyone felt that their hearts were beating fast and their blood was boiling. Encouraged by the passionate vibe, many of the spectators were preparing to take their chance on the Hellstorm racetrack when Xianxia was done. Liao couldn't help but laugh when he saw the picture of the Hellstorm domain. Howling winds, drifting sand, stirring earth. The environment of the Hellstorm domain was almost exactly the same as the Dust Storm area where he had been training day and night back when he was in the Thunder training camp. The only difference was that the intensity of the wind in the Hellstorm domain was much weaker than in the Dust Storm area. If it were exactly the same as the Dust Storm area, no driver would be able to drive a super shuttle through. Moreover, because of the low gravity, the floating stone belts that was wandering in the sky were much denser than those in the Dust Storm area. They were like giant beasts made up of rocks lurking in the driver's way waiting for their prey. The scenery of the Hellstorm domain reminded Liao of the days when he slayed the tornadoes one after another. His fingers danced up and down without him knowing. The racetrack in the Hellstorm domain was marked out by 2 mystic lights and extended deep into the wind and sand. Arcade roared and thrusted into the sandstorm, like a mighty warrior who was charging at the formation of a hostile army alone. Liao focused all his attention on Xianxia, not missing even a minor movement he made during the race. Having challenged the Hellstorm racetrack multiple times, Xianxia was quite familiar with the raging wind. Arcade was like a sharp scalpel, finding the gaps between winds and cutting into them in sweeping curves. His performance, although unprofessional in Liao's eyes, was good enough to drive the super shuttle fans crazy. Everybody was pulling out their hair and couldn't believe their eyes. Amazing. Xianxia is truly amazing today. He hasn't been interfered by the wind for an entire minute. Every gap between the gusts of wind has been detected. His movement has been precise too. Liao smiled. It was true that getting through the wind through the gaps could avoid the interference of the wind. However, it also meant that the super shuttle wouldn't be able to be stimulated by the power of the wind. It was acceptable, but only acceptable. As the saying went, let the wind guide the ship when you're sailing. Only with the boost of the wind could one expect to break the limit of all limitations. This was Liao had learnt that in the Dust Storm area. Very soon, Xianxia encountered the first floating stone belt. Countless scattered stones, under the savage wind, was colliding and crushing each other, dashing in various directions without any pattern. It was like a remorseless battlefield. Xianxia slowed down, yet his vehicle was more blurred than before, like a candle which was being attacked by wind yet managed to keep burning, however unstably. Swoosh! Xianxia rushed out of the first floating stone belt. He accelerated again. Soon, his super shuttle had passed 4 floating stone belts without being damaged. But he was caught by an extraordinary floating stone belt when he was arriving at the finish line. Arcade's shell crackled as the scattered stone hit it like bullets, resulting to countless scrapes and rupture. Crap! Xianxia has been tangled up. No shuttle could survive such intensive impacts. He's going to have to quit the game. In everybody's shocking scream, Xianxia persisted like a butterfly in a thunderstorm. With a dive, he accelerated and broke out of the floating stone belt from its below in a long arc, before he finally reached the finish line. Nice! Xianxia exclaimed in great joy, although his legs were still shivering when he crawled out of Arcade, which was no better than a pile of garbage with the deep wounds. 12 foot 12, 38. A half-minute improvement of my personal record. Had I not unluckily met the damn floating stone belt towards the end, I might have been able to break the professional lap record. Master Fong, is there any possibility to further enhance the performance of Alcade? Can you specially adapt it to the Hellstorm racetrack? Yuanqi was screaming and shouting due to overexcitement. Liao glanced at him and said seriously, "Of course it can be further strengthened. And yes, I can make it a model specially for the Hellstorm racetrack. The problem is, will you be able to drive it?" "Ha!" Yuanqi was dazed. He was just asking the questions out of thrill and didn't expect an affirmative answer. According to him, Alcade was already perfect. To further boost its performance, the only way would be to replace the entire impetus system. But on the Hellstorm racetrack, a strong impetus system could not help very much because of the various of barriers. Yuanqi couldn't help but ask, what does a special model for the Hellstorm racetrack look like? And does it demand unique driving skills? Liao smiled and said, "How about this? Let's make another deal. Alcade has been ravaged now and requires major maintenance anyway. I can help you repair it and upgrade it from inside to outside into a special model for the Hellstorm racetrack for free. As my reward, I get to drive your Alcade on the Hellstorm racetrack once tomorrow, at night in Mr. Sun's Super Shuttle workshop." Swoosh, swoosh, boom, boom, boom. The dull noises had lasted for an entire day. Liao had been watching the video clips of experts racing in the Hellstorm domain on more than 20 light beams simultaneously. He paid special attention to the few professional drivers who had broken the records. Their video clips were scrutinized second by second with no detail being ignored. A professional is indeed a professional. So impressive. Liao rubbed his sore eyes and sighed. On a racetrack that was full of uncertainties, such as the one in the Hellstorm domain, the results of professionals might be only 10 to 20 seconds better than those of amateurs. However, in Liao's eyes, the 10 to 20 seconds meant that every cut-in, every acceleration, and every back-end whip of the professional players was much better than those of amateurs. In the flying sand and rolling pebbles, every perfect movement could only bring an advantage of 0.1 second. It was a lot of 0.1 seconds accumulated together that caused the final gap of 10 to 20 seconds. Yuanqi said that he might have been able to break the professional record with better luck. But in Liao's opinion, he had been unbelievably lucky today. "I thought too little of the professionals before. Amateurs such as Yuanqi are far from the best of the Super Shuttle racing players. I never thought that the professional drivers could be so strong. Their Super Shuttles are all masterpieces of experienced refiners that have been specially adjusted for the sandy environment. In the best-case scenario, I will only be faster than them by 1 or 2 seconds. Still too close. What should I do?" Liao gazed at the light beams, as if he were a Buddha statue made of mud, paying no attention to Mr. Sun and his mechanics' whispers. When a super shuttle was crashed by scattered stones and falling to the ground in the picture, Liao felt he was onto something. Deep inside his brain, although still not clear, a crazy modification plan and a set of out-of-mind racing strategies that had never been used before popped up. Another sleepless night had passed, yet Liao didn't feel the least tired. He felt that there was a tornado of thunder and lightning blowing inside his brain. Every one of his brain cells was screaming in the wind. With the coming of dawn, the illumination rune arrays on the wall and the dome of the underground world were gradually lit up, unleashing a brilliance as blazing as the sun. Liao drove the Alcade that had been given a rebirth one lap after another on an empty track. After every lap he drove, he felt that his soul was burning brighter than the previous one. Fervor and passion seemed to have become thousands of ants that were tearing his body apart, setting off on the journey to infinity. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Liao was bursting with eagerness and ready for the match. Together with Yuanqi and Mr. Sun, he had the Alcade transported to Aurora Autos by a special super shuttle truck. However, he was truly shocked by the lively crowds outside the Aurora Autos. The steel bird nest was glittering invitingly with lanterns and lights. Almost 100 giant light beams were floating in the sky, playing the fantastic scenes of super shuttle racing games. There were even several stereoscopic light beams which caused rounds of exclamations when they covered the crowds, as if many super shuttles were diving down from the sky and hitting the crowds. The super shuttle fans that came to the Aurora Autos today were tens of times more than those of the previous day. There was anticipation in everyone's face. Several commentators were shouting desperately and firing up the audience, adding to the jollification of the scene. "They're here! They're here!" Many enthusiastic Super Shuttle fans moved at Liao and his companions while their eyes were beaming in joy. Liao looked at Xianxia in dissatisfaction. Although he was not crazy about keeping a low profile and did not object to showing off every once in a while, he did not intend to attract much unnecessary attention right now, considering that he was on a secret trip in Serpent City under a pseudonym after all. All he wanted was to earn some money and leave quietly. He thought to himself, "What is wrong with this guy Xianxia? Does he have to invite so many people to watch my game and make such a fuss?" Liao frowned and said unhappily, "To be honest, isn't it? They're here. The master's here." Screaming and shouting, the crowds flooded to Liao. Yet they ignored Liao as if he didn't even exist and went on running to his back. Not very far away behind Liao, two giant super shuttle trucks were landing slowly. Two groups of people with similarly impressive auras walked out of the trucks as if they were two invincible armies. "What's the matter, Master Fong? There are so many people today. Some big shot must have come." Xianxia was standing on his toe in excitement, trying to find someone he knew from the crowds. "Never mind." Liao scratched his nose and replied, not without embarrassment. "I was meaning to ask you, which big shot has come today? I don't know. I've been cracking your double encryption since I got home yesterday all day and night. I don't have any time for gossip. Wait a moment. Let me see if there's someone that can enlighten us here." Xianxia looked here and there. Suddenly he snatched a young man from the crowds. "Gao Rong, what's going on? Is anyone special here? You haven't heard yet? For top experts contending on the Hellstorm racetrack. It's definitely not something that you want to miss." Gao Rong was screaming in thrill. "I texted you like 20 times last night and I didn't get a single reply. This is the real summit confrontation. The super shuttle drivers and fans in the entire Serpent City have gone wild with joy. 4 top experts? Who are they?" Xianxia was excited, too. He stood up on his toes and craned up his head, trying to see who was walking up in the front. "It's Fiend Fire Lu Feng and Battle Axe Guangdong, the 2 best professional super shuttle drivers and 2 rivals with a deep grudge for over 10 years. They're going to challenge each other again on the Hellstorm racetrack." Xianxia gasped. "Fiend Fire and Battle Axe are both here?" After a protracted, messy explanation while they danced waving their hands up and down, Liao finally understood everything. Fiend Fire Lu Feng and Battle Axe Guangdong were 2 first-class experts among the professional super shuttle drivers. They were classmates when they were little, and their driving talent was discovered at the same time. When they grew up, they became both friends and rivals. Not only did they compete in the professional championships of various levels, they also liked to travel in the Federation together and find interesting amateur racetracks to ride on. The Hellstorm racetrack was their favorite amateur racetrack. The lap record of the Hellstorm racetrack was set by Fiend Fire Lu Feng 3 months ago. That time, Battle Axe Guangdong was 1 step slower. He was beaten by 1.7 seconds. Today, he had come for revenge. "Wait, you just said that, for top experts contending on the Hellstorm racetrack. Who are the other 2 drivers besides Fiend Fire Lu Feng and Battle Axe Guangdong? The 2 lifelong rivals?" Liao couldn't help but ask when he heard this part. "That's why I said that this is not something that any Super Shuttle fan wants to miss." Gao Rong slapped his legs and exclaimed, "What we're going to see is a dual competition. It is a match of both 2 best drivers and 2 best Super Shuttle modification masters. Well, well, well. I'm thrilled just thinking about it." The outcome of Super Shuttle racing was partly based on the driver's driving skills and on-the-spot performance, and partly dependent on the incredible modifications by the refiners according to the different conditions of different environments. In the world of Super Shuttle racing, a Super Shuttle modification master often enjoyed higher fame and status than a professional driver. They were respected as people who could manipulate time. Yuan Qi asked hurriedly, "Who are the two refiners?" "One of them is Void Wing Mei Zhe, who has been hired by Fiend Fire Lu Feng as his personal modifier," Gao Rong explained. Mei Zhe is one of the Novum Stelli of the Deep Sea University who specializes in super shuttle refinement and modification. It is said he was best at refining armed shuttles. Modifying super shuttles is just one of his hobbies. Even so, he has become one of the best super shuttle modification masters in the Federation within several years. Fiend Fire Lu Feng's achievements couldn't have been accomplished without Mei Zhe's modifications. Liao felt his heart was beating fast when he heard what Gao Rong just said. His eyes were filled with bloodthirst immediately. His hostility was so dense that it seemed to be consolidating into burning water drops. Void Wing Mei Zhe, one of the Novum Stelli? One of the best super shuttle modification masters? How interesting. As for the last one, Gao Rong intentionally paused for a second before revealing the mystery. He is the solar eclipse. What? Yuan Qi shouted at the highest pitch he could uncontrollably. Solar eclipse? Solar eclipse has come. Right then, the crowds were also enchanting the name solar eclipse, which made his hysteria less shameful than it should be. However, Liao was dazed for a moment. He knew the names of most of the renowned refiners in the Federation, but solar eclipse did not sound familiar. It was not until he asked curiously that he learnt the story of Solar Eclipse, who had been one of the most popular and influential celebrities in Serpent City over the past 3 months. 3 months ago, when he entered Serpent City by himself empty-handed. No one knew his background, nor did anyone bother to. He then visited the most respected refiners in Serpent City and challenged them in the fields where they were most adept at. In the first month, he hardly secured any victories. During his worst day, he was on an 8-match losing streak. Everybody thought of him as a joke or a lunatic. But he didn't care. He simply challenged them time and time again, and he had been growing at an inconceivable speed. In the second month, he was already able to draw with some refiners in competitions at their specialized fields. In the third month, he started crushing the refiners of Serpent City one after another like a massacre. Solar Eclipse rose to fame like a volcano eruption. He became one of the best refiners in the Serpent City after only 3 months. Considering his challenging frequency, it was believed that the one of could be dropped and he would become the best refiner in the Serpent City within the next year. His nickname Solar Eclipse came from his insane declaration. He claimed that he would become a burning star even brighter than the sun in the sky, and that when he showed up, his brilliance would be everything that could be seen. Even the sun would be overshadowed by him. That was why he was called Solar Eclipse. Although many people questioned his mental health, no one ever doubted his capability. On the contrary, the name Solar Eclipse, which carried a vibe of lunacy, couldn't be more fit for a wild, chaotic place such as Serpent City. When his story was known, he quickly became of the idol of many young men in Serpent City. Wait a minute. Liao was deep in thought. This guy Solar Eclipse, the best refiner of the Serpent City, doesn't happen to have a bald, shining head, does he? How did you know? Gao Rong nodded his head. Solar Eclipse is indeed bald, but his head does not shine. When the name Solar Eclipse spread out, he asked a spiritual tattooist to tattoo a vivid picture of annular eclipse on his forehead, which looks like a collapsar that absorbs all the lights around. That was the one. Liao grinned. As it happened, old friends had met each other again. Yuan Qi, hadn't you been wondering where Solar Eclipse comes from? It's been revealed now. Gao Rong continued. Solar Eclipse's true name is Zhang Xiaoyang. He comes from the refining department of the Deep Sea University and is known as the 10th star, the top refiner apart from the Novum Stelli. He is also the nephew of Zhang Sheng, the supernova. What? Yuan Qi was shocked and shook his head. Solar Eclipse is not the kind of person willing to be below somebody. The top refiner apart from the Novum Stelli? It's like slapping his face. True that. Gao Rong was grimacing. Why do you think they are holding a match today? Zhang Xiaoyang, the Solar Eclipse, is declaring war on the Novum Stelli with the Hellstorm racetrack as the battlefield. He is going to take out Mei Zhe, the super shuttle modification master of the Novum Stelli, in his first battle. He is. Yuan Qi was so elated that he felt dizzy now. It is indeed a dual competition. Fiendfire Lu Feng versus Battle Axe Guangdong. Void Wing Mei Zhe versus Solar Eclipse Zhang Xiaoyang. How marvelous it's going to be. Gao Rong and Liao tried to squeeze themselves through the crowd. A moment later, he realized something. Then he walked a few steps back and said to Liao while scratching his hair, "Master Feng, it seems that today is not your lucky day. Zhang Xiaoyang and Mei Zhe, two experts in refining, must have racked their brains and modified two perfect super shuttles for this confrontation. Fiendfire Lu Feng and Battle Axe Guangdong, two ace drivers, will try their best in the upcoming game in their best state. Whoever wins will definitely set a whole new lap record for the Hellstorm racetrack. You won't stand a chance to compete with these guys. Lu Feng, Guangdong, Guangdong." With the desperate cheers of the crowds, two ace drivers walked out onto the truck, which immediately set the super shuttle fans on fire. Fiendfire Lu Feng was thin with a pair of smart eyes. He looked like an unpredictable breeze. Battle Axe Guangdong, on the other hand, was tall and strong with a body size that was much bigger than ordinary professional super shuttle drivers. He had bushy eyebrows, scary eyes, and a square face, releasing an intimidating scent from him. He was truly like an unstoppable battle axe. The match was about to begin, yet the two of them were still chatting and laughing in comfort. "Lu Dong, I didn't expect that you would challenge me again after only 3 months. Are you sure you're ready? If it turns out that you are slower than me by that much again, it will be quite shameful." Fiendfire grinned. "Neither did I." Battle Axe Guangdong smiled and said confidently, "Half a month ago, I was told that there was this super shuttle modifier in Serpent City that was super awesome. Therefore, I paid a visit to him hoping that he could help upgrade my shuttle, only to find that he was biting the ground in a match with Zhang Xiaoyang, the Solar Eclipse. I had the honor to invite Master Zhang to redesign a super shuttle specially for the Hellstorm racetrack for me. That's why I decided to challenge you again. Be very careful when the match begins. Master Feng is far more skilled than you will have expected. Isn't Zhang Xiaoyang, the Solar Eclipse, originally the 10th star of Deep Sea University?" Fiendfire Lu Feng said very proudly, "My modifier is Master Mei Zhe, the Void Wing of the Novum Stelli. I believe he is sort of Zhang Xiaoyang's senior brother, if we get to the bottom of it. This time, when he heard that Zhang Xiaoyang was your modifier, he did a comprehensive upgrade to my super shuttle. You'll know what I mean a moment later." While they were debating, Zhang Xiaoyang and Mei Zhe were also confronting each other behind them. "Xiaoyang, you have disappointed the entire refining department of the Deep Sea University." Void Wing Mei Zhe was a serious man in his 30s. Although he was not very old, he had several deep wrinkles on his forehead that seemed to be carved by a knife. Mei Zhe had been a student of Zhangshang when Zhang Xiaoyang was only 7 or 8. He had witnessed Zhang Xiaoyang's growth from a child to a young man, and he didn't hesitate to teach him a lesson when he thought a lesson should be taught. "Never have we thought that you would end up in a lawless, chaotic place such as Serpent City and be corrupted like this." Zhang Xiaoyao was quiet. He used to be a radiating man that was the center of attention wherever he went. But right now, all his brilliance had been absorbed by the annular eclipse tattoo on his forehead, making him more eccentric than ever. He was speechless for over half a minute after Mei Zhe finished his sarcastic speech. Then he slowly said, "I've been thinking of a question lately. If the refining department of the Deep Sea University represents the peak of the elite refining ideology and the refining department of the Grand Desolate War Institution represents the peak of the grassroots refining ideology, what path and ideology should I pursue in order to beat them both?" I had contemplated the question for a long time without any answer, until I accidentally came to Serpent City. Mei Zhe squinted. "Did you find a third ideology in this place?" Zhang Xiaoyang smiled, his white teeth glaring. "No. As you said, Serpent City is a lawless, chaotic place. Refiners here do not care for styles or ideologies. There is only one thing that they care about. Victory. Victory at any cost. I realized that Serpent City would be a very suitable place for me. So I stayed. All the refiners in Serpent City are my teachers. You will see their tireless teaching in a moment, senior brother Mei. Mei Zhe didn't say anything for a moment. Then he sighed. Xiaoyang, there's still a chance for you to turn back. Let's make a deal. Come back with me if you fail today. How about it? Zhang Xiaoyang's eyes bulged. He couldn't help but laughed. Senior brother Mei, why are you academics always so childish? What is failure? Failure only means that victory has not come yet. That's all. I'm no longer the 10th star, the guy who had never failed a single time since childhood and therefore couldn't bear the thought of failure. I have failed thousands of times in the past 3 months. Many a time I was beaten like a stray dog. It was not until then that I discovered that failure could teach you so much more than success. It doesn't matter if you defeat me this time. In fact, it's quite possible. But I will rise up again and challenge you for another 100. Another 1,000. Another 10,000 times until I finally beat you. Mei Zhe was rendered speechless for a while. He was shocked by Zhang Xiaoyang's eyesight and starting to feel that the guy standing in front of him was not the junior brother that he knew at all. Zhang Xiaoyang smiled. That's about enough, senior brother Mei. Let's take the chance and see who's the better one between us. 2 super shuttles drove slowly out onto the track, catching all the attention of the field. The super shuttle that Mei Zhe modified for Fiend Fire Lufeng had a weird name, which was a Kalima one. It was a super shuttle most distinguished for its lightness, which was extremely slim, like a dancing butterfly, or a leaf that was flowing with wind. Lightness was Mei Zhe's refining style. His nickname Void Wing was based on his masterpieces that were as light as the hollow feathers of birds. As for the super shuttle that Zhang Xiaoyang modified for Battle Axe Guangdong, it was an alcade. Liao lost control and screamed out. He didn't know what to feel. Never had he expected that Zhang Xiaoyang would design a vehicle based on an alcade, too. The universe must enjoy the show when Zhang Xiaoyang and himself were put together. Zhang Xiaoyang's alcade was full of spirit, like an irritated, fierce beast. Liao could smell the scent of the irresistible force from it even though it was almost 100 meters away. On the shell, besides the 100 or so air paths which could stabilize and thrust the vehicle in the wind, the super shuttle was also installed with more than 100 auxiliary fins that resembled the fins of sharks. The sharp-edged auxiliary fins added to the toughness of the alcade, making it look like an unstoppable battering ram. The modification was almost exactly the same as Liao's first plan. No, not exactly the same. It was much better than that. In a fair distribution, the shark fins were embedded perfectly into the shell of the vehicle without the slightest trace of joints. The whole super shuttle seemed to be refined all at once in a large-scale furnace without any post-modification at all. Zhang Xiaoyang is stronger than 3 months ago. No. He has undergone a qualitative change and has become a whole new person. His heart beating fast, Liao felt so thirsty that he couldn't wait to jump on Zhang Xiaoyang's alcade and feel it with his own hands. But before he was able to take action, the 2 super shuttles, as well as the drivers and the modifiers, were escorted out of the place under the protection of the staff of the Aurora Autos. The time of ace drivers and top modifiers was very precious. It was just a personal competition today and not a formal match which usually sold tickets. Therefore, only a moment later, the 2 ace drivers, in their Kalima and Alcade, appeared at the start line of the Hellstorm racetrack. The audience were instantly ignited. The site was already on fire before the super shuttles were launched. Countless super shuttle fans were craning their head up outside of the Aurora Autos, trying to jostle into the stereoscopic light beams. The Hellstorm domain seemed to be even more furious than usual, with smoke blowing and wind growling like ghost. Fiend Fire Lufeng versus Battle Axe Guangdong. Void Wing Mei Zhe versus Solar Eclipse Zhang Xiaoyang. As the last of the 3 red lights floating on the sky turned green, the duel competition officially began. In a moment, the booming of the 2 super shuttles overwhelmed the passionate commentary and the enthusiastic exclamation of the audience, crushing all the other noises into pieces, while the 2 super shuttles turned into 2 thin light belts. Half a second later, the light belt changed into a series of blurred shadows, which didn't disperse until another half a second later. Right then, the roars of the super shuttles tearing the air apart finally reached the ears of the audience, indicating that the two super shuttles were already beyond the supersonic speed when they were just initiated. Fiend Fire Lu Feng and Battle Axe Guangdong were both among the best super shuttle drivers. Yet their driving styles were completely different. Steered by Lu Feng, the Kalima was like a small boat on a surging sea. Although it seemed to be sailing hopelessly and ready to be overturned at any moment, the super shuttle continued on the racetrack in strange curves and cut into the gap of wind from various oblique angles. Not only had it avoided the assault of the wind, it even managed to be boosted by them. The ferocious wind seemed to have become a giant hand carrying the Kalima forward. In the meantime, the Alcade, steered by Battle Axe Guangdong, directly slashed into the wind as if it were a heavy battle axe, not bothering the wind at all. The Alcade that had been fully strengthened by Xianxia boasted brand new air paths and stabilizer fins, which transformed the blowing wind that's supposed to be an interference into impetus that boosted the vehicle forward. The Kalima was looking for the gaps of wind in a curve, whereas Alcade was going in a straight line. A straight line is, of course, always shorter than a curve. Together with the boost of the wind, Alcade was suppressing Kalima the whole time in the first 2 minutes. Solar Eclipse Xianxia is indeed impressive. The air paths and stabilizer fins are so delicate. It seems that the record will surely be broken this time. Might be an improvement of an entire second. Solar Eclipse. Solar Eclipse. Solar Eclipse. Zhang Xiaoyang was more or less considered as a local refiner of Serpent City right now. Many young men looked up to him as their idol. Seeing that Alcade modified by him was so remarkable in the game, his fans all shouted in excitement. Inside the Hellstorm domain, the two super shuttles had entered a floating stone belt. Kalima made best use of its lightness and swiftness. It danced countless small arcs in the limited space, as if it were drawing pictures of fish scales in the air. By the dancing, it avoided the randomly moving stones that were everywhere. Such dodging skill was known as fish scale dance. It was a very professional technique in super shuttle racing. The audience had recognized the technique, and all applauded for Fiend Fire Lu Feng's amazing fish scale dance. In the meantime, slowing down a little bit, the Alcade crashed into the floating stone belt at a subsonic speed with vague greenness around its body. Guangdong is crazy to ride into the floating stone belt at a subsonic speed. How daring! Look at his auxiliary fins. The stabilizer fins of Alcade started vibrating at a high speed the moment the super shuttle entered the floating stone belt. The scattered stones that luckily broke through the spiritual shield of Alcade were all minced into powder by the auxiliary fins. It was then that everyone realized the auxiliary fins of Alcade was only partly for the guidance of wind. More importantly, they were meant to crumble the stones. How many rune arrays had been carved inside the auxiliary fins to make them capable of both? Solar Eclipse Zhang Xiaoyang's design was truly inspiring. The rest of the game was very entertaining, although there was no suspense anymore. Watching the Kalima was like watching a spectacular fish scale dance show, in which it swept exotic, elegant curves time and time again to cut in the gaps of the wind and stones trying to catch up with the Alcade. However, the Alcade looked like an unreasonable general who could not be talked sense to when on the winning side. The super shuttle kept the subsonic speed and suppressed its opponent all the time. The two drivers both showed their best driving skills. The two vehicles they were in also displayed the limit of super shuttle performance which dazzled all of the audience. The unfathomable movements, even if played at the 1/10 of actual speed, still impressed everyone with the true meaning of greased lightning. Towards the end, Alcade never gave Kalima any chance to surpass it, not even once. It dominated the entire game and rushed past the finish line first. The narrator was silent for 5 seconds before he cried, 11 foot 44, 31. Driving his Alcade, Battle Axe Guangdong has given us a magnificent presentation that has never been done before and created a new lap record of the Hellstorm racetrack. He is 3 seconds faster than Fiend Fire Lu Feng's record from 3 months ago. Let's all cheer for Battle Axe Guangdong, who is the unquestionable king of the Hellstorm today. The Super Shuttle fans were dazed in the beginning. A moment later, Screams that were 10 times crazier than previously burst out from the crowds. 3 seconds. On a racetrack that had been challenged by countless experts countless times, it was difficult enough to improve the record by 0.3 seconds. A 3-second breakthrough could be called a miracle. Fiendfire Lu Feng and Battle Axe Guangdong drove their super shuttles to the safe area where defense arrays had been deployed. Fiendfire Lu Feng jumped out of his Kalima. Looking at the Alcade, which had been seriously damaged and yet was still firm, he complimented sincerely, "Good shuttle." He wasn't complimenting Battle Axe Guangdong's driving skills, as the two of them knew each other's driving skills too well after competing on professional racetracks all the time. The difference of their driving skills couldn't possibly lead to the 3-second breakthrough. The only explanation was that Alcade had been modified too well. After this battle, Solar Eclipse Xianxia's name will be known by all Super Shuttle drivers and fans. He will be acknowledged as a first-rate modification master now. Fiendfire Lu Feng observed with mixed feelings. Soon, the two Super Shuttles were transported to the workshop by staff of the Aurora Autos, where they would be fully maintained by Jiang Xiaoyang and Mei Zhe personally. The Hellstorm racetrack was empty now. Although the game was over, the Super Shuttle fans crowding at the Aurora Autos didn't intend to leave. Many of them were preparing themselves to drive on the Hellstorm racetrack. They were hoping that the two professional drivers could kindly offer some advice to them. "Master Feng, what do you think of the duel competition today? Wasn't it phenomenal?" Yuan Qi's face was flushed out of excitement as if he had drunk a lot of wine. "Indeed it was. The ace drivers deserve their names. Their driving skills are much better than mine. As for the two Super Shuttle modification masters, especially Solar Eclipse, Jiang Xiaoyang." Liao closed his eyes and reminisced about the breathtaking Super Shuttle match. He thought for a long time before he continued seriously. "Speaking of this particular modification plan, his ideas and designs are much better than mine." Yuan Qi asked, "And you're still going to challenge the racetrack today?" "Of course." Liao smiled. "Let's go. Let me show you the Alcade modified by me." Yuan Qi couldn't believe his eyes when Liao drove Alcade out of the large-scale truck slowly. Looming before him was a gargantuan metal monster whose layers of plate armor were welded together in the crudest way, making the Super Shuttle look like an aerolite wearing several layers of steel clothes. The size of this metal monster was almost 10 times larger than that of an ordinary Super Shuttle. One could never tell that its prototype was an Alcade from its outlook. What is this?" Yuan Qi was stupefied. Bigger size meant higher spiritual energy consumption. Besides, it would be more easily affected by the chaotic wind in the wretched Hellstorm domain. The odds of it being hit by scattered stones were hundreds of times higher, too. Yuan Qi couldn't help but shouted, "What kind of Super Shuttle is this?" "It is not exactly correct to call it a Super Shuttle," Liao said. Battle Axe Guangdong and Solar Eclipse Jiang Xiaoyang optimized the performance, driving skills, modification, and everything else possible about their Alcade. There is no way that I can defeat them on the Hellstorm racetrack with a Super Shuttle. Therefore, I didn't plan to modify it in the way that a Super Shuttle is usually modified. "Not a Super Shuttle?" Yuan Qi didn't understand. "Then what is it?" "Crystal suit." Liao smiled. "You may consider it to be a crystal suit without 4 limbs. Since too many amateurs had signed up to challenge the Hellstorm racetrack today, it had been decided, according to the convention, that the match would be held in groups of 8 contenders. Yuan Qi was a VIP of Aurora Autos. He was a somewhat famous expert among the amateur Super Shuttle drivers, and the performance he gave yesterday was absolutely amazing. Therefore, he signed Liao up for the first group without too much trouble. And when Liao drove his Alcade to the start line of the Hellstorm racetrack neither too fast nor too slowly, every audience had the same reaction that Yuan Qi just did. They rubbed their eyes, which they thought were deceiving them. The Alcade, which was huge, ugly, and clumsy, looked like a silly truck compared with the other 7 soft, light, and elegant Super Shuttles. Judging from the outlook, even Heaven Uproar, a spiritual beast that was often used to carry heavy loads, could run faster than it. What is this thing? It's just a pile of scrap iron and copper. Is it even drivable in the blowing wind and sweeping stones of the Hellstorm domain? The shape design is the exact opposite of aerodynamic. Let's put super shuttles aside. Even an ordinary shuttle wouldn't be devised like this. This is just a big iron lump, is all. Laughter, boos, doubts were shouted out continuously from the crowds. Fiend Fire Lu Feng and Battle Axe Guangdong, after an exhausting match, were resting in the VIP room of the Aurora Autos waiting for their super shuttles to be maintained. Out of pure boredom, they turned on the light beam and started watching the competition of amateurs. Both of them laughed out aloud when they saw the grotesque super shuttle. It's actually a lot of fun to watch the amateurs games now and then. There's never going to be a freak like this in a professional championship in 1,000 years. Inside the arcade, eyes closed, Liao was sensing the palpitation of every rune array in arcade, as if he were placed in a special crystal suit. The feeling was both familiar and strange. Beep, beep, beep. 3 red lights turned green one by one. Liao opened his eyes suddenly. The brilliance in his eyes seemed to be piercing through the heavy plate armor and cutting the wind and stones in front into pieces. The arcade roared and dashed out like an enraged rhino. Another round of laughter burst out from the crowds, because the arcade was the slowest to run off. The other 7 super shuttles had long marched forward like arrows just freed from bows. However, the 2 ace drivers in the VIP room both changed their face when they heard the boosting noise of arcade. As real experts, they immediately recognized the potential of the super shuttle's power rune array from the noise. The super shuttle was definitely not as boorish as it appeared. On the contrary, it was a super shuttle. Arcade, Battle Axe Guangdong even stood up in concern. He realized through the booming that, behind the hideous heavy plate armor, the super shuttle was also an arcade whose power system had been as well adjusted as the one that Zhang Xiaoyang modified for him. Ha! Zhang Xiaoyang and Mei Zhe, who were maintaining the 2 super shuttles in the workshop, heard the noise of the shuttles, too. They both stood up straight and listened attentively. Shwa! With the roaring of power rune arrays, Liao charged into the blowing wind. The outmost plates of the arcade perked up, which, like 40 or so fan-shaped sails, shivered briskly in the air and caught the wind around, increasing the speed of the arcade exponentially. 1, 2, 3. The other 7 super shuttle that had been struggling in the chaotic wind were all surpassed by Liao within several seconds, unable to do anything about it. How could it be? All the audience felt that their eyes were deceiving them again. The wind in the Hellstorm domain was strong, chaotic, and utterly unpredictable. The amateurs usually chose to dodge the wind. The professionals usually chose to slide through the wind from its gaps while borrowing part of its power. However, this mysterious driver played with the biting wind with the 40 sails as if it were a toy. Such technique was far beyond the category of super shuttle racing. After all, even the craziest super shuttle drivers wouldn't practice their driving skills in tornadoes if there was any sanity in their head. His sense of control and anticipation of wind was so impressive. How did he learn such skill? However, even if he can catch wind now, how is he going to deal with the floating stone belts with such a huge size and so many sails? In the exclamations, Liao rushed into the first floating stone belt. Pa! 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 Countless scattered stones hit the giant shell of arcade savagely. Bow! 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 The outmost layer of the plate armor that covered the arcade, after several cracks, suddenly broke up and formed an unconsolidated iron shield outside of the spiritual shield of the arcade. The iron shield held back 90% of the scattered stones. After letting go of the first layer of its plate armor, the arcade was much smaller in size, like a cicada that just sloughed. It accelerated and dashed out of the first floating stone belt. Shwa! Another 30 sails turned erect and, after subtle adjustment of angles, caught the wind around, boosting the speed of the super shuttle again. The audience finally stopped talking. They finally understood why this super shuttle was so huge. It was quite possible that there were 3 to 4 layers of plate armor, each covering one another outside the super shuttle. In the chaotic wind, the plate armor could be raised as sails. In the floating belt, the plate armor would be dropped layer by layer as iron shields to defend the stones. Liao had passed 5 floating stone belts with the same method. The originally ragged super shuttle was slimmer and sharper every time it took off a layer of plate armor. None of the audience had ever seen such a driving technique. There could be one possible word to describe Liao: windchaser. After passing through 5 floating stone belts, the plate armor of Alcade had all dropped off, revealing the perfect, streamlined shell. It was not until then that much of the audience realized that this mysterious driver was driving the same model of super shuttle as Battle Axe Guangdong had. The Alcade. What's more, the shell of this Alcade also had an inlay of auxiliary fins that looked like shark fins. However, the fins were much fewer than those on the previous Alcade. Also, they looked somewhat awry on the shell of the vehicle. At first glance, they unmistakably brought the feeling that not only would they fail to stabilize the super shuttle, they would also stir the chaotic wind into a more chaotic one. As it turned out, Alcade lost the smoothness that it had had in the beginning and started trembling. What's the meaning of this? Even as a layman, I can tell that the distribution of the auxiliary fins is completely against aerodynamics. They're messed up. The previous modification was so brilliant. Why would he modify his super shuttle in such a way towards the end? It will do better without these auxiliary fins. All the super shuttle fans were gazing at the light beams with their full attention while pondering the reason. Even Fiendfire Lu Feng and Battle Axe Guangdong were looking at each other in confusion. They'd been in countless super shuttle races. Never once had they seen such bizarre modification. They had no clue what its purpose was at all. Jiang Xiaoyang and Mei Zhe, who were in the maintenance workshop, both dropped their work and rushed out to study Liao's Alcade. Liao's performance in the beginning was already shocking enough for them, especially for Jiang Xiaoyang, who thought he had explored all possibilities in the optimization of the Alcade. He'd never expected that someone could modify an Alcade that was even more crazy and brutal than his. Manipulating 40 sails at the same time in tornadoes to borrow the power of wind was not a skill that every super shuttle driver could handle. Therefore, no modification master had ever realized that a super shuttle could be modified in such a way. But the crooked, disordered auxiliary fins caused them greater confusion. Meizei opened his mouth and asked, "Xiaoyang, can you tell the function of the auxiliary fins?" Him speaking first was a sign that he had admitted that Jiang Xiaoyang was better than him in the field of super shuttle modification. The corners of Jiang Xiaoyang's eyes twitched violently. The annular eclipse tattoo on his forehead seemed to be enlivened and turned into a swirl that was too deep to measure. After pondering for a moment, his eyes bulged wide as he realized what was going on. He couldn't help but shout, "No! It's impossible!" Right then, Liao encountered the 6th floating stone belt. Bad luck! The super shuttle fans all sighed for him. Luck played an important role on the Hellstorm racetrack. If a driver was lucky and just came across 3 or 4 sparse floating stone belts, it would be very easy to get a good result. However, if a driver was unlucky and ran into 5 or 6 floating stone belts, he might be caught by the scattered stones by accident even if he was a professional driver. Today, it seemed that Liao was the unlucky driver. The stones in the 6th floating stone belt were dense and sharp. They were colliding with each other and splitting into smaller stones without any pattern all the time. The Alcade had run out of the plate armor. Its spiritual shield was much duller than before after the tremendous consumption. Its defensibility had hit rock bottom. A scattered stone the size of a fist would be enough to crash it. A large-scale ambulance airship was already standing by and ready to move out. Everyone was anxious for what was to come. Right then, inside the Alcade, every one of Liao's brain cells started roaring together with the power rune array that had been boosted to maximum. Flow of wind, point of impact of the stones, parameters of every component of the super shuttle. Every factor was taken into account inside his brain and turned into a series of obscure figures and formulas. Like a volcano eruption, Liao's brain went into the super-perceptive state. Brain cell activity 300%. The Alcade trembled so violently that it started revolving in the end. With the high-speed rotation of more than 100 circles per second, the Alcade seemed to have become a screaming bullet or a drill that was going to dig into the sky. The scattered stones were blown away by the centrifugal force the moment they hit the shell of the Alcade. It was not until then that the audience discovered the true use of the auxiliary fins. In a normal state, the auxiliary fins were indeed crooked and messed up and would be a nuisance in the racing. However, in the state of high-speed rotation, the auxiliary fins turned into propeller blades that could not only help stabilize the trajectory of Alcade, but also knock off the smaller stones that had come close to the super shuttle. The modifier had all this in mind? It's impossible. Rotating at such a high speed while adjusting the course of the super shuttle at a subsonic speed, even a building foundation stage cultivator wouldn't be able to do that. Who is he? Every audience was asking the same question. Who is he? The two ace drivers clenched their hands, their faces flushed due to anxiety. They couldn't figure out which super shuttle driver could be freakish like this. Judging from his driving style in the beginning, he seemed to be a professional player. However, no professional player would ever waste their time practicing such a weird skill as high-speed rotation. It was a skill only suitable for flying in tornadoes. On a professional racetrack, it would be completely useless. Where is this weirdo from? The two ace drivers looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They thought they were the protagonists of the day. Now they had become stepping stones for somebody else. Who is he? Mei was murmuring at the same time. Xianxia squinted, his mouth shivering. Such out-of-mind modification style reminds me of a certain someone. However, where on earth did he find such an insane driver to drive for him? No, not a driver. The driving skills the guy showed are far beyond the scope of super shuttle racing. He must be more than a professional super shuttle driver. He is an exo and not just any exo, a first-rate one. What he has been using are the brilliant acrobatic skills of a crystal suit. In everyone's bewilderment and exclamation, Liao drilled through the sky like a bullet from a sniper rifle and crushed the record just created by Battle Axe Guangdong into pieces. Seeing the blood-like timer slowly appearing on the light beam, nobody was able to calm themselves down for a long time. They found what had happened dramatic and inconceivable. The commentator had lost the ability to talk, too. There was a long silence on the spot. 10 foot 32. 55. Liao had broken the lap record of the Hell Storm racetrack by an earth-shattering 1 minute and 11 seconds. After the game, Liao didn't let anybody know his name. He didn't even talk with the 4 experts under the identity of Fang Ping. He left the arena the moment the match was completed. One of the reasons was that he feared Jiang Shaoyang might have found out who he was. But more importantly, he felt that his victory was kind of cheating. The methodologies in his modification of Alcade lay far beyond the studies of the super shuttle. The helical acceleration that he employed towards the end of the game was not a super shuttle driving skill at all. Such modification and such a technique were suitable for himself and for the Hellstorm domain exclusively. If it were on a different racetrack or a different exo, the result would have been the complete opposite of the current one. There was not a second exo in the entire Heaven's Origin sector who had been slashing tornadoes in dust storms crazily like himself. He was confident to beat any enemy, even a building foundation expert, in a tornado. But on the other hand, Jiang Shaoyang's modification ideas were the rightful paths that were universally applicable to any super shuttle driver and any racetrack. Therefore, in the field of the super shuttle modification, he had lost a battle. Solar Eclipse Jiang Shaoyang? Good for you. After only 3 months, you've made such enormous progress. Given another few years, you might actually be able to eclipse the Novum Stelae. No. The Novum Stelae, the supernova, these experts are all mine. I will beat them faster than you do. Stimulated by Jiang Shaoyang, Liao competitiveness was burning brighter and brighter like a fire that had just had oil added onto it. His disappearance without saying goodbye made the Super Shuttle fans of Serpent City even crazier about him. Within a few hours, the news had spread to every corner of the city. A mysterious driver savaged the Hell Storm racetrack with a crazily modified Alcade. Fiendfire Lu Feng and Battle Axe Guangdong, 2 well-known drivers, have been defeated shamefully. 1 minute and 11 seconds. This is a lap record that is never going to be broken again. Who is he exactly? Is he one of the top 5 super shuttle drivers of the Federation who joined the competition in disguise? The fact that he had become a center of public attention caused a minor trouble for him. He was now in the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion's trade fair of unknown materials and defective materials. In case anyone recognized him, he wore a glittering silver mask besides his previous pretense. It was not something unusual in Serpent City. Most of participants of the trade fair did not intend for other people to learn of their real identities. Therefore, the trade fair had pretty much become a masquerade. Those without masks might not be showing their true faces either. For example, although Liao had been with Yuan Qi for 3 days, he was not sure that the Yuan Qi he saw and heard was Yuan Qi's true face and voice. There was nothing special about the trade fair itself. Before he went to the trade fair, he'd fantasized about picking up some heavenly materials and earthly treasures by chance that were overlooked by other people. As it turned out, he had been thinking too much. The heavenly materials and earthly treasures allegedly from other worlds were all weird and beyond recognition of attributes or usage. Liao found no useful material even with the help of the probe technique of the 100 Smelting Clan from 40,000 years ago. However, he did find several useful ingredients from the defective materials. Although they had been damaged due to various reasons and wouldn't be of much use to other refiners, he might be able to revive them with the secret technique of the 100 Smelting Clan. Therefore, Liao spent a fortune on a batch of defective materials and quite enjoyed the feeling of being rich, however briefly. Besides that, 2 other interesting things happened in the trade fair, which educated Liao on the craziness of treasure gambling. At first, a plain-looking, middle-aged man paid 11 million for a fist-size aerolite. The aerolite, which was particularly angular, had also caught Liao's attention. According to the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion, the aerolite had been shining in 7 different colors when it fell into the Heaven's Origin sector. There was even a video clip to prove it. But other than that, it seemed to be a perfectly normal stone. Examinations suggested that 99% of the stone was made of regular metals, and only 1% of it contained the unknown materials that had never appeared in the Heaven's Origin sector before. In the end, the middle-aged man, after spending a fortune on the mysterious aerolite, took out a syringe of gray liquid which he poured on the stone. Then, the aerolite started shining in various mystic colors, which was exactly the scene where it first entered the aerosphere. The shining didn't stop until 3 minutes later. Everyone on the spot was amazed, knowing that the middle-aged man had bought a bargain. Although it was still unclear what materials were contained in the aerolite, the mystic colors alone were evident enough that its worth was far more than 11 million. Its true worth might be tens of times higher than that. The middle-aged man's bargain kicked off a good start for the trade fair. The unknown materials that followed the aerolite were all bought at a high price. A few of them were put up for auction when several guests were interested in them at the same time. Not everyone was as lucky as the middle-aged man. A man who was wearing a black mask, after a fierce competition, won the bid of an oval stone with green streaks which allegedly could have been a fossil egg of a prehistoric beast at the cost of 35 million. The green streak stone was discovered by an expedition team in underground relics of the Heaven's Origin sector. During the expedition, several cultivators had been injured or killed, including 2 building foundation experts. Therefore, the price of the stone was set at 20 million in the beginning. Bountiful Treasures Pavilion guaranteed that the expedition did take place. Some of the buyers were familiar with the cultivators of the expedition team, too. However, as to whether or not the green streak stone was a fossil egg of a prehistoric beast, the bidders would need to make a judgment themselves. The eggshell of prehistoric beasts was mostly made of rare materials that could defend the scanning of telepathic thoughts. Besides, the billions of years of time had transformed the egg into a fossil, making it even harder to determine what was stored inside. If the oval stone really turned out to be a fossil egg of a prehistoric beast, its worth would far exceed 20 million and could border on the billion level. Therefore, after buying the stone for 35 million, the man in the black mask drilled into the stone with destructive tools and extended his telepathic thoughts through the hole. However, there was nothing. Inside the stone was still stone. The 35 million he'd just spent proved to be all for nothing. Liao was truly shocked at a gamble of such a high level of risk, even though he just got a large sum of bonus from the Aurora Autos. But the man in black mask and the rest of the guests seemed to be used to it. After a few sighs, they shifted their attention to the gamble of the next heavenly material and earthly treasure in high spirits, as if nothing had happened. According to Mr. Lin of the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion, the trade fair of unknown materials and defective materials hosted here was only at the amateur level. The Bountiful Treasures Pavilion's main focus was the materials that had been authenticated. The unknown materials that it sold were only meant to be an entertainment. The guests who came to the trade fair mostly considered the activity as a recreation. In some places, there were professional trade fairs for unknown materials and magical equipment that were more mysterious, more expensive, and auctioned to more experienced customers. These were the real treasure gambles. The professional trade fairs had a special name, which was Secret Treasure Exchange. Liao was quite interested in Mr. Lin's introduction. He wrote down the addresses and registration methods of several secret treasure exchanges and decided to take a tour there when he had time. He was not planning to get rich by treasure gambles, but he did have irresistible curiosity about unknown materials and magical equipment as a refiner, and he simply wanted to see more of them. However, right now he had other priorities at hand. Xianxia had fully deciphered the double encryption and found out the keys. He'd taught Liao the correct way to open the two seals. Therefore, his primary task right now was to find a safe place and dig out the secrets inside the Cosmos Ring. One day later, in the Upper Eastern District of Floating Spear City, inside a business suite of a splendid skyscraper, Liao was standing before the giant windows watching myriads of twinkling lights glittering below him. Mixed feelings were turning over and over in his mind. 2 years ago, when he stared at the building from a corner of the slum yearningly, he had believed that the greatest happiness in the world was a night of sleep and a nice meal in this hotel. However, when the dream came true, he found that delicate cuisines, expensive clothes, extravagant rooms, all the materialistic gratification didn't give him as much pleasure as he had imagined, because his ambition had grown much greater than before. Taking a deep breath, Liao snapped his fingers. The curtains closed automatically without any noise. He took out 4 fawn diamond-shaped crystals and put each of them to one corner of the room. With a telepathic thought, the crystals started spinning at a high speed like 4 gyroscopes, which unleashed a strange wave that filled the entire room. They were the barriers that he'd bought from Xianxia. As a top crypto hacker, Xianxia was naturally a first-rate barrier designer. With the cover of the 4 gyroscopic crystals, Liao wouldn't be noticed even if he was to burn the room to the ground. Liao connected his mini crystal processor to the Cosmos Ring and entered the encryption keys. The Cosmos Ring shivered. 2 spiritual waves flooded out of the Cosmos Ring one after the other, like 2 ripples in a pond when 2 stones were dropped in tandem. Liao was so anxious that he felt he was going to freak out. He spread a spiritual thread into the Cosmos Ring and discovered that 2 additional storage zones had appeared beside the main storage zone. The feedback was weird. The 3 zones were like 3 bubbles each pressing against one another. Liao extended all his spiritual threads into one of the smaller bubbles and pulled everything out. Marrow crystals? More than 20 translucent, shining crystals were placed on the bed, dazzling Liao, who found it hard to breathe. They were the real heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Cultivators could increase their cultivation by inhaling and exhaling spiritual energy, which was usually in the form of gas, liquid, or solid. There were other 2 special forms, namely plasma state and supersolid state, but they could only appear under extreme conditions, and therefore were not of much use for cultivation. Spiritual gas was most common. It was everywhere between the sky and the ground. Liao had seen countless light spots in the air when his spiritual root was just awakened, which he swallowed a lot of with his spiritual threads. The light spots were the spiritual gas. Although it was widely distributed and readily absorbable, the density of spiritual energy inside it was too low for cultivation. When the spiritual gas consolidated, it would become spiritual liquid. All the strengthening drugs, healing drugs, and even demon beast blood could all be counted as spiritual fluid. The spiritual energy contained inside spiritual liquid was hundreds of times more concentrated than inside spiritual gas. When spiritual energy invaded metals and rocks and changed their essence slowly over billions of years of evolution, They would be transformed into crystals, which was the spiritual energy in the solid state. Crystals were the main source of spiritual energy for cultivators. Crystals had a lot of application fields. Not only could they be absorbed by cultivators, they could also be refined to provide power for magical equipment. One could say that crystals were the foundation of the modern cultivation civilization. Marrow crystals were a special kind of crystal that was the essence of a mother crystal lode formed under billions of years of high temperature and pressure. Spiritual energy contained in a marrow crystal was thousands of times more than that in a normal crystal of the same size, with an amazing purity of more than 99%. Marrow crystals were not something you can buy in the market, because no cultivator would ever sell it even if they'd found one. They would use it for their own cultivation, or to refine powerful magical equipment or maybe life-saving medications. However, marrow crystals were not something that could be easily utilized either, because too much spiritual energy was stored inside, which could lead to dire consequences if handled incautiously. For example, if Liao didn't recognize the marrow crystal and decided to absorb it like ordinary crystals, his body would explode because of the intense spiritual energy. Different marrow crystal required different refining procedures which involved different catalysts. Some catalysts were relatively common, and some were heavenly materials and earthly treasures themselves. But some catalysts were even more difficult to find than the marrow crystals. Books of the 100 Smelting Clan recorded many secret arts for distinguishing and refining marrow crystals. With further investigation, Liao frowned. The excitement on his face turned into bitterness. Blood jade marrow, flowing silver aurelia, divine dissolving stone, sea orchid, the rarest marrow crystals? Liao realized that the marrow crystals he discovered were the most bizarre, the least commonly seen ones in the world. Many of them could only be found in the books of the 100 Smelting Clan and had become extinct a long time ago. There wouldn't be a second refiner other than himself that could make anything out of it. Pondering for a moment, Liao patted his head and realized why. Of course they're rare. The snake demon would have long absorbed them if they weren't, and I wouldn't even had the chance to see them. Liao estimated that the marrow crystals had been collected by the snake demon for a long time, who did not know how to refine them due to their scarcity. Even if the snake demon knew, he might still not be able to do anything because of lack of catalysts, yet he didn't make up his mind to sell them either. Therefore, the snake demon separated a private zone in the Cosmos Ring to store the marrow crystals, hoping to refine them when he found the catalysts he needed. However, the snake demon could never have anticipated that a human being would take all the advantages. Different from the snake demon, Liao knew the refining procedures of each and every one of the marrow crystals. Although complicated catalysts were required with the advanced technology of modern life, he could always put some notice on the Nexus looking for potential sellers. As long as he waited patiently, he definitely could purchase one or two. In the worst-case scenario, I could make the marrow crystals into big bombs. I believe their power is going to be at least 10 times more impressive than the Demon Core bomb. Let me put the marrow crystals aside for now and see what's in the other storage zone. Liao extended his spiritual threads into the second bubble. But what he retrieved was something very odd. The fist-sized stone felt neither like gold nor like wood. It was tangled by rings of hard lines, making it look like a pupa carved out of a rock. It was extremely heavy too. Liao tried to spread his spiritual threads into the stone, only to be completely blocked by the shell. He took out the dagger that he used to dissect demon beasts. Yet the dagger couldn't cut a single hole in the shell. The only thing it left was a shallow scratch. Half a minute later, even the shallow scratch was gone, like a wound that healed itself. Liao thought hard for a moment. Still, he didn't recall any material that had such odd characteristics. He didn't have many tools at hand. Besides, he was not at a refining workshop after all. It might cause trouble if he caught too much attention. Therefore, Liao simply dropped the marrow stones and the pupa-like stone into the Cosmos Ring and decided to study them when he was back at the Grand Desolate War Institution. His main purpose in Floating Spear City was to visit his senior brother, Fiend Blade Peng Hai. Since Peng Hai separated from the Crimson Nimbus Guild, he had been trying to break the barrier to the core formation stage as an unaffiliated cultivator. Although he hadn't succeeded yet, he was already one of the strongest cultivators at the peak of the building foundation stage and had an immense influence on cultivators in the Federation. Besides, Peng Hai was not a pure battle-type cultivator. Back when he was in the Crimson Nimbus Guild, he had been managing the marketing department and was in charge of finding new markets for the Crimson Nimbus Guild. Finding new markets required much more than personal combat ability. Connections and administrative skills were necessary. Liao and Fiend Blade Peng Hai had known each other for a long time. He knew Peng Hai's ambition well, which was to create his own sect besides being a strong cultivator. Liao was not an admin-type cultivator. He didn't have too many theories on how to promote the Demon Beast Detector and rival against the Zephyr Guild. It also happened that Fiend Blade Peng Hai had just returned to Floating Spear City from a training session in the Dark Desolate Domain. Since Floating Spear City was not far from Serpent City, Liao had decided to pay a visit to him, hoping to get some enlightenment. He made an appointment with Fiend Blade Peng Hai at 9 a.m. the next day. He had been modifying and racing shuttles day and night over the past few days. Although he quite enjoyed himself, he was exhausted, too. After storing the heavenly materials and earthly treasures inside his cosmos ring, Liao went to bed and fell asleep. The next morning when he woke up, he felt that he was refreshed and vigorous. There was no part of his body that was not at ease. Liao opened the curtain and got an eyeful of crimson leaves, which looked like a wild fire that dyed the sky into redness. This was the Upper Eastern District, a place where cultivators congregated. It was still early in the morning, yet many cultivators had flown to the sky to absorb the spiritual energy in the air while the day was replacing the night. 2 years ago, I could only stand on the ground and crane my head, watching the cultivators shining in the sky. But now I am one of them too. Liao was itching to fly to the sky and join them in the morning exercise to fulfill his vanity, when the cosmos ring trembled and started getting hotter and hotter. The dull surface was sending out dangerously reddish-orange color. What's going on? Liao was alarmed. Spreading his spiritual threads into the cosmos ring, he discovered that the storage space inside seemed to have experienced a hurricane. All the materials were misplaced. What's more, 3 of the marrow crystals that he put inside the previous night were gone. Swoosh! Swoosh! A black shadow was raging in the limited storage space and hitting the walls every now and then, causing ear-splitting explosions and furious spiritual tides. The storage space was like a shaking cottage in a thunderstorm which was tearing it down at any moment. Little Black. Liao suddenly realized that there was a glutton named Black Wing inside the cosmos ring. That guy was a piece of magical equipment that could self-cultivate. The crystals eaten by it had been almost as many as those absorbed by himself. Besides, it had been quite picky on the purity of crystals. Little Black must have thought the marrow crystals as ordinary crystals and devoured 3 of them in a row. But purity of the ordinary crystals was too high and the spiritual energy contained in them was too furious. Couldn't digest them, so it was rolling over in pain in the cosmos ring. Liao was very anxious. Eating 3 marrow crystals without any catalysts. Even a building foundation cultivator might self-explode. Besides, the cosmos ring was an extremely unstable man-made space. If Little Black continued on a rampage in it, the barrier of the cosmos ring might collapse, which would transform Little Black and all the other materials inside the ring into 2-dimensional or 4-dimensional objects and dismiss them from the 3-dimensional world. They would be gone forever. Liao gritted his teeth. He extended all his spiritual threads into the cosmos ring and dragged out Little Black, who had gone mad. Swoosh! With a series of blurred shadows, the Black Wing charged at a wall like an infuriated black dragon. Bow! A yellow ripple appeared on the wall, as if it were made of liquid instead of bricks. Liao was somewhat relieved to see this. Thankfully, he had installed barriers inside the room. Otherwise, the entire building would have been demolished by Little Black. After consuming 3 marrow crystals, the Black Wing had undergone a drastic change. The black gas around it was denser than before and consolidating into liquid, as if countless black water drops were flying around it. Liao was dazed. Liquefaction of spiritual gas was a sign of the building foundation stage. Could it be that Little Black was entering the building foundation stage? On second thought, it was not entirely unlikely. If one could absorb the spiritual energy contained in 3 marrow stones, it was quite possible that one would soar into the building foundation stage without any trouble. Liao felt weird. A flying sword that could self-cultivate was already crazy enough. A flying sword at the building foundation stage would be something that had never been heard of in the entire Heaven's Origin sector. Little Black, come on. Liao clenched his hands and cheered for the black wing. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The black wing was 3 times faster than it used to be, dashing in all directions inside the room. Its blurred shadows knitted a giant, airtight net that lingered on and on. Pa! After hundreds of collisions, the barrier crystal on the southeast corner cracked. Pa! Pa! The barrier crystals on the northeast corner and northwest corner cracked within the next second. The last intact barrier crystal was also on the verge of rupture. The black wing seemed to realize that the barrier would be wrecked after another few collisions and its secret would be exposed to the public. It screamed and braked sharply, surrounded by hundreds of black water drops that were spinning fast. Crack! Suddenly, a sharp noise came from the black wing. A snake-shaped crack appeared on the body of the sword. Liao was truly shocked. The black wing used to look crappy, but it was mainly because of the rust. There had never been such huge structural damage before. As a refiner, he immediately recognized that the crack all through the body of the sword would significantly diminish the sturdiness of the black wing, which was almost similar to the vertebral fracture of a human being. Little Black. Liao dashed forward to the sword. However, after the crack, the black wing did not show any sign of pain. Instead, it seemed to have vented its anger out and floated in the air exhaustedly. Dazed, Liao stared at the snake-shaped crack on the black wing, pondering why. The spiritual water drops had vaporized and were absorbed by it again. Dozens of thick black spiritual threads were released. Although the black wing failed to enter the building foundation stage, it had already landed at the peak of the refinement stage. Attaboy. I thought I was improving fast enough with all the lucky encounters in the past year. But you've improved much faster than I did. Seeing that the black wing was still safe and sound, Liao was finally relieved. He extended several spiritual threads from his spiritual root and connected them to those of the black wings. The moment they were linked, Liao felt that something was different. Although the black wing failed to break into the building foundation stage, the nourishment of the 3 marrow crystals had made it grow a lot over the past night. More specifically, the flooding spiritual energy had awakened something inside the black wing. A lot of broken memory pieces appeared in Liao's brain. No wonder you can only fly but not attack, although you are a flying sword. This flying sword is not your true self at all. Or rather, this is not a flying sword at all. It is a barrier that constrains your true self. Who are you exactly? The black wing had no idea what the answer was. It hovered in confusion for a while, and wrote 4 words with the sword tip in the air. I am Little Black. Liao was amused and laughed. That was true. Whatever the black wing's background was, it would always be Little Black, a friend who had grown together with him since he was a child. Rest assured, I'll find a way to break the barrier and free you. Liao knew that the black wing must be from a world beyond the Heaven's Origin sector that was much more enormous and mysterious. The barrier set in that world was not something that a crypto hacker like Xianxia could resolve. Liao made up his mind that he would bring Little Black to the center of the cosmos one day and explore the gorgeous worlds out there. The things I put in the cosmos ring are called marrow crystals. You must keep yourself away from them because they're not digestible. Next time, you probably won't be as lucky. When I am back to the Grand Desolate War Institution and find enough catalysts, I'll refine the marrow crystals into usable ingredients. Rest assured, you will be able to enjoy them in good time. Liao had formed a plan. The remaining marrow crystals would be divided into 4 parts. 1 for himself, 1 for Little Black, 1 for Ding Ling Dang, and the last one would be refined into strengthening drugs and healing drugs which would be reserved for future uses or helping friends. Brother Guan Xiong of the Mountain Sea sect suffered serious injuries when he rescued the ordinary people, including Liao himself, from a train during the beast tide a year and a half ago. He had saved Liao's life. The medication made of marrow crystals would help him regain his capability. While thinking of future plans, Liao started to clear the mess inside the cosmos ring. When he took out the pupil-like stone, he found that one end of the stone had been cut off, which must have been the work of Little Black when it was storming inside the cosmos ring after swallowing 3 marrow crystals. The stone was hollow and full of half-solid liquid that was thicker than glue. Turning the stone upside down was not enough to pour the liquid out. Liao went through a lot of trouble and finally emptied the liquid. He found a finger-sized sword-shaped object inside the liquid. With a closer look, he discovered that it was actually an intimidating warship model. The warship looked like a dragon whose scales were all erect. It was surrounded by the strong stench of death. Although the model was only the size of a little finger, Liao had the feeling that it was unstoppable, as if the warship alone was enough to conquer a planet. It was just a model, but there were many delicate details on it which were indistinguishable by plain sight. It was not until Liao groped his way through the warship with his spiritual threads that he had a general picture of what it actually looked like. The erect scales were, in fact, numerous turrets which were in a completely different style from those of the crystal warships in the Heaven's Origin sector. From his instinct as a refiner, Liao felt that, in regards of layout and firepower, the warship should be much more advanced than any crystal warship in the Heaven's Origin sector. In the front of the warship was a long cylinder that looked like a dragon which was craning its head. Judging from the appearance, it should be the main gun of the warship. But after a prolonged observation, Liao didn't even figure out what kind of weapon it was. This warship model must be a product crafted by one of the guilds of provenance back in the era of the Star Ocean Imperium. The era of the Star Ocean Imperium had been the peak of cultivation technology. Under the leadership of the Supreme Emperor, all the 20 guilds of provenance had the power to cruise across galaxies. They each developed magical equipment and training systems of their own distinguishing styles. But after the Armageddon Rebellion, the magical equipment and training systems had been mostly lost. This warship model was probably a remnant of that era. However, was it just a model? Blinking his eyes, Liao held the warship model in his palm and pondered. If it were only a handicraft, there would be no need to carefully store it inside the cosmos ring before sealing it with an encryption. There must be something more about it. Pausing for a moment, Liao bit his finger and squeezed a drop of blood on the warship model. He was going to unveil the secret of the warship model by the blood baptism of the 100 Smelting Guild. Shwa! The warship model sucked his blood in as if it were alive and shivered in a vague red light. It worked! Liao was excited. The blood baptism did not mean that a piece of magical equipment could be submitted by a single drop of blood. It required a series of complicated procedures. But at least, given that the warship model did not reject his blood, it was very likely to be a product of cultivators. If its creator were a demon, a devil cultivator or other species in the cosmos, it would have never accepted the blood of a cultivator so easily. Faced with a piece of magical equipment from the Star Ocean Imperium, Liao did not dare to underestimate it. He squeezed 10 drops of blood from his fingertips and 3 drops of blood from the tip of his tongue. The blood was blended together and turned into a mist. Manipulated by Liao's spell, the blood mist seemed to be alive. It was knitted into a red net and covered the warship model, which absorbed it, leaving no trace behind. Liao instantly felt that a weak spiritual connection had been established between himself and the warship model. He had the same feeling when he first wore a crystal suit. Liao felt his heart was beating fast. He extended dozens of spiritual threads and pierced them into the warship model. His spiritual threads went on without any trouble. The warship model didn't resist them at all. Instead, an intense attraction force was brewing inside it, which seemed to be pulling Liao's entire soul in. When Liao discovered that it was not good, it was already late. There seemed to be a terrible swirl inside the warship model which had sucked part of his soul in. Shwa! Liao felt that he was in a half-step great illusionary land that was just opened, or like his soul had been split into 2 halves, because he could see 2 worlds unfolding in front of his eyes at the same time. In one of the 2 worlds, he was still inside the suite with the warship model at his hand. In the other world, He was confined in a limited space that was surrounded by gray mist, unable to go anywhere. In front of him was a panoramic light beam, where obscure control menus that were hundreds of times more complicated than those of a refining furnace or a crystal suit were popping up. What was even more dazzling for Liao was that there was a giant that looked silly inside the panoramic light beam, who, with a closer look, was exactly himself. The weird ratio and perspective reminded Liao of a possibility. Could it be that part of my soul is in the cockpit of the warship? The panoramic light beam is the actual control system of the warship model? Is this warship model flyable? The moment he thought of that, the control menus blazed. Countless complicated rows of data streamed into the light beam. Runes of the Star Ocean Imperium and those of the Heaven's Origin sector were quite different. Liao couldn't even understand most of the instructions, let alone how to drive the warship model. Swoosh! While he was all hurry-scurry, the warship model was flying staggeringly in the air with brilliant colors and twinkles of runes. There was even a mini spiritual shield. In the meantime, Liao felt that he had been hammered heavily on the head. Although his soul was quite solid, it was still not enough to steer this warship model. Besides, the warship model was swallowing spiritual energy from him as its power source in a way that he couldn't comprehend. Swoosh! 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 The warship model was dashing here and there in the suite like a headless fly and almost hit Liao a couple of times. Little Black! Stop it! Liao's cold sweat broke out. He tried everything he could to withdraw his soul from the warship model. Thankfully, the warship model seemed to have realized that the pilot was a newbie. It hovered for a while and eventually stopped. Liao was finally able to pull back his soul. The brilliance on the warship model dispersed and resumed the unremarkable silver-gray color. Liao's face was pale, and he was breathing heavily. As it turned out, he had been too reckless. If the warship model were malicious, or one of its former owners had implanted some vicious traps inside it, Liao's spiritual energy might have been drained. Pondering for a moment, Liao came to the conclusion that the warship model could be a piece of magical equipment to train crystal warship pilots in the era of the Star Ocean Imperium. Its control system must be a duplicate of a real crystal warship. If a trainer could control the warship model proficiently, he would prove to be a qualified pilot to drive a real-life warship to cross galaxies and destroy planets. The conclusion made Liao somewhat lost for words. A piece of training magical equipment of the ancient time was of little value to him. Suppose he had grasped the skills to steer a crystal warship of the Star Ocean Imperium. What then? Thousands of years had passed. There was no way that he could find such a warship in real life to put what he learnt into practice. However, on second thought, it was not necessarily true. The control pattern of the warship model is complicated enough for me to do the spiritual exercises. Besides, I can improve my crystal suit skills and super shuttle skills by driving this warship model. Moreover, the warship model is made of a rare and yet extremely tensile material, and it could be controlled by a telepathic thought. It will be a piece of great magical equipment for scouting. Also, once accelerated to maximum, it can also be used as a bullet. A bullet that is at the full control of my spiritual will be a great help in combat. Coming up with several possible usages of the warship model, Liao felt happy again. He decided to practice the art of a warship pilot when he returned to the Grand Desolate War Institution. During intense combat, the warship model would be his secret weapon. Nice! Nice! Not only did I retrieve so many marrow crystals in the Cosmos Ring which triggered the mutation of Little Black, I was also lucky enough to discover this warship model of the Star Ocean Imperium. This trip to the Dark Desolate Domain has been truly rewarding. Although you are just a warship model, I might as well give you a name. You looked like a fierce dragon. I'll just call you Neltharion. Liao and Peng Hai met again in Peng Hai's personal training room. Over a year ago, Liao had received a month of special training in this place, which was the biggest reason why he had won the title of Floating Spear City's champion of college entrance examination. He had been missing Peng Hai's personal training room. Senior brother Peng. After 1 year away from each other, Liao found that Peng Hai was more complex than before, who, at first looked like a successful businessman instead of a strong cultivator that fought in the depths of the Grand Desolate Plateau all the time. Peng Hai had been Liao's role model when Liao was in high school. He offered generous help to Liao unhesitatingly when Liao was most in trouble. Besides, both of them had been set on the path of cultivation by Sun Biao. There couldn't be a closer senior-junior brother relationship in the world. Good boy. I've been hearing your name all the time over the past year. You even broke my credits record in the Grand Desolate War Institution. That's impressive. Fiend Blade Peng Hai was glad, too. He was planning to create his own sect. A strong junior brother would be really helpful when he started to recruit his own men. Do you know that Vulture Liao is quite famous in the world of cultivators now? When I was training in the Grand Desolate Plateau, many cultivators were asking me about you. You've been putting a lot of pressure on your senior brother's shoulders. Liao. Peng Hai smiled. I got the 40,000 credits mostly because of luck. At first, I came across a large-scale beast-tide outbreak in downtown. Then I managed to let the Iron Fist Club and the Chaos Edge Hall turn against each other in the Thunderbolt Cup. That's how I earned the most crucial 10,000 credits. Liao was not very confident about his achievement. It's all insignificant. 40,000 credits or the Thunderbolt Cup are nothing but campus games. Experts of the cultivation world won't bother any of that. Peng Hai shook his head and said, I'm afraid you are not aware of it yet, but the true reason why you got famous is that you wandered in the Thunderous Sound Mountain for more than 10 days and walked out safe and sound. Everyone in the cultivation world knows what kind of place the Thunderous Sound Mountain is. Even many building foundation stage experts have walked inside never to be seen again. As a refinement stage cultivator, you survived more than 10 days inside the Thunderous Mountain and retreated without being crippled. It was truly a miracle. It is because of this accomplishment that Vulture Liao has become known by everyone on the Grand Desolate Plateau. Liao thought of something. He took out a brand new demon beast detector from his backpack and said, Senior Brother Peng, the reason why I could survive so many days in the Thunderous Sound Mountain is partly because I was lucky and partly because of this magical equipment refined by myself.